Right outside. Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep, everything's perfect. Thank you so much.
Everybody's like turning on the boots. That's okay. They won't get. Okay. Testing. I don't know if I even need that, do I?
Are you?
Yeah, yeah.
Anywhere?
I'm just trying to get some people, because there's a lot of people walking in the booths. Wherever you
You're
want.
just gonna be presenting or stand on stage.
I'm gonna be up on stage, yeah. Well, should I start? So I don't use this for the video then?
You can.
I can? Okay. So I'm doing a bunch of work. So I got to about 8:50 probably.
You can go. Kenyon is supposed to start at 9.
So you can go 9:05. We can go a little bit later. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to leave that back door open because there's people still looking at the vending booths. I'm Jeff Johnston. I'm the president of the Living Undeterred Project, which is our nonprofit. I'm the founder of Brighton, which is our youth Gen Z app coming out in July, which I have a session today at 1:50, I think. Is that right? Then I'll be doing a full hour presentation on the app. So, but I want to thank everybody. This is going to be a great event. We didn't know what to expect when we came up with this idea, but I know Cedar Rapids really needs something like this where we can bring everyone together. So what I'm gonna do, my presentation is called Living Undeterred, Better Not Bitter. I'm gonna play a short video, just a little bit about our background, and then I'll get into the presentation and wrap it up, and then Kenyon Murray will be after me in the same room, a little after 9. So I'm gonna play a short video, and then I'll come back up.
You won't.
Just hit the space bar then.
Right here?
Yep.
There you go.
Every 2 minutes, a person dies in the United States from overdose, suicide, or alcoholism. These are our sons and daughters, our moms and dads, our brothers and sisters, our neighbors and coworkers. On October 4, 2016, it was our son, Seth, who died from fentanyl poisoning at the age of 23. On June 29th, 2021, it was my lovely wife, Prudence, who lost her battle with alcoholism at the age of 46. Seth was like any other kid, athletic, musician, writer, funny, yet he died in a seedy hotel room in Waterloo, Iowa. This wasn't who he was. Prudence was a great mother, a wonderful wife, yet she lost her fight with alcoholism due to the grief of losing a child. Some mountains are just too high to climb, unfortunately. 2 lost lives. So unnecessary. Small, seemingly innocent choices can often lead us to massive, destructive consequences. It's obvious we have a problem in this country, a mental health issue of epic proportions. This is happening on every street, in every city, in every state. Yet we still have a choice. We can choose to be a victim, or we can choose to be a victor. Pity, sympathy, we have no time for that. What we do have time for is empathy, compassion, love, and strength. Sharing stories can help build a strong foundation. It provides us the opportunity to adapt and evolve, to become better, not bitter. Together, we can raise awareness. Together, we can make a difference. Together, we can save lives. This is the purpose behind the Living Undeterred tour. Living undeterred certainly doesn't mean living untested. I am tested every single day, as are you. We don't want to just survive. We want to thrive. Everyone has a story. What's your story? Everyone has a why. What's your why? You find your why, and you'll find your way. Keep living undeterred.
I can't believe I just figured that out on my own. That's what Kenyon said. There's no way he's gonna figure this out. I know we're a little behind the 8 ball today, so I'll keep my presentation within the confines of not being too long. Again, thank you very much. That was some video that we had from the tour we did this summer. I have a favorite phrase that I've really learned to embody, and it's this: purpose becomes passion when it gets personal. And for each one of us in the room, that can resonate with your own unique story. People hear our story and they try to compare with what we went through. And the reality is, whatever you're going through is the most important thing to you in your life. And so this phrase is what I would consider my personal mission statement. Purpose becomes passion when it gets personal. So you'll hear me resonate that throughout the day. Maybe it's not working. I have to go down here each time and hit it, so.
I can do come click it if you want me to.
Well, I can move the computer too, that would help. Oh,
I think you hit the back button.
what's that?
I think you hit the back button instead of the forward.
I hit the top one, is that forward? And that doesn't matter. Okay, why are we here, right? 6 years ago, before our son died, I was running Premier Investments of Iowa here in Cedar Rapids, right off of First Avenue, right across from the Town and Country Center. I had very little interest in mental health. I was about investing money for people and making money and traveling and all the things, all the trappings that come with capitalism. And all of a sudden, our son dies from a fentanyl poisoning. And then soon followed by my wife dying from alcoholism. And I started really looking at the numbers, and I realized that across the board, not just kids, but adults, most aspects of mental illness were getting worse. Depression, suicidal ideation, sleep disorder, eating disorders. You have to look very hard to find any statistics that are favorable to getting better, which is so ironic because as a country, we have more abundance than we've ever had. Would you all agree? I mean, everything is set up for us to have the best lives possible, yet many of us are absolutely miserable. And I'm really curious on why this is, and that's the whole idea behind Living Undeterred, was to get out and talk to people, grassroots effort. I don't have a lot of financial backing other than myself at this point. But the idea of getting out there and talking to people was to meet people. And that's why, for example, I have some people here today that flew in that I met on the tour that have become close friends and big advocates of mine. And that is the beauty of connection. You know, too much in this industry, it's a silo effect. Everybody's kind of on their own, right? I had a friend of mine who lost his son to suicide. And she told me connection was protection. Connection is protection. And that's what the idea behind the Expo is, to get us all in the same room to talk about these issues. I'm gonna have you raise your hand real quick, just a real quick kind of a social experiment here. And I pretty much know the answers before you guys answer this. But I'm gonna have you raise your hand. I'm gonna ask you 3 questions. How many in here have been impacted by suicide? Raise your hand. Yeah, suicide impacts about, or affects about 70% of all Americans, some way, shape, or form. Whether it's ideation, suicide attempt, or you actually know somebody that's taken their life. How many in here have been impacted by overdose? Raise your hand. Yeah, overdose, specifically fentanyl, is the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 44. Think about that. The #1 killer of Americans between 18 and 44 is overdose. And I think 80% is roughly from fentanyl. And the last question is, how many people in here have been impacted by alcoholism? Raise your hand. Okay. Alcohol during COVID went up 70%. Think about that. We're at home, we're isolated, we're lonely, we're miserable, we're drunk. Not a really good combination. So if you add up those, by the way, everybody in the room, I think, raised their hand. If you didn't, you just shy. Because I know that if I sat down with you, somebody in your life you know is in one of those 3 areas. 825 Americans per day die from the deaths of despair. Per day. Think about that. 825 per day. And then think of the families that have had alcoholism, drug addiction, suicidal ideation, where death hasn't entered that house yet. There's still destruction, right? Right? You don't have to have death enter your house to have addiction and substance abuse and depression. These things really, really affect the family structure. We call that collateral damage in business, okay? So I'm here because what we are doing as a country isn't working. It's pretty clear. What we are doing isn't working. If it was working, then we would see 825 go to 800, it would go to 700, it would go to 500, it would go to 300 Americans a day. But the problem is, next summer when we do the Expo, I bet you it would be over 900 a day. Somebody's got to draw a line in the sand, somebody's got to make a stand, somebody has to make a difference, and that's why you all are here today, to save lives. Oops, wrong way, sorry, Mom. That was on me. October 4th, 2016. Looks like Iowa, doesn't it there? Beautiful, beautiful. That was like any other day for me. I was getting our middle son, Ian, and by the way, Ian is manning the tribute kicks booth. That's my son, he just graduated today. He skipped his graduation to be here from college. That's how much this meant to him, to honor his brother and his mom. Yeah, he was supposed to be walking, getting his degree today at the University of South Dakota, but he's doing this instead. And I'm okay with that. But I was getting him ready to go play golf. He was a sophomore at Prairie. Matter of fact, we were at the bus barn right over here at Prairie High School, 6:30 in the morning, and the phone rang. And I knew the moment that phone rang, something horrific was on the other line. And I was told that moment they found our son Seth dead from an overdose in a seedy hotel room in Waterloo, Iowa, just like you see in the movies. That's how Seth died, but that certainly wasn't who he was. And my whole journey to honor my son started on that day. When I wrote a book, I do a podcast, I do a radio show on WMT Radio every week. I bought that RV and drove around the United States to honor Seth and to honor my wife, and to honor everybody in this room that has somebody that they've lost. Okay? But the main thing for me is, what was I going to tell my other two boys when they got home? Ian was golfing that day, and Roman was in school. Roman was 13, and Roman, by the way, is at the Living Undeterred booth. So he'll be at the LGBTQ panel today. So he'll be talking about that. Roman's there with his boyfriend Luke right now. But when Roman was 13, and Ian was 15, how do you tell your kids at that age that their brother died? How do you tell them? Well, I thought about this for a while, and I called my dad. My dad's a retired doctor at the University of Iowa. And I said, Dad, what do I say? And he said, Jeff, here's what you say. You tell them the truth, and then you shut your mouth, because you like to talk. And I said, yeah, I can do one of those pretty good. And so I thought to my mind, okay, that's what I'm going to do. When they come home, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to tell them the truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I'm telling the truth. And they came home and they sat down, and my wife was to my right, and she was an absolute wreck. And my two boys were here, and they both were like, they sensed something was going on. And I said, boys, I got some really bad news. Your brother's dead. I didn't say anything. And Ian looked up after about 10 seconds, I swear to you. And he said, Dad, how did he die? Drugs? He knew at 15. Because we had been on a 6-year journey that started with Adderall. Seth was given Adderall for attention deficit at 16, and that really started the journey for us. I'm not indicting Adderall. It didn't work for Seth. I know that for a fact. And so Ian said, Dad, how did he die? Drugs? And I said, yeah, drugs. And then something happened, and I can't tell you where this came from. But I knew I had something important I had to say next. And it's like that halftime speech, you know, in my head. It's like I'm telling myself, okay, this is that dad moment. When you asked Prudence to marry you, you knew in your lifetime you were going to have 2 or 3 or 4 what I call dad or moments where you're going to have to say something really impactful. And so I stood up, I cleared my throat, and this became really the mindset of what built Living Undeterred and everything else that came after. And it's a chapter of my book that I have for sale out here, and all the proceeds go to our nonprofit, by the way. It's called The Two Roads. And what I told Roman and Ian was this. I said, boys, we have one of 2 roads to go down. We have one road of anger, despair, and hatred, and we'll become alcoholics and addicts ourselves. Or we have a road of inspiration and motivation, and this would be the single greatest moment in our lives and those around us to make a difference. I'm on the second road, and I ask you to join me. That's exactly what I said to them. I didn't rehearse it, it just came off my head like that. But the key part of that whole phrase was the very ending. I ask you to join me. I wasn't going to tell them how to grieve. They're 13 and 15, they don't know how to grieve. I didn't know how to grieve. I was going to show them, right? I was going to be super dad. I was going to show them how to grieve. For them, it worked out great. Ian and Roman have done super things. They've been amazing advocates. They've done some awesome things with mental health advocacy, but for me, it didn't work out too well. I called my company up at Premier and I said, I need a year off. I need to get my stuff together. My wife's not doing good. We need some time off. But you know what I did for 14 months? I sat at home. I drank alcohol. every freaking day for 14 months. I ballooned up to about 190 pounds. I didn't want to die, but I didn't want to live. Anyone been there? Sucks. It's the ultimate purgatory. You don't want to die, you don't want to live. I didn't want to get out of bed. And I went on for 14 months. Then I realized my wife was doing really, really bad. I mean, I could see people were telling me, hey, Jeff, she needs to get some help. And I didn't know what to do. Hell, I was grieving myself, and we just lost our son. I was worrying about mothers and boys, and I didn't know what to do. So on December 24, 2017, I had what's called an epiphany moment. Has anyone had one in here? They're beautiful. Just something happens. Something clicked in my mind. I looked in the mirror, I got up from drinking in Florida. We had a condo down in Clearwater. And I woke up and I looked in the mirror and I just said, I'm done. I'm tired of being tired. I quit drinking that day. I've not had a drink since. And for me, and only speak for me, it's been the easiest thing I've ever done in my life as a 33-year alcoholic. Okay? Everybody's pathway is different. We're going to hear later from Ryan Hampton. He's up front here. He's a good friend of mine. He flew in from Las Vegas. He's on the Mount Rushmore of advocacy around the country, if not the world, in my opinion. Learned a lot from him in regards to handle these situations. So I decided to quit that day, just cold turkey. Everybody has a different pathway. Some people have to go to meetings, some people have to do whatever, some people have to fall off the wagon, whatever. For me, I just think about Seth, and that's why I quit. Now, unfortunately for my wife, it didn't work out too well. On June 29th, the day after our youngest son's 18th birthday, my wife died of complications from alcoholism at the age of 46. We're married 21 years. She was the most beautiful person I ever met in my life. And so from age 50 to 56, where I thought I had reached the pinnacle of success because I had made a lot of money and traveled the world and had a fast car and a big house, all the trappings that come along with success, I had lost my son and my wife. What was I going to do, right? There's Seth. That's a senior picture in high school. And you see a young man for the first time. I see somebody whose eyes are completely lost. It's a hard picture for me to watch. That's my wife. Now that's her about 2 years before she died. I miss her a lot too, as you can imagine. So better, bitter. That became kind of my marching orders. Better, bitter. I told the boys, we can become better, we can become bitter, right? And if you really think about everything that you have going on in your life, that's really the choice that you have. And I tell you what, the bitter road ain't much fun. I joke about this all the time, and it's a serious thing, so don't take this too seriously. That's why they call it a joke. But I say, I tried depression a few times, I didn't like it, so I quit. Now, I know depression doesn't work that way, but for me, it does. I don't like to be sad, I don't like to be depressed, so I don't do it. That's, for me, for a pragmatic mind, that's how I operate. Now, how do I fight against it? I work out, I eat healthy, I don't drink, I don't watch TV, I stay away from toxic relationships. And that's what I do to keep me in a good place so I'm on the better road, okay? So each one of you has coping mechanisms, and that's one of the great things about all these vendors out here. Take time to meet these people. Each one of them is a new arrow in your quiver to fight against mental health. When you have your own problems, your own challenges, it is possible. I'm nothing special. I'm just, as I say around the country, I'm just a dad from Iowa. And I happen to be fairly pragmatic, which means I have full-blown attention deficit too, so I make decisions, I stick to them pretty quick. And if they're not the right decision, then I make it the right decision, right? Let me see. So vulnerability, I want to talk about this because I get asked a lot by people about what are some ways out of this mess, and one of them is vulnerability. I think Brene Brown said vulnerability was a superpower, and especially for men, and I'll even go further, I'll say young men, teenage men today. This is a big thing for them to learn to cry, to learn to hug people, to learn to have good eye contact, you know? Gen Z is a third of the world's population. I'm gonna talk about that in my Brighton talk later today. It's a third of the world's population. It's a ship that's teetering right now. And we, as the parents and the adults, we need to get this thing figured out way, way in advance before they get to be our age, okay? But I think vulnerability is a key, I really do. I think when I took the RV, I call it the mental health magnet, by the way. But that's all it did, it just brought people to the RV to ask what's living undeterred, and I would tell our story, and then you know what they would do immediately? I'll tell you a quick story about vulnerability that I really like. I was in Louisiana at a KOA this summer, getting ready to do a presentation, and it was like 10 o'clock at night, and I'm sitting out in my little chair on the RV, it's raining, so I'm under the awning, smoking a cigar, I like to smoke cigars. And this gentleman walks by late at night, big, tall guy, like 6'4", 300 pounds, I think he played professional football or something, walking this little tiny dog, like you see in a movie, right? A big guy with a little tiny poodle. And he sees the RV, and it's just me and him. He comes over, and we're talking, and you know what? And within 10 minutes, I'm hugging and crying with a grown man in a KOA at 10 o'clock at night, right? It was freaking beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And the guy's story was this. He had a relative, I think it was, I'm not sure exactly, I'll mess this up, but it was someone he knew, maybe a relative, where they had taken their life. We don't say committed suicide in this space, we say taken their life. And 17 years later to the day, the gentleman's son, who took his own life, went to the same spot where his dad killed himself and took his own life. And those are the type of stories I heard every single day on the road. And here's a stranger at a KOA that because of the RV came up and talked to me, and by me being vulnerable, sharing my story, he tells me his story. That was beautiful. That's what it's about. He walked away a better person, I walked away a better person, and I still repeat that story. I had hundreds of those stories around the United States last summer. And Ryan did the Mobilized Recovery Tour for a couple years now. He's got thousands of stories like that too, around the nation. So you're not in a canoe paddling against the current of life upstream. You're in a massive boat with all of us, okay? I'm in this with you, and you're in it with me. But we didn't get here overnight. We're not gonna get out of it overnight. It's gonna take a lot of time, okay? But it is possible, it is possible. Whatever you're going through, whatever you're fighting, it's okay to have it define you. Just have it define you positively, not negatively. So we tell our kids, oh, don't let this define you. No, we want it to define you in a good way. This defines me in a good way. So what's next? Because I started late today, and I want to be fair to Kenyon, I don't want to stay super long, so we may go about another 10 minutes. But the living undeterred mindset is something that I came up with because I was having a lot of people ask me, Jeff, what have you learned about mental health on this journey? What have you learned? And I know if you guys can stay around and hear Kenyon talk, he's talking about the impact of intentions, and he's got the 3 E's. Is that right, Kenyon, you're going to talk about? And they're awesome, but there's so many different ways we can break complicated things down into simple things. So I came up with what's called the living undeterred mindset. And the first one is expectations. What are your expectations about life? And the easiest one to explain is what's your expectation about death? Do you expect not to die? Do you expect people around you not to die? Do you expect your cat not to die? We have unrealistic expectations about many things, but probably our unhealthiest relationship is with death, by far. We know it's coming, but when it comes, we act absolutely devastated, like it shouldn't happen to us, like we're being punished somehow. It will one day be all of our turn. But that's not what's important. What's important is what we do up until that day. And then when people that we know do lose loved ones, how can we be the best friend and advocate for them as they fight through it? Not everybody grieves the same. Not everybody looks at death the same. But if we can get our younger generation, that's my big thing, to have a healthy relationship with life and death, I think that creates a lot of positivity in their mind as they go through, because life isn't fair, right? We know that. It's unjust, it's unkind, it's not fair. But I think the more we have expectations that are realistic, the less we get devastated when things like death happen. So my dad's 90, he may come here today, I almost lost him last summer, he had a stomach aneurysm, but he's 90. So I know I could get that call any single day that Dad died. So when I see my dad, I milk every freaking second that I can out of him. Whenever he texts or calls me, I answer that phone in 2 seconds. I don't care what I'm doing, because I may not have a chance again. And that's the way we have to have every relationship mindset in our minds. You may never see your kid again. You may never see your spouse again. So let's put down the bickering. Let's put down the little petty arguments we have about whatever you're arguing about. And let's focus on healthy relationships with other humans, because that's what it's all about. The second one is preparation. What are you doing every day to prepare for the marathon of life? What are you doing? Ask yourself. I meditate every morning for 20 minutes. I did this morning, and all I could think about was, I hope this goes well, I hope this goes well. Because I was stressed about this whole day. But I meditate, that helps me. I eat very healthy. I lost all that weight when I quit drinking. Okay? I work out up to 2 hours a day. Now, workouts for me are not to be big and beefy, it's just to keep the engine running clean. So I ask you this question again, what are you doing every day to prepare for the marathon of life? Okay? That's a great question to ask yourself. The third one is evolution, not the evolution a lot of people think about. And it's a chapter in my book called The Evolution of Self. It's the evolution of you as a person. You know, when this event's over today, you won't be the same person. You won't be. For a lot of reasons, literally and physically. You know, part of us dies, a little bit part of us is reborn. You're never the same person. You're always adapting. You're always evolving. And I think if you have that mindset as you go through life, that things that occur in your life can be opportunistic and not a punishment or a curse. Okay? So I'm really big on this evolution thing. I am not the same. I think we were at dinner last night, and Ryan said every 7 years you can look at your life and it's like you're a new person. And man, I don't think he knew what he was saying specifically for me, but he's exactly right. 7 years ago is when Seth died. I died too that day. But a better man was born that day. And my wife died. I died again, but a better man was born. I fully expect more death in my life. It could be me. I tell my boys, I could die today. I want you guys to be better, not bitter. Okay? So again, it's a mindset, but it takes practice. Daily. Every single day. I really think we could get out of this mental health crisis in this country. If each one of us looked in the mirror and became a lot more accountable for the individual choices we make every single day. And that ripple effect. You quit drinking alcohol around a peer group of friends that drink a lot, what do you think is going to start happening? I mean, I can say right now, when I quit, I had 4 or 5 of my friends that ended up quitting too. They kind of needed somebody to take the lead. Well, maybe you could be that person in the circle of friends that you're around. Okay? And kids are always watching us. They're always watching us. Every time you're drinking at home and you're having a fight with your spouse and you're drunk, think about your kids. They're watching. It's hard for us to blame them when we're doing exactly what we're telling them not to do. So this is our app coming up. So I got 4 slides and I'm done. This is our app coming up in July. This was an idea I've had a couple of years in my head. I really wanted to get to the kids, that generation we talked about, and give them an opportunity to self-assess and autonomously build their own mental wellness portfolio. So kind of like adults do a financial plan and they set up an investment portfolio, right? Stocks, bonds, and real estate. Well, we've got 3 asset classes as well with mental health, and that's health, wealth, and purpose. So we think at Brighton, if we can get kids to show them how to build a mental wellness portfolio, i.e. plan, using the 3 optimal segments of mental wellness, health, wealth, and purpose, we think we can right that ship, that tidal wave that's coming, that the 1/3 of the world's population is between 12 and 26. We gotta do something, guys. They're the ones that are going to inherit what we are, I'm not gonna say destroying but we are. Look at the ocean. Look at world hunger. You know? Look at politics today. You can't have a conversation with somebody. It's just absolutely tragic. You can't sit down at the table. A Biden and a MAGA hat guy can't sit down and just have an intelligent conversation. Can't do it. It's disgusting, personally, in my opinion. In the meantime, 825 Americans every freaking day are dying from deaths of despair. Okay? We can do better. We must do better. We don't have a choice. Okay? Here's the 3 segments of the optimal mental health that we talked about: health, wealth, and purpose. And you may say, wealth. Really? A 12-year-old? What are you going to talk to a 12-year-old about wealth? Because see, you're assuming I'm only talking about your money relationship. Wealth can be a wealth of knowledge, it can be a wealth of relationships, it can be a wealth of confidence. Wealth can mean a lot. That's why we didn't put finance or money on there. But we do know that we need to teach kids a healthy relationship about money. But here's a good idea. Let's have kids go home and learn money from their parents, right? I see some of you already laughing and shaking your head. 67% of American adults live paycheck to paycheck. And almost 80% of American adults can't get their hands on $1,000 if they had to today. Just think about that for a second. And we're letting that environment teach our kids about a healthy relationship with money. When 67% of American adults are paycheck to paycheck, so we're just going to let kids learn about money management from them? I don't know. What do you guys think about that strategy? As a financial advisor, I don't think that's going to be working very well. So we need to teach kids. Schools aren't doing a very good job. They're teaching about finances and math, but not about a healthy relationship with money. You see the difference there? Gen Z is the most financially illiterate generation of all time. And the number one stressor for older Gen Z, your kids that are 18 to 26, is financial insecurity. But nobody's talking about it. Because they're talking about the touchy-feely things. Oh, let's communicate, let's talk, let's hug it out, cry, let's meditate, let's eat healthy. We don't talk about a relationship with money, which is one of the number one causes of divorce in this country. So again, that's our idea behind this. Excited to announce coming up here shortly some really neat partnerships that we have coming up and some initiatives, but this will be live in July. Again, this is our solution that we have. So these are 4 slides that you'll see this afternoon. I have about 15 slides this afternoon specifically talking about Brighton. And then this is our team that we have. So Carson Goodall just joined us. He's a Prairie grad, 2012. He was Seth's best friend. And he's on our team. And then Emily's here. She's from Las Vegas. She's my managing director. And then we have an advisory board, which Ryan, you want to raise your hand? You're on the advisory board. And then Kenyon is going to be an important part of this program, as you guys will find out later when we have some big announcements coming. But I'll leave you with this, and then I'll answer any questions for you too. I think we're doing good. We'll get you out of here, Kenyon. I'll leave you with this. So I think the best question you can ask yourself is this. If there's one question that you can ask yourself, it would be this question, and how you answer it, I think, will dictate the quality of the rest of your life. It's that big of a question. Here's the question. Do things happen to you, or do things happen for you? Simple question. Do things happen to you, or do things happen for you? If things happen to you, that's a victim mindset. Woe is me, why me, sympathy, pity. I call that the bitter road. Things happen for you, that's a victor mindset. Opportunity, compassion, love, courage. I call that the better road. I once had someone come up after a talk and she said, Jeff, I don't understand, I'm having a tough time understanding this. So you lost your son, you lost your wife, but you're on the better road. I don't get that. I have a hard time doing that. I think that would be difficult for me. And I thought for a minute, I said, that's a fair question. And then I said, this was my answer. It has to be the better road. Because if it's not, you're on the bitter road. And for me, I don't want to be a victim. I'm 57 years old. I don't have 50 years to live. I've got a window here that shrinks each birthday I have. I have to be on the better road, and for that reason alone, I have to be on the better road. And so, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'll just say this, purpose becomes passion when when it gets personal. Keep living undeterred. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll answer a few questions. If anyone has any questions, I don't have a mic, you'll have to speak loud. Any questions? Okay, we're gonna take a break and then come back and listen to great keynote from my good friend Kenyon here in about 10 minutes, okay? Thank you very much.
What's that? Yeah, you got Yes. Oh, yeah. I would like a whole. It's also I just said yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I know exactly. I was thinking, I'm glad I figured out the answer.
We do it with the clicker.
Then I saw people coming by, and I was like, it was really nice.
That's why I didn't play that. It's like 20. Do I need to stay on stage?
I'm following these things, whatever.
Well, and honestly, because, so I'm not really sure if this is memory and stuff, but I did it. And it kind of helps a little bit too.
Yeah.
And it's a, you know.
I mean, it is. Regular speech, movements every 15 seconds.
Yeah.
whatever.
No, it depends. Lots of like this. Yeah. Usually it's on a podium, but I can.
Yeah, like
I know. It's all good.
But I took off this, I should not have had these words.
it's you.
I know.
I don't wanna.
Well, my neighbors, they actually are.
I know, so it's just like making all these excuses and stuff, and I'm like, well,
Years.
you know, okay, go through this period of time.
Downstairs is this certain thing.
Oh, yeah.
What, exactly. I think you can probably see it.
Wrong place, and then and stuff.
Like, as much as you do not.
Three weeks. Most like really do, you know.
Very, very, yeah, I know. You did it before, but that was 5 years ago. I just think, I knew kind of when he was going into it, but I really probably should have spoken to him and said, are you sure?
I'm Jody.
Oh, yeah, how are you doing? Yeah. Oh, yeah, he was, yeah, we had the, it was, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what it was called, yeah. Yeah, I used to be one of the site directors for it, so yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah. Gotcha. How long have you been there?
Just 3 years.
Just 3 years?
So kind of long enough to know Jay.
Yeah, he moved to, they were in the morning, so, yeah. I remember him telling me he was kind of gonna be a transition, because he was coming back and forth, wasn't he? Yeah.
So I'm like, oh.
Now, what do you do?
I'm gonna shoot this.
Okay, gotcha.
Was that for a long time?
Yeah.
Opportunities come up.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Anyways,
Absolutely.
I just want to say hello.
Yes.
Nice meeting you too.
Yeah.
Making a difference.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, yeah, it's just.
Yeah, it's like the kind of, yeah.
You know, out there, you know, obviously with technology, everything's been changing.
Same with, you heard about Iowa? So I've been doing that, and that's been awesome for me, because like, I've already taken all of my videos, photography classes out there, you know, like, there's only so many you can take, but then there, I can do all kinds of stuff. I did a restaurant week project where I filmed 20 restaurants all in Cedar Rapids, and like a winner of like this local restaurant thing, so I literally filmed 20 restaurants and put together a video for them, and like that was like this whole event thing that I got grades for, like my school grades.
So, and not only that, but a lot of it, the things that he was doing was, like, increasing his website into.
Yeah, I made my website at school, like that was like, what I was doing, so that's really great. But I got to do that, that's super cool.
I'm hiring my niece to do mine. So, yeah, it's kind of, it's the last year, so obviously, that's people done, it's allowed me to actually speak.
That's cool.
So, yeah, my niece, she started her own marketing company. She did which, once again,
Yeah.
I would be
Yeah. So she hit me with this. Send your But yeah, just because I know I'm not great at this. Like my podcast, I got 2 or 3 minutes. We've done one on location.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know what it was, but like my whole life I was into sports.
What is my true league, I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm gonna See how far I can get this stuff a couple times.
Let me see.
Oh yeah, that's what I've been trying to do.
So who's gonna say?
Anything I can get before I was.
I would say, I think she needs to.
Make sure I have your contact, because there's a mission to like, because there's a mission to like, the guys
That's what I
that
say to myself, like, there
there's
are
some
times
stuff
when
that
I'm like,
they'll be able to do, but they're super busy too. So they might let those projects like this be shot.
and see how the house was. And I would,
Like,
and,
when not available, you get all the reach out, see what your availability is. Why is it?
so easy
You know, trying to hope.
take that, it's easy something.
Oh, it's just keep up you there, so you kind of screw it.
And how
That, those last couple of days leading up to it, stuff like that, but just little things like that, and what I'm doing, like that's the
I
word.
know she does.
So it's just like getting contact in the process. So we just got contracts last week, and we don't have no maps. Oh, really? So now it's like, we're going to take that. Yeah, but when you go from using Instagram, where you
This is.
93% of your followers see your content. So yeah, it's just out there. So it's really cool that opportunity a couple months ago. So it's
Right.
It's crazy, the opportunities you can have.
Every day.
Social media is crazy.
I'd like to stay home.
It's wild.
It's like, no matter what you do, you gotta have social media now. It's like, no matter if you got like one brand business, you gotta post on social media.
I know.
You can pay somebody to really believe in it.
Oh my.
Crystal, he doesn't really know a lot.
Can you get someone to do that for him?
I just think that's all. That doesn't.
Instagram has also their support staff. Literally, their job is to
Yeah,
for the D2C.
we're gonna go to the track.
Literally, it's this quick.
No, she does, yeah.
Like, it's like-
And it's
Still doing good.
it's like- I'm gonna go make that now.
Just squeezed everything for time.
Stop. What do you think that? We're all tired, Marina. Yeah. She can have She is, I mean, it's all the time. I would really love to work with her. You know what, I've been feeling more comfortable to talk, like, and start going south yesterday when I was trying to say that, so. Sorry. Stories I have all the time.
Hey, do I need to do anything?
Nope, it's good.
Yeah, okay.
I know what Kurt is gonna say. Yes, I know.
All right. You good here? Sweet. I'm not like Jeff, I'm not gonna stand there all day, I'm like move around and stuff. Well, first off, I want to say thank you to Jeff. Thank you to everybody who helped organize the Mental Health Expo. I think it's something, like he said, we need. And obviously, knowing Jeff as long as I have, I actually got to coach Seth in high school. Our wives were business partners, so we spent a lot of time with the Johnstons growing up. And actually, his middle son, Ian, is my boys, Chris and Keegan, is one of their best friends. They've been friends since they were 5 years old. So great connection there. But, you know, today I want to talk a little bit. A lot of you know me or know of me through my sons who played in Iowa, as did I, but I've already been been dubbed the third best Iowa Hawkeye in the family. I said, once Chris was named All Big Ten and All American, I'm like, yeah, probably have to take that third spot. So anyways, no, I want to talk a little bit about the impact of intentions. And the one thing I'll say right now is the man you see today was not the man I was 5 years ago. The man I was 5 years ago, if I kept doing the same things I was doing, I wouldn't be standing here today. I'd probably be divorced. My family would be broken. And so to get to what people would say is the best life, I had to go through one of the darkest things in my life. And through that, I had to build some different things. I had to, like Jeff talked about, find my purpose. And it all started with how I was going to change as an individual. And so the one thing I live everything on are these three things. We started our own company, I do my own podcast, but everything I do starts with that tree and starts with these three things: faith, family, foundation. And it was my faith journey, and I'm not going to preach, but it was my faith journey that has allowed me to be the best husband I can be the best father I can be the best friend that I can be. And for some of you, it may be something else. But for me, it was leaning into faith, understanding that there were so many things that I could control. We talk about control your controllables, but a lot of times we have to have faith, whether it's in a higher power, the people around us, the things we're learning day in and day out. We have to have faith that those things are going to put us on the right road and keep us on the right road. And so this is I love this quote: the greatest legacy one can pass on to one's children and grandchildren is not money or other material things accumulated in one's life, but rather a legacy of character and faith. And I live by that every day. So a little bit about me. I have pictures of my wife and Faith because she took a chance on me almost 24 years ago. And it started there. It literally, I don't know, people may remember there was a club here called Shag Nasties. I don't know if anybody remembers that. But that's literally where I met my wife. It was funny because at night we talked about family and all those kind of things. And it ended, I was like, hey, I'd really like to give you a call, maybe take you on a real date, da da da. And she goes, well, my last name's Thompson. So back then, for any young people, we had a phone book that was like this thick. And so I had to find her last name and call her and left a message. And also for the youngins, we had these answering machines that you would have to press buttons on that had tape cassettes in them that would play back a message. So literally cut me off, had to call her back because my message was so long. And so that was in June of '98. We were engaged by August of '98, married by September of '99, and we'll celebrate 24 years this fall. So faith, family. I'm blessed, and as you can see in there's one kid in the back there who's standing on his toes, trying to be taller than me in the pink shirt, and that's Demetrius, and we actually took him in when he was 17, so he became part of our family. But as you can see, those four are super close. He's their big brother. He was a kid that had a ton of talent and potential, but just didn't have the direction. I coached him in high school as well, so I've been privileged to coach all four of my kids in high school. But we pulled him in, and he just became one of our family. That's, a lot of people, this right here, it would seem like it's perfect. But like I said earlier, 5 years ago, this was a mess. But from the outside, people knew who we were. They thought everything was great. Our kids were excelling in sports. They got good grades. Everybody liked them, but behind the scenes, I wasn't doing a very good job. And we'll get into that a little bit. And so all that being said, this has created a foundation for me to be able to become the person I have become. But this is what I do everything for right here. Keegan at the top there, that's he and his girlfriend Carly. They live in Sacramento. They got a dog named Ollie. Chris and Sophie, they're actually in Chicago now. Chris is training for the draft. Sophie is actually interning with the agency that represents both Chris and Keegan, and that's their dog. Indy. Actually, Indy was named after the Indianapolis when they won the Big Ten championship, just a little thing there. Demetrius and Maddie in the bottom corner, and their son, so my granddad, that's their son Bryson. And Demetrius is the first person in this family to actually graduate from high school, go to college, and now he's receiving his master's degree this spring. He's a teacher and coach at Iowa City West High School, so super proud of him. And it's interesting because Maddie's a teacher too. And the one thing Demetrius just didn't like when he came to live with us, didn't like teachers, didn't like coaches. He was a pain in the butt to all of them, and now he's a teacher and a coach, so what do you say there? And then McKenna, everybody says she's the best athlete, which I think she's the best athlete in the family because she just does everything. But she's a 4.2 student, and she's made the decision that after high school, that's it. She's not gonna continue to play sports. She hurts right now. She recently had surgery on her ankle, and she's like, Dad, I just don't want to have aches and pains when I get older. So she's contemplating where she's going to go to school and that kind of stuff, probably somewhere close to her brothers. But those are the three things that I live by. And today I want to talk about intentions because I have had to be intentional with everything I do day in and day out to get to this point. So what does that mean? In 2018, the date is kind of blurry to me right now, but I got a text from my wife that said, I think our marriage is over. And you talk about a sinking feeling. I didn't know what I was gonna do. She was trying to call me. I didn't answer the phone because I was just so scared because I didn't know what to do. So in that moment, I come back from a business trip and it's like all out war. We're arguing and things like that. The kids are seeing it. And so my wife said something to me very prophetic that one of the conversations we had, she said, I don't care about you being a good husband. All I care about you is being a good man. Because if you're a good man, whether or not we stay together, you're going to be the best father to our kids. And I thought I was doing a pretty good job. I think I did a pretty good job as a dad. I was doing a crappy job as a husband. And it wasn't, most people think, I cheated on her or anything like that. No, it wasn't anything like that. It was just my daily actions that got to this point. And she asked me, how many good years do you think we've had? And at this point in time, we've been married, 17 years, whatever. And maybe a little bit more. And I said, oh man, I said all but like two, like the last two were kind of rocky. She's like, no, try the first year was good. Part of the second year, but other than that, this has not been a joy for me, being married to you. And I was like, dang, whew, that one hit me right in the heart. So I said, what do I have to do? And she's like, you need to counseling. You need to figure some stuff out. So randomly, I'm looking up counselors and I come across this guy from Cedar Rapids Counseling Center. And I go in and I meet with him and we're talking and, we get through things and I'm crying, trying to pull this stuff up. And Michelle comes in after a couple sessions and he asked me a question during the first session with her. He said, what do you want? What do you want out of this life? What do you want to be? And I closed my eyes, and usually if you close your eyes, you can envision something, right? It was black, completely black. I had nothing that came into my mind. I'm like, oh shoot, this is not good. And it was in that moment that I realized that if I kept doing the same things I was doing, that road was going to be dark and it was going to lead to destruction. So I talk about faith, right? Born in South Carolina, raised Southern Baptist, never baptized. Barry Michelle was Catholic. I get baptized Catholic, but I never had a relationship with God. Never did. And so, come to find out, it's a faith-based counselor. So he's telling me about, different things I can do. And so I go into this church. I find this Bible study group. And I'll be 50 this year. So in this group, I'm like the youngest guy in this group. And I'm the only black guy in the group. So it's a group of like 60, 70-year-old white men that brought me in, took me in. And the one thing they did was they accepted me for who I was. All my faults,
We talked about the things that led me to this point, but that group of men became my accountability partners. And more than anything, they poured into me. I mean, when you mess up, sometimes the last thing you want to do is hear that you messed up. But they always told me it's okay. So I say that to say this. Sometimes it's the people that you surround yourself with that will help you get on the path that you feel that you need to. If it's, going to a mental health professional, if it's, trying to go to rehab, things like that, it's the people around you. And sometimes you have to change that group. Even as adults, we have to change our group sometimes, our friends. So what did that faith journey lead me to? I was doing a talk for Chris Norton and his foundation, and I was waking up one morning, and coming out of it, I had this vision. All I saw E, just 3 E's. And my number was 3, and we had 3 biological kids. 3 is very significant in the Bible, so I'm like, okay, this means something. So I literally jotted down everything that I saw that morning, and this is what I came up with. And this has become my mantra, my 3 E's of personal growth. And I saw the word establish, I saw the word execute, and I saw the word evaluate. And I was like, okay, what? Okay, so then I started to develop that thought. So for me, the first one, establish. We talk about habits, and I'll just read it word for word if you can't see it, but it's establish habits that will help you maximize every part of your life. Whether it's meditation and prayer, like Jeff spoke about, exercise, he spoke about, nutrition, education, mentorship. So I'm like, okay, what am I going to do on a daily basis to do those things? Well, I do pray every day. I try to exercise every day. I don't eat the best, but I try. Always educating myself. I mean, I read a lot of leadership books and things like that because I've been in the sales industry. But part of reading and educating myself too is the Bible. It's, the things that Jeff sends me. So I'm always trying to be better. And then mentorship. How do I pour into other people? How do I take my experience and help the next generation or help a peer? Because it's not just our younger generation that needs mentorship. It's my age group. It's the age group where we can always learn from each other. And Jeff talked about the silo effect, being by yourself. We are meant to be connected to other people. We're not meant to do this thing called life by ourselves. So for me, it's how do I pour into the people that are around me? My second thing, execute. Okay, establishing habits is an ongoing process. You're always going to change those. But whatever habits you want to change in your life, you have to put them into practice, right? You have to put them into practice. You have to see what works, what doesn't work. And then from that point, you can go to the evaluation stage. And when you establish habits and you execute them and you track them to see how they impact you or what they do for you, you have to take a step back and evaluate. And that's probably the hardest part in these 3 steps, is because you have to look in the mirror and say, this is working, this isn't working, what am I willing to change? Okay, is there someone that can help me with this habit? Because I really think that's the one, but I just haven't been able to do it myself. Mine was the exercise part, right? Being an athlete, for as many years as I was, which I gotta give a shout out to. I played in all 122 games when I was at Iowa. I never missed a game. And it was because there's a gentleman in the back with a black blazer and white shirt, John Street. Gotta give him some props. If it wasn't for John, I would not play. I would not have played all 122 games. There's probably games he wanted me to sit out. I had back or rolled ankle, but he always had the remedy. So, but I say that because I needed someone to be accountable to on the workout part, right? Like, something gets hard, what's our tendency to do? We stop. We don't do it. We don't push through it. And sometimes you need that person to help push you, to help give you that motivation. Story 2 weeks ago, I was like, my back's not hurting. I was texting my trainer, and he's like, come on in. He goes, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got you. I'll take care of you. And I'm still like, oh man, I get there, not the best move, but he starts doing things like, hey, we're going to do this to help that pain in your back. I'm like, okay. So then as he does that, we got to get into it, and I work out for the whole hour. I'm like, man, I'm so glad that you told me to come in, that you were that thing I needed today. But when you are evaluating, you really have to take a personal assessment. And that part goes back to my transformation, but it also, I think, resonates with all of us, right? I mean, how many people, raise their hand, have some things they want to change in their life? Any aspect of their life, okay? Have you written them down? For one, that's one way to start, all right? Write them down so you see them every day. Story for me is, I mean, I don't go basketball here, but when I was coming up, I started playing basketball in 8th grade. But I started, it came pretty quick for me. But what I did was going into my freshman year in high school, like, I wasn't on all these ranking boards, so nobody kind of knew who I was. But then once they started happening in 10th grade, I literally broke down every player that they had ahead of me. And I was like, okay, that was my daily reminder. Okay, I gotta work to get better than him. And then I saw my name start creeping up. And then when the new list would come out, I saw that and I'm like, okay, I gotta get that person, right? The next would come up, then I became the #1 player in the state, right? I became a McDonald's All-American, I came to Iowa, but I had to have that visual to get to where I wanted to go. And so I think it starts with just writing it down and seeing it every day. And then, okay, how am I gonna do this? Who do I have that I can be accountable, that will make me accountable for that? And so these are my 3 E's of personal growth, and it's really something that I live by, but the title of this is Impact of Intentions, right? So I start with my 3 F's, faith, family, foundation, my 3 E's, but then I'm like, how can I really live this day in and day out? And it's being intentional. Like, I have to wake up and I have that reminder on my phone, prayer meditation, 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes at night. It could be 5 for you, it doesn't matter, like, that's just me. I have a reminder on my phone about my exercise. I don't about my eating, but I have those reminders day in and day out. I have to be intentional with everything I'm going to do to change who I am. I have to be intentional about how I talk to people, because you never know what's going on with someone. So I try to make every conversation, every meeting, anytime I see someone intentional. I want to be able to talk to you. So it starts at home with my kids. They're all 4 super busy, but when I'm with them, like, I try to be like one-on-one and intentional. I put my phone down and we talk. I try to keep that away. But if you think about it, if you go through a day of trying to be intentional about everything, that can seem like it's monumental, right? Okay, I gotta think about this, gotta think about that. And that was the hardest thing. I was like, there is no way 5 years ago that I can be that intentional, that I'm gonna do this every day, that I'm gonna do that every day. And I'm not saying I do everything every day, but it was such a huge task for me that I didn't know if I could do it. And after establishing my habits, executing, evaluating what was working, what hasn't been working, I can't imagine myself not being able to be intentional with everything I do. And I think as parents, when you have multiple kids, it's hard. Daily life is a rat race. You're working, you're doing this, you're running here and there. But do you ever take that, sit down and talk to, you got little Johnny here. I'm gonna talk to him about his day for 5 minutes. And I got Susie, she just got home from track practice, and I'm gonna sit down and talk to her and ask her about her day. And I think when you start doing those things and you start setting the example for your kids, now your kids become that legacy for you, and how they treat people, how they interact with people. Because now more than ever, we need to connect with each other. We're more connected with the technology we have than we've ever been in human history, but I feel like we're more alone than we've ever been. I feel like we're more isolated. And you can blame COVID for that. That is one of the big reasons. But I think what COVID did too is, if you were shy or even a little bit introverted, it made you become more of that. It accentuated more what you did. Jeff talked about drinking. COVID accentuated that big time. But the thing is intentionality in your thoughts, your actions, your talk. Those are the things that where you start to see true change, I believe, in yourself. I think being intentional, I know that my vulnerability and being intentional has set a pretty good example for my kids. Because one of the things that happens when you become a professional athlete is there's always people pulling at you, right? You guys may not know, but I'm saying people think this is glamorous. People think, oh, you have a son in the NBA and you have another son going to be in the NBA and everything's team, but it's not. There are more people pulling at my boys than ever before. The one thing they do though, is they're intentional with the people that they need to be intentional with. Whether it's a fan, you'll always see my kids stop and sign autographs for kids. Because Chris said this best, he said, I never know if that's the only time that boy or girl is going to see me in person. So if they have something to sign, I'm gonna sign it. I'm gonna spend those 30 seconds, a minute, or whatever it is, talking to them, asking about themselves. And I can take the credit that this is all because of me, but it's not. My wife Michelle she's the rock. She's done a really good job with all of us. She definitely is one that keeps me on my toes, but she is the most, I believe, intentional person that I've ever met. She's super, super sensitive, so she loves to be able to have those one-on-ones and connect with people. And it's hard to do, because when you're really sensitive, and I'm not sure if you have any in here, but like, you pick up on other people's emotions really easy, and if they're sad, you become sad. You know, if they're happy, you feel that. Or you just kind of have that sense of something's off about here, I need to take some time to talk to them, right? But she's great for that. She definitely keeps me on my toes. She lets me know when I'm getting a butthole or whatever. But I still have my faults. I still have my days where it doesn't happen. But I think more than anything, if I can give you anything, it's life is not easy. You know, life isn't easy. Parenting isn't easy. I mean, even going to work some days is not easy. But you don't have to do it alone. You really don't. And I think if you're intentional with what you do day in and day out, it's going to come back to you tenfold. You're going to have people open up to you, talk to you. Jeff talked about the KOA guy, this big 6'3", 300-pound man coming up giving him a hug. Well, there's a guy, his name's Kyle Draper, and he does pre and post game stuff for the Sacramento Kings. And one day he posted, I'm celebrating 6 years of sobriety. So I just responded, I liked his tweet, and I responded, man, I'm so proud of you, like that's awesome, keep it going. And the next time I came out to SAC, he's like, hey, can we get lunch? I was like, yeah, that's cool. So we sit down and lunch, and for 2 hours, we never talked about the Sacramento Kings or basketball. He's like, man, it meant so much that you responded to my tweet. And I was like, man, I've been there, right? I wouldn't say I was an alcoholic, but I drank to numb everything. And that was part of why I ended up in that dark place. Because I didn't want to deal with stuff. I had a lot of issues buried. I worked for 45 years. I'm 49 now. I worked for 45 years to have a relationship with my biological father. That was a lot that I had pushed down. This is tough. So that was something I had to work through, right? There were some emotional things that happened to me through other relationships that I had with women that weren't great. And a lot of times I pushed that on my wife. So that was another thing I had to work through. I wasn't strong in my faith. And that was probably the biggest thing that I feel has changed me, is leaning into that and then having people that pour into me day in and day out. So I'm telling you, when you're intentional, it's going to come back, because I feel like if I didn't start this process and I continue to do it day in and day out, like I wouldn't have the people in my life that support me, love me, care for me, pour into me day in and day out. And it's because of those people that I was intentional with, and now they're intentional with me, that I've been able to get through some of the toughest times in my life. My mom just had a stroke in October. And you talk about being hit, because she was 74. We lost our stepfather 2 years ago, but she was doing her thing. She was reconnecting with friends because she moved back to South Carolina. But then all of a sudden, bam, she gets hit with a stroke. She's at Kenyon's game when it happens in Charlotte. And the first thing I was wondering is like, why now? Why now? When my mom is she's doing great. And this happens. But because people poured into me, it's like, hey, be happy that she's still here. Absolutely. But I was asking myself, what is this test? And I was upset. I was mad. But then when my mom has come out of it, she still has some paralysis on the left side, but the one thing she said to me coming out of when she was able to communicate with us, she said, I'm okay. She said, I'm still here. And one of the things she said, she's like, if I'm not dead, God's not done. And so when she said that to me, I was like, okay, like, pull yourself up. Your mom's here. She still gives me crap. She texted me yesterday, and she's like, you haven't called me in a week. It's like, Mom, I did call, but when I called, you were asleep. She's like, nope, that doesn't count. So I'll say this, and I'll answer any questions. I'll answer the questions that you have, but it's a privilege for me to be here today. I'm so happy to be on this journey with Jeff, with the Brighton app and what he's doing with Living Undeterred. Sometimes people come into your life and you don't know why. When we got connected, it was more because of our kids, playing. And when they started that relationship so many years ago, we never thought we'd be here. But I think what he's doing is so important. I think what everybody here at the Expo is doing is so important. I think what you do when you leave here today is so important. And remember, when it comes to leaving a legacy, I have a podcast it's called the Leave Your Legacy Podcast. And most people, when they think about legacy, they think about material things, right? I'm leaving this or that. But it doesn't matter what you do for a living, where you came from, where you grew up, where you live now. You are leaving a legacy for someone. You are paving the way for someone. You are showing them the way to a better you. And I want you guys to all understand, like, that's important and we need that. And I think sometimes we probably think that what we're doing is not very important. You go to work and you do this and I just do it every day, but someone is benefiting from what you do every day, what you say every day, how you interact every day. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me, and anybody about anything, I am an open book. So if you guys have questions about anything, feel free to ask. Thank you. And of course,
I have a MBA question, but does not involve Chris Keegan.
Okay.
So since you've been pretty much in the MBA with Keegan for about a year, where do you see the MBA embracing mental health? I know I saw Keegan play a few times, but it was ironic. The first game I went to was Sacramento King Mental Health Awareness Night, which was just like gave me goosebumps. But do you see the NBA, do you see the Sacramento Kings, that sports culture really embracing mental wellness now?
Yeah, I think you do. And I think, I'm not sure if it wasn't your presentation. It was actually another presentation I was involved with on a social media app that said there are about 20 to 25 athletes around the world that have personally invested in mental health.
Yeah.
From whether it's, mental health specifically, or addiction, or all that kind of stuff. So there is a big push for it because you see it more and more, athletes talking about it, athletes taking breaks from it. I do see it growing, and the NBA is one of the leagues that is really helping, supporting that, pushing that. And I think because of our society, social media, all these different things, as athletes, it's tougher now to deal with the day-to-day outside of the sport. Like, for Keegan in general, like, he just loves playing basketball. Like, he actually deleted his Twitter account. He doesn't really interact on social media because he loves playing basketball, and that's all he wants to do. But I think there's other athletes you see, you know, when they're on social media, they interact with fans, and there's a lot of people out there that just say whatever they want to say with no repercussions, right? Not realizing that athletes are people. Like, hey, we pay you this amount of money, I should be able to say anything I can to you. And you've seen this year too, watching NBA, there's been more fans ejected from games because of what they're saying to athletes on the floor. And so that's a huge thing that athletes work through. We actually had Chris and Keegan working with, we call it, not a mental health coach, but it's a mental coach. But basically how they process game to game and things like that. Not only teaching them like, hey, you need to dribble better or you need to shoot better, but like, you know, just the day and things that you have to deal with because, you know, you go home, they have wives, they have kids. It's a job. The NBA is a job. And there's so many guys that think so many people think that it's a glamorous position, but everybody in the NBA is there for a reason they can play, right? So you come from high school or college and you're the man, and now you're in the NBA, you're sitting on the bench. Think about that part of it, right? I mean, Keegan goes from he led the country in scoring last year. You know, he had a great rookie year. I'm not doubting that, but now you go from the number 1 option to like the number 5 or 6 option. And just kind of dealing with that whole thing, like that is everything. But that happens in, right? You're the top of your class, medical school or whatever. Now you go into the real world and you're just one of, right? You're just one of. Like even doctors that are, you know, top of that, they start on the bottom when they go into the professional world. So it's something I think every profession that you go into, you have to deal with. But yes, the NBA and other sports organizations are definitely doing a lot to support it. Yeah.
You talked a little bit about the NBA, but what about at the college level and high school level? What kind of mental health awareness or support is given to those athletes? Because the reality is this very small percentage are going to actually get to go into a professional career, but they can still have some of those negative impacts from playing at the high school and college level. So
Yeah.
that's shifted from your days at Iowa, go Hawks.
We didn't have any in my day, but I do know that the University of Iowa, over the last 2.5, 3 years, they have hired, there's at least one mental health professional for every team. So they do have someone, it was, no, I take that back, sorry, take that back. I'm kind of mixing up stories. So I think they have 5 on staff, but it was a coach that told me we need to have one for every team. Because the pressures of playing Iowa football, and it's a little bit different than the pressures here, but I'm just saying, from the standpoint of the day in and day out, the athletes on different teams have different schedules, and you know, there's enough individualism in the sport that I think it lends to that, because I think a swimmer doesn't go through the same kind of mental things like whether it's preparation and basketball players, right? It's things different, but that's what she was saying. She's like, we need to have one specifically for our team. And I think part of it too is not just the athletes, but it's the coaches have to go through it too. You know, like I think they're at a point now too with the pressures of winning and those kind of things that need to be addressed. But I know that they're doing it at the university level. I can speak for Iowa. When it comes to high school, I really don't know. I think, honestly, and this is a shameless plug, but I do think that for high school students, something like the Writing app could be a benefit to them. But I also see as a parent that sometimes high schools are very reluctant to go into that space because of repercussions, whether it's lawsuits or whatever, right? But I think that we have to start earlier. Like they need it. If you go back to COVID, like, I'm not sure if any of your kids struggle, but coming back into the classroom was really difficult. There's an anxiety that came along with COVID. You know, they were seeing people, I mean, the worst thing that I think they did was have a death toll on TV all the time. And now our kids are seeing that and they're like, well, if I go back to school and this, you know, am I gonna be sick? So I think that there's a little bit of a reluctance at the high school level to do it, but I definitely know that at the college level that those things are being done for the athletes.
So Cedar Falls Water was my old soccer room. So when you say Shane Matthews, I'm with you. I know it's also changed hands quite a few times.
Yeah.
Any part of you ever thought maybe a good team area would be a good nice brick and mortar building at Shane Matthews?
Wait, say that again?
Good brick and mortar building to plant your ideas here and, with Brian and couple together and have a nice team area for them to meet at the old Shane Matthews.
You know, I definitely think, because we're in the process of establishing the Murray Family Foundation, and one of our goals is to be able to connect resources to the families that need them. I think a brick and mortar building will be great because people like coming somewhere and sitting down and meeting with people face to face. Yeah, so Jeff, get on that. But I think it's the one thing I want, and this is what I truly believe, and in answering your question is, if you have, I'll tell you day in and day out, we are blessed as parents to have the kids that we have and have them doing what they do. But if you don't share your blessings, your resources to your home, I mean, we have to do more things here. Jeff was talking about last night at dinner that he's like, while he was out on the road and touring, he's like, I was doing more in other states than I was doing at home. I got to take care of home first. And your question is a question that I know I've thought about having a place like that, because if someone can go there and if our nonprofit can help direct them to, we're talking, like I work with JA, so like financial literacy, things like that, like families need that, or how do we get families set up where they have a bank account or like those are the kind of things I want to be able to do there. Or if it's ASAC, we have someone that they may be a little reluctant to go in there, but they come in here because they know that we help provide resources. Like maybe they'll come in our building and we can talk to them about that, and then we can set them up there. I think the one thing I've learned with nonprofits here, and maybe some of you will agree, is that there's always a fight for resources, right? There's always a fight for resources, and you have agencies or organizations that are literally battling it out for dollars and not working together. And that's the part, we talked about connection. Our organizations have to work collectively, which is why, one of the ideas of the Bright Map is bringing all these resources to one place. And I think that is a goal of ours, is how do we help all the resources in the city help the people of this city. And, brick and mortar is great, is a great idea. Jeff, find the land, find the building. You may not have to finance it all, but you gotta get to work on all this.
I'm on it.
But no, great question.
I remember teen night as a kid.
Yeah.
I'll be 40 next year. I remember teen night at Shane Matthews.
Yeah.
We're doing this, and so that was a real time.
The worst name for a nightclub ever. It does. But it's funny because that building that we met in when it was a club has been through a couple renovations. It was like a church at one point in time. So we drive by, like, yeah, mom and dad, we're right there. Like, there's a church that, it's a lot of fun. But it's a shrine, yeah. But I would not be who I am without my wife. She stuck with me, right? She could have easily walked away, and so I give her more kudos than anything. And those of you that do know my wife personally know that she can be a pit bull at times, but I think the one thing that you'll always find with my wife is like she wants the best for everyone around her, and that included me. And when we were going through our stuff, she said, I gotta work on me, you gotta work on you. If we come back together, great, but if not, we know on that journey we're gonna become better people. And that allowed us to be the best parents we could be, the best friends we could be. But I'm definitely happy she decided to stick out with this guy. So, anybody else? Awesome. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. I really appreciate it. If anybody has any questions that you may not want to ask, I'm around. Got my business card if you guys ever want to connect that way. But thank you. Have a great rest of the day. Enjoy all the stuff that we have here. And Jeff. Jeff, thank you. Appreciate it.
God bless you. Yeah. Can I get that mic? Yeah. Yep.
Getting there. I'm under construction. Day in and day out.
How's work going? You? What are you doing? Stuff that is happening more. And most people don't want to engage it like you are. So,
Yeah, it's bad. Thank you.
You too.
I would just like to thank Well, if I get up there. No, but you. Because and then.
Oh, that's fresh, yeah.
Teammates. To give them a really good idea. They aren't. We'll see 5. I'm gonna rearrange these up here a little bit. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. We got it.
That's pretty much for 7 What's he got? So I keep in mind, sorry, we're gonna come right behind you.
I'm sure my butt was just.
You're like this, like.
No, I was doing the cheers, yeah.
Land, oh my goodness.
Wow, someone's doing it.
Yeah.
He said, you know what, I'll take the silver table. Those conference tables.
So, yeah, tell your family. Yeah. Yeah, looks good though.
Yeah, sure do.
Okay, go over there, I wanna see it, so just stand there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'll make sure that one's not on the edge.
I will refresh the dental.
Okay.
Absolutely. A few years.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say hi, I'm happy. I missed, we just get lost. Just living in your heart, appreciate everything. Because all of my. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of tabulating.
Glad to have you as part of this. Yeah. So there's a couple others, but I have not heard or seen of the others, so we'll go with possibly, but possibly not. So you get all like pretty basic questions. Yeah, so really, I'm gonna get a really lot of questions. Last time we did, there was a lot of questions about like just green bandana, the process of green bandana even. Because I see that they. Is it a lot of educators? No, so this is just, oh yes, last time it was a lot of educators, so there might not be as many questions about like just the logistics of that as opposed to like parents here and providers here. Yeah. And then, I don't know how many will watch that on the internet. That's the thing, that is called an owl, and it is. I didn't know about that. There you go. I know.
Me too, and I was like something
It's a
about.
really cool Alexa.
I thought it was a, do you have a substitute piece of paper for those questions? Yeah.
What's that? It does kind of look like a speaker. It also works as a speaker. Like if you're doing like a Zoom meeting, it'll record you and project out. It's very clever design.
Yeah.
All right. We probably don't need this microphone, I'm thinking. I can speak really loudly. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'm hoping maybe a few more will join us as we start our conversation and take advantage of this opportunity to chat with you. When I first started getting connected with Living Undeterred and the CR Mental Health Expo, Jeff and I had a conversation and he said, gosh, Tanager Place, you guys work so much with the youth in our community. How about if we have some youth who really want to show up and share about what mental health is like for them? Help parents understand, firsthand from those kids walking the hallways of school, hanging out with their friends, going through the struggles every day, to understand what are the struggles that they're facing and what can we do as adults to really show up in this space and be supportive and be open and create safety around having conversations about mental health, about substance use, and just really cultivate resilience. So I'm Jenny Knoll. I'm the director of the Meraki Institute of Learning, which is the education and outreach program at Tanager. I'm also a therapist. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I forgot for a second what day it was. And so I'm really excited. Families has always been part of my passion. I grew up in a family that had chronic mental health across generations. And so to have had this as a kiddo, it would have changed my life. So I'm really excited to see adults here, to see youth here talking about it, and excited for the conversation we'll have. I'll get things started with a couple questions, but then I really hope that you all will feel brave and courageous to jump in the conversation. Feel free to raise your hand. There's very nice acoustics here, so we can probably hear everyone. But if not, we'll come around with the microphone if it gets busier. All right, first I'm gonna have the youth just kind of introduce themselves, tell you where they're from and kind of what their age is.
My name is Alexis Clint, and I'm from Marion, and I'm 17.
My name is Noah, and I'm a senior at Marion High School. I'm 18.
My name is Ash Wolsick. I am a sophomore, 16 years old at Marion High School. My name is Zoe Morris. I am 16 and a sophomore at Marion High School. I'm Sam Norton. I'm a freshman at Marion High School.
I'm Roman Johnston. I graduated from Prairie last year, and I'm 19.
Welcome to you all, and first and foremost, thank you so much for being here today and being courageous and brave and open for chatting with us about this topic. So to get things started, what do you think are some of the biggest factors right now facing your generation, kids your age, regarding mental health, mental well-being? What are the big stressors out there?
I think one of the big ones is probably keeping up with homework, school, and then also doing sports all at the same time. And then also social media can be a really big factor in that.
Yeah, I think social media is one of the biggest factors right now, just kind of the pressures of keeping up with trends or keeping up with your friends. Like everybody kind of knows everything about everybody now, and so that can be kind of overwhelming for a lot of people, and so I think that's definitely a big factor.
And also all of the stuff on social media, like, that people look to and think, oh, I'm supposed to look that way, but it's mostly fake all the time, and everyone, it's a lot of pressure for us to look to that, so. I completely agree, especially in high school when your biggest focus is how everyone around you perceives you, and so that's just one of the biggest stressors.
So when we think about these things as stressors and impacting mental wellness, tell us a little bit about kind of the things that maybe you've experienced personally as a result of these factors, or what you hear from peers or friends. What does it look like? How does it show up?
So I think most of us up here are part of Marion High School's Green Bandana, and so a big part of that group is being a safe space for a lot of people in our school, and so we have a Green Bandana so people can come approach us if they have any problems they want to talk about, and so we get there's a lot of people that go talk to us from a couple times a week, and so it's just a lot of it's home life, it's something's going on at home, or school stress with homework and academics and extracurriculars, yeah.
Would you say with some of those factors, you notice peers or yourself kind of experiencing, like, feeling down a lot, feeling worried, anxious, overwhelmed? Like, what is the experience of it like?
It's definitely overwhelming a lot. I know personally with me, like, balancing school and all the activities I do, like, it's a lot, and sometimes it can be very draining. And I know from just me and my friends, like, all of the stressors of that, especially social media, it just makes everyone very anxious all the time. I definitely see a lot of burnout too, especially with like gifted kids or people who are in accelerated courses, because they're constantly pushed to achieve more and more. So eventually they just can't keep up with the pressure of it and essentially burn out. I see a lot of self-image issues with the stressors. Over time, it just lowers someone's self-esteem.
Yeah, I think self-image, that's a really big one with a lot of kids. Something that me and my dad talk a lot about is imposter syndrome, and a lot of kids are facing that nowadays, trying to find some, I want to say hero, but that's not really the right word, just inspiration to look to. And instead of using that as inspiration, they try to compare themselves with the inspiration, and that's not what you should be doing.
Kind of that idea of, rather than embracing who I am and making sure I am the best me and really believing in me, It's kind of like, I need to be this person instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as a parent or as a person who really cares about kids, how would I know if a teenager that I care about or youth that I care about, like what might I see happening day to day or at home, at school? What might be different if they're really beginning to struggle with mental health?
I think if they start to have a large reaction over something very small, it's ultimately a built-up reaction of all their emotions. So if they are randomly reacting hugely over something that normally wouldn't, I think that's a big tell. And also just if they're acting different than normal, it can be something just like they're spending more time in their room or they're spending more time out of the house. They just might need some. Isolation's a big thing that I notice a lot, like when everything gets so overwhelming that they just have to isolate themselves from everyone.
I think it can be very hard for parents to tell when their child is struggling. I think mental health, the conversation is definitely being opened up more as of recently, but it's still in a lot of families, a lot of households, it's not an acceptable conversation. And so when they don't talk about it, they don't feel comfortable talking about it with anybody. And so they might try to hide it from, so parents might not see anything wrong, they might not notice any signs, but then at the school, like, or at work, when the parents aren't around, that's when a lot of the, like, symptoms or side effects show up.
I agree with a lot of that. I also think it's not as black and white as people make it, with like tells and being able, like parents, not every parent is gonna know if their kid is struggling. And not every parent is gonna know how much that kid is struggling. Kind of back to the tell thing though. I don't know, I kind of lost in my head.
Kind of based off of that, for some people, there aren't tells at all. And so with us opening this discussion, there can be people out there that don't really show a lot of what they're going through, and they can be open to talking about it more.
Sometimes teens can be really good at masking, is what I hear you saying, right? Of like going through everyday life, everything looks the same, they're still doing all the same activities, who would guess? As a parent or as a person who works a lot with kids or cares a lot about them as a mentor, et cetera, how do I make it comfortable to talk about mental health, to talk about substance use, to kind of open that door to conversation? What are some things that y'all would suggest?
Always remaining open and hear things you may not want to hear. Never speak of it in a demeaning way or almost seem annoyed or exasperated when they're not taking your advice, because sometimes it just doesn't seem the best for them, and just really being understanding of the situation they're in and encouraging them instead of demeaning them. I think language is a big part. Not only of having that open conversation, it's how you word things, like crazy, you don't really want to use that. Or if you could see someone in public, instead of being like, oh, why are they like this, be like, oh, I hope they're getting the help you need. So your kid feels safer to come and be like, I need those supports. Being open to talk about your own mental health as a parent also, like it shows kids that it's okay to do that.
Listening is also a very big part. Like, your kid comes to talk to you about something that they're experiencing. Yes, you can like give your input and advice and kind of help them, but your biggest job is to listen to what they have to say and just be a person of comfort for them. Not necessarily having all the answers to the problems they have, but just being there as a support system.
I think always being like the trusted adult that they can go to talk to, and always making sure that you'll support them no matter what.
All right, we have an audience question here.
I have a question, I'm not gonna pick on Roman, so we talk about this stuff all the time, but I first want to say you guys are freaking rock stars. I'm not kidding, you guys are amazing. I know when I was your age, I was sitting on the panel of mental health, youth mental health. We didn't have this conversation, so I think that's great, and you guys, like I said, to step up and all down all the different programs that are out there is awesome. Here's my question, you guys. Is for you individually, what do you do each day to have coping mechanisms built in? You know, there's things I do every day that I do not miss because if I do, I run the risk of kind of getting back into some dark mental health places for me. But what are some things you guys do individually, maybe one or two things each day that like are non-negotiable things you have to do to make sure you're in a good place to take on the day, okay? And thanks for being here.
Thank you. So one thing I've researched is blue light is very just calming for your system. So if I'm ever feeling stressed out, I have LEDs across my lights, and my fan lights are LED color changing. So I turn my whole room blue and just kind of sit in that. But music is also a big part. This is a big coping strategy for me, just being able to either in my car just blast it out the windows or just using my AirPods or something. That's always helpful. And also I love going on drives. That's a very helpful coping mechanism for me. Just being able to get out and not go anywhere is a very helpful thing for me.
It's awesome.
I have a very set schedule for my everyday life, and if I go away from that schedule, I know it's gonna be a bad day. So having that set schedule and knowing that like this is what I'm going to be doing definitely helps with me. And also music is a huge part of my life. I every day have to either play or listen to music. One of my biggest things is I have a planner that I check multiple times a day, and it helps me remind myself that like this is happening this day, and so I know it's coming, so I can mentally prepare myself. And I also go to the gym every day and I lift weights, which has been a huge help for me because if I'm having a bad day, I can deadlift or something, and I feel so much better.
I know for me, I always need time after school to decompress, so I don't like lash out at my parents. And music is a big help too.
Yeah, I think the common theme is music. But also, I want to say meditate, but it's more of just being mindful of what's going on in your life. You don't need to meditate 24/7, but if you can just be aware of things that are going on in your life, just pause and sort of look at what's going on. I think that's a great way to just keep on track of what you're doing in your life.
For me, I'd say like always getting up and ready, having that routine of like, I know I'm getting up, I'll pick out an outfit, eat breakfast, and always do that like before school, if I have to go to work, or before an activity.
That's awesome. I want to go back to what you guys said about parents, and this statement is more for the parents in the room. I think one of the things that is important to understand is like your kids are always looking to you for everything, right? I mean, it's the emotional support, obviously there's the physical support as far as like housing and clothes and things like that. But I'll tell you that the fact that Michelle and I were open with our kids about everything that was going on in our marriage. We told them, you can ask us anything. You can, but part of it was me saying, hey, Dad messed up, and owning that. And I think the one thing is when as adults we own the good and the bad, you can set a great example for your kids. And I think more than anything, it showed our kids that one, marriage is not easy, right? Parenting is not easy. But in a world where I feel like a lot of parents would rather be friends than parents with their kids, you still have to own the role of parent, but also understand that our children are dealing with more today than we ever did. And it's important that you have an open and honest relationship with your sons and daughters. Like, it's so important. So I applaud you guys for saying that, because as parents, when we grew up, it was kids are to be seen and not heard, right? And now more than ever, you guys need to be heard for us to be able to help you. So thank you for coming out. And like I said, that was more for the parents in the room as opposed to the kids. So.
Yeah, another piece that you all mentioned about parents that I want to follow back up on is the fact of just listening, right? That you don't always want or need a parent to fix it or give you the answer, which I think is so like alternative to our natural instincts as parents. When kids bring us a struggle or a stressor or a problem, it's like, what can I do? How do I fix it? What do you need from me? But really, there's so much more you're saying in when a parent just kind of is a space for you. Yeah. Tell us a little bit, did you have a question? Oh, I just saw you shake. Okay. Tell us a little bit more in regards to those like relationship stressors that you see, and like how do we navigate that? Because I also know talking to kids, sometimes my kids are still pretty young, but they don't like me in their business all the time. So I might like open that question and be like, how are you doing today? You look really frustrated. And they're like, Mom, go away, I just need alone time. What do we do? How do we navigate when it's like, okay, yeah, alone time, or no, there's something here? What would you say?
I think a lot of that just starts really early in your kid's life. You want to be able, I think it can be kind of hard when you don't open up that, and that's something that people are learning now as time goes on, but being able to open up that conversation, since from a young age, your kids will be more likely to want to talk to you. And then when you ask what's going on, I think no matter what, if your kid's stressed or if we're stressed, then we're going to be a little frustrated when you ask us. That's just kind of like our emotions at the time. It's not necessarily us being mad at you, it's just our response to it. And so I think just being able to knowing your kid, knowing how to read body language, and wait for them to come to you. If you create that environment of safety, then they will come to you. If they trust you, they will speak about what's going on. And so that can definitely be something that can be developed now, but starting it from an early age is really, really important.
Yeah, going along with that, like, when kids are younger, they're still, I mean, even I am still learning on how to deal with my mental health and what's best for me when I'm in those situations. But with kids that are probably like, oh, don't talk to me, they're probably in that state where they aren't ready to talk yet. And I know definitely like ranting to my mom, I do that quite a lot. It always helps me just to get stuff off of my mind, and yeah.
I know I personally struggle when I'm having really big emotions, talking face to face with people, because I'm worried just usually about their judgment, and if I start crying, if we're being too frustrated or stuff. So what really helps me is if I'm having an issue with my mom, or I will text my mom, we'll just text about it, because then I'm able to get out all the things I want to say when I'm having the big emotion. So when I calm down, we're able to talk with that person without me feeling really overwhelmed or worried.
I would add on to that is parents will always know that they know best, and kids will always know that they know best. And so that will definitely be a point of conflict. And so I think a big thing for parents is letting your kids make mistakes, and then just being, like I said multiple times, being a safe space for them afterwards, not necessarily coming at them with anger. You can still do your parenting and like say, now you know better for next time, or now X, Y, Z. But I think just letting your kids make mistakes and being a place for them to go to is the best thing you can do as a parent.
I have a question. So each one of you, what's the one thing that you're grateful for? And what's the one thing you're most optimistic about? What are you looking forward to in your own life?
So we're small, Ashley's my little sibling, by the way, and so that's, I kind of talk about both of us, that's why. But I'm really, really grateful. My family is very, very privileged, and I have a very understanding mom and dad, we both do. And so that, like I talked about before, that conversation has been opened up for a long time for us. And so we know we have a spot to go to. That's our mom, I believe. So that's one thing, and our dad, he's probably working right now, but he's also great, and that's something that, knowing his life, how he grew up, that was never something he was able to talk about, so now being able to talk about it with his kids or let us go to him, and that's a very cool thing. I'm very optimistic about other parents. I think peer-to-peer, like parent to parent, being able to talk with each other and kind of teach your kids. I mean, our mom has a friend who educates her and she educates her friend, and so it's just kind of like a play off. And so I think I'm really optimistic about the future with other parents and the support for kids.
Mine's kind of on the same line, but with that, I'm very lucky to have my parents. They're just very understanding, and we grow with them as we grow up because we're all learning new things as society changes, and it's just, I'm really glad to have parents and family that is open to change and grow with us. I'm really optimistic about the future of next generation children and all of that, because I definitely do think that we as a society are so open to talking about all this stuff that it will be passed down through generations, and it will definitely create a better world.
What I'm most grateful for is honestly being able to be in a position where I feel open and comfortable to talk about things. Being able to talk about this is a huge opportunity, and then I'm also really an advocate for my disability and stuff, and having the opportunities to go and talk to them and teach people all about it is really amazing, because you can just see the stigma almost disappearing in front of people's eyes. And then what I'm really optimistic about is just in the future, things that I've already seen changes around my school, whether it be about mental health, substances, or like my disability, but being able to see on a wider scale when I go off to college and stuff would be really exciting.
I'm really grateful for my family who got me out of a really hard time. And I'm optimistic about the future of mental health, and from what I've seen, I hope soon that it will be almost just equal to physical health.
Yeah, I'm also really thankful for my family. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but yeah, it's one of the biggest things I'm thankful for though is the benefit of hindsight, because after everything that's happened in my life, having a brother pass away from heroin overdose, having mom pass away from over drinking, you learn to just sort of let things go. Whether it's in your own life or other people's lives. So I'm really thankful for having the people in my life who do care. Because you can have that one person be there for you in whatever type of adversity that you're facing. As long as you have that one person there, you know that you can make it through whatever that is. Especially if it's family. And I guess I'm optimistic for, it's very open, but life. I'm excited to see every person here in the next year, or see the person in the year after that, and just see how people grow. Because really life is beautiful.
I'm really grateful for my family, but also my friends. They really get through a lot, and I'm really optimistic for just the next chapter in my life and figuring out college specifically and what I'm gonna do.
Okay, one follow-up question in regards to the topic of social media. We talked about it being like a major stressor and causing a lot of anxiety and comparison and things. But are there ways that social media can also be a positive for your generation, for your age group, and for mental health in general?
Yeah, I think it could be positive in like when trying to contact like friends and like discussing with them, even if like you can't be there in person with them, you can always text them or contact them in the event that they're not free. It can really be useful for that.
Back to the green bandana thing, I talked about how people come and talk to us if they're experiencing any problems. A really good thing about social media is that the person doesn't feel comfortable talking in person with us, then they can get just send us a quick text or any form of social media, and that's a very easy way to talk about how you're feeling without having to do it face to face, which can be really anxiety inducing for a lot of people. So I think that's definitely a benefit of social media.
I feel like we beat down social media a lot, especially when it comes to these type of discussions, but it can be used as such a good outlet for spreading awareness about things. And I feel like a lot of organizations, like they have like an Instagram or a Twitter, and they can share about these things, and it shows people that, oh, this is a thing that people can talk about. And I like that about social media. You can only know so many people in person, but on social media and online, there are millions of people who know what you're going through and can relate to you. And there's the people who have already gone through it. So through social media, you're able to really see those stories, and it helps you connect that I'm not the only one going through this, and I can make it through it.
A positive example is during COVID, everyone was very isolated, and having that option to be able to talk with friends and family who live far away or just not in your house can, I think, really helps that isolation and make people feel less alone during that hard time for everyone.
Yeah, I think social media is a lot like a drug, and I want to finish what I'm saying before people get mad. Like a lot of drugs, obviously you hear the negative connotation for it. Obviously when you hear the word drug, most people think of the bad ones. But my grandpa's a doctor, and he knows this. There's a lot of good drugs. One of the things me and my dad talk about is fentanyl, and how there's a huge crisis with that right now, but doctors still use it. It's still a useful medication. I think social media is basically the same. There are some very good uses for social media. Connections is a huge thing. Without social media, we would still, well, I mean, we still send stuff by mail, but we would have to send everything by mail. I think there's a lot more positives to it than people like to put on it.
We have an audience comment on the social media and then a few questions here.
My name's Colin Barnes. I'm with the Crush organization. I've had Facebook since 2006, so I know what you mean. And social media has expanded, but in also a lot of bad ways and good, but it has changed quite a bit from when they first started it. And what I see is more negative stuff. And I don't have Snapchat, Twitter, any of that stuff. Keep my Facebook, that's about it, but you gotta be careful with it. That's just my perspective, because I've seen how it's went from then till now.
There are a lot of other adults in your life besides parents, teachers, coaches, things like that. What can they do to support your mental health? What are some things maybe teachers have done that you've appreciated, or maybe mistakes they've made?
So I have one person who used to be like my teacher, and whenever I'm having a bad day, I'm able to email her and just talk to her. She helps me through a lot of things, whether it be small. Say for right now, I'm stressing when the AP test comes up, and she's like, "You're fine. You've never had an issue before." And really just hearing it from a different standpoint of someone who doesn't see you every day, but knowing they believe in you is huge. And just having someone like that constantly there for you is amazing.
Teachers have been a big positive people in my life. Like, I know it might seem small, but like, I got my love of reading back just because of one of my teachers, and now that's amazing for my mental health because it just lets me go into a different world. And the teachers just do a lot of small things, and coaches do as well, that they might not even know they're doing, that really help students.
This is kind of along the lines of that, but I think a really challenging thing for teachers and coaches and coworkers or anything is that balancing the professional side of it and the personal side of it, because I think it's very hard for some people to, like, if you're talking about a teacher, some teachers don't, they just want to be there to do the job, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong. I personally don't know how to feel about that, but every person is different, and so I think just finding the right person for you, because I think in any setting, there's always going to be a person who's you're going to connect with and be able to talk with. But I think a really hard thing is a mistake that some professionals might make is that, like, focusing more on the professional side of it and not connecting as much.
I think I agree with Noah, like, it depends on the person and different people connect depending on the personality, but also helping, like, to connect with students and being, like, more friendly and open. And I had this one teacher, she was, like, always wondered why students would always, like, open up to her and talk to her, and I think it's because she's just really open with anyone and will always, like, make you laugh and make you feel comfortable with her.
No, I do agree with the relations side. Also, teaching is their job, it is their profession. And so sometimes I can see where some teachers don't try to get too personal with them and have their own personal life. And another thing for teachers that maybe they should be more aware of is definitely all different types of disabilities and knowing your students that have them, because I know for a fact I've had classes where I have Tourette syndrome, and I'll have a tick and they'll look at me weird and tell me that I shouldn't be like making the class unfocused. Can't think of the word. But they should be very educated about all those types of things, because they're gonna get kids that have all those types of disabilities and stuff. This goes actually off of Ash. I completely agree. Like, I've had some teachers, I also have Tourette syndrome. I've had some teachers where I've went and talked to them before I had them as a teacher. And when teachers are open to understanding what's going on in your life, because I have like an array of medical disorders. I've been gone over a month in school this year. When teachers are understanding and willing to learn about what's going on in your life, not saying they want to know every detail, but they want to understand, it makes you so much more comfortable and willing to be in their classroom.
I agree with the medical stuff, just being open to learn and be vulnerable, like open up your personal life, not like completely because they're still student teacher. But I have a teacher currently who talks about her mental health and like things like that, and that makes all of her students feel open to talk to her, and like, it makes her seem more of a person than a teacher, like a higher figure that like is just giving you information. It's more like person, if that makes sense.
I agree, and I think that was a really good point about how almost not seeing them as a person. It's kind of funny thinking about it, but that's a good point. And I think that goes back to with parents and kids too, where obviously kids need their parents. I think that's a fact, like just kids need their parents. But just as much as kids need their parents, parents need their kids for their own mental health and for the kids' mental health too. A lot of parents, I don't want to talk for a lot of parents, but it just seems like, I don't know. It's just one big dynamic. I don't know.
This is a really great conversation. It kind of leads into another question that an audience member had. But what's kind of one of the number one mistakes that adults make in thinking about or understanding mental wellness for youth? What's kind of that mistake or misunderstanding that we have?
From stories I've heard from classmates and peers is questions. It's either how you word them or if there's too many. Because if your child comes to you feeling overwhelmed, like depressed or anything like that, there's already so much on like in their mind, and asking all of these questions all at once can really overwhelm them a lot.
For parents, talking about mental health can feel like a deep and heavy topic, and so they often try to make jokes about it, so make the child open up. But when you say things like, oh, so you're depressed now, and stuff like that, it closes any open doors of communication you may have had. So one of the biggest mistakes is people trying to joke about it instead of being blunt and honest.
One of the things that I can definitely see is that parents think that a mental illness has to be this specific way. And if you don't have these exact symptoms, then you don't have this mental illness.
I think parents, like, I've seen that just don't feel like they're open, or they're not open enough with their child to feel like they can share things with them personally. And I've seen relationships where the child isn't really close with the parents at all, and just being the person that they can talk to can really help.
So what I'm hearing is really kind of this, as a parent or even as an adult, as a coach, as a youth pastor, as a mentor, adult in a youth's life, really being authentically human with kids has a huge impact on supporting open conversations, on supporting safety, on creating that bridge to be able to talk about these things. One more question here from the audience.
Thank you. My name is Abby. I'm actually a mental health counselor, and I work at a substance use and mental health agency, but I'm also a mom, 5 kiddos. I had a question today because I really appreciate all of you being out there and your perspectives. My 3 sons all live at home, 22, 14, and 13, are big gamers, video gamers. And while I appreciate, especially during the pandemic, how this kept them connected to the world, I also think sometimes it's too much. And honestly, sometimes I feel like it affects their mental health. If I try to talk to them about that, I've been called a boomer and they think, that I just don't understand. And also, since I'm in the field, they're like, you're counseling me, I'm fine. Just would appreciate any perspective on that. I certainly don't want to take away something that's a good tool for them to use to be connected to others and have entertainment, but I also sometimes think that it might affect their mental health. So I'd appreciate, like I said, any perspectives you have on that.
I think being able to just trust your child, which I know can be kind of hard, especially since, but if we talked about coping mechanisms earlier, video games can be a huge coping mechanism for people. It's a way to take them out of reality and kind of like have their own, they get to make all their own choices, they get to start over, there's all these different things that they don't get to do in real life. And there are some medical aspects of it, I mean, like do too much, it's bad for your eyes, or there should be some regulation, but I think it's really, it stigmatizes being lazy, and I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, but I think sitting down for a couple hours playing video games, like, oh, you're just being lazy right now, or no, for like me personally, I'm not a gamer, I play video games, but if I'm down in the basement playing video games for a few hours, it's because I just need to disconnect for a while. I just want to almost be social without having to be with other people. And so I think it's just, that's a coping mechanism for your child, letting them explore it. And I think you have to use your best judgment as a parent. If you honestly think it is not good for their mental health, go to another expert, get a second opinion, do everything you can to make sure you're doing the right thing, because you know what's best for your child, and also your child knows what's best for them, and so it's just finding that middle ground and just letting them explore is a big part.
I'm personally not a gamer, but I do dabble a little bit in Minecraft. But it is just a nice way just to escape for a little bit, just reset my brain. But I do think that if it's like a very excessive amount of time a day, that can be a lot, especially if you are gaming, like, in the basement of your room, very dark place. I think taking a break from that, especially for your eyes and your brain, is really important, because that's just not too good. Get some sunlight, but also if it if it works for you, I think a couple hours is good.
As someone who does play a lot of video games, when I do, it's because I need an escape from reality for a little bit. Everything's stressful, I'm worried, and I just need to live as someone else for a little bit. And so if you find someone doing that a lot, and they're doing it for that reason, I recommend almost taking them out of the house. Like, I know when I'm in that mood, my mom will take me to the mall or something, and just to do something, it takes your mind off things. And then also, my mom is a psychiatrist, so I completely understand when they say that, oh, you're counseling me. It does feel like that, but we know you are actually, just so you know.
So my peers have mentioned how this can be like a coping or a distraction. If it does become a problem, if they're like constantly on it, like, and if you're really worried about that, I think the approach you take is very important. Instead of being like, oh, you only get this for 1 hour, or you have to get it off, or you have to turn it off, come outside and play for an hour. That kind of like makes it, they're like, it's mine, like, what are you doing? You could be like, hey, you wanna go do this with me? Or do you wanna play, I know my family does a bunch of board games. They're like, how about let's play a game? Just get like away from the screens, but also have like that distraction from real life. So.
Yeah, as someone who plays too many video games, it's, as long as the parent gives an option of something else, and as long as that child has something else. If they're playing video games 24/7 all day, every single day, first thing they do when they get home from school, first thing they do when they wake up, if it's like that, then it may be a little different. But throughout my entire high school experience, I was in wrestling, and it was very strange being a wrestler and also a heavily invested Minecraft player. But having that second option, having this real life thing that wrestling was a very real experience if you've ever done wrestling, if you can imagine. And then also having that escape, having both. I think that's important.
And playing video games, it doesn't always have to be like an escape from reality or a coping mechanism. Like, I know for me, I just spend my free time either reading or watching TV or something. Like, it might just be playing video games for the fun of it. And kind of reiterating this, but if it is like, ooh, way too much, I would, yeah.
Another thing that might be very hard for a lot of parents is, is maybe learning how to play a video game with them. That, I know it sounds weird, it sounds wrong, but sometimes you have to put yourself in their world, and they don't always want to do things with mom or go out with dad, they maybe teach yourself a little bit, so then when you go like, hey, you wanna go play some video games with me downstairs, and then after that, we go get some dinner, they might be more likely to go do something with you after that. I get some background noise. And so that might be a very foreign concept for a lot of people, and it doesn't necessarily have to be learning how to play a video game, but maybe sitting down there with them or finding a nice middle ground, like, hey, you wanna go see a movie with me, and that would kind of open up more opportunities for spending time together later.
We got just a couple more quick questions here, and then we'll wrap things up.
My name's Colin, I'm with volunteer with the Crush organization. I do have children. My daughters are in second and fourth grade. And my older does like to game, and they all watch YouTube stuff. And I've already set limits, because you do need to, when you say it's escape from reality, and then it can become a drug, not something you ingest, but it can be an addiction and a drug that affects your mental health. So that's the where you've got to, I guess, balance, yes, yeah. And, I'm not gonna deprive them of video games, but like you said, you want to get out of your head. It's good to go do stuff outside, go inside, outside. If it's just as long as it's not connected to your phone or a video game, that does help relieve stress and stuff as well.
Jeff, did you have another question?
I just kind of have a statement, I'll say. I had this wonderful gift called attention deficit, and it's been one of the best things I was given when I was born. And I know that we like to throw out these terms and labels of attention deficit disorder, which I don't allow the word disorder in my bubble. So we just call it attention deficit and leave it at that. Here's my question. I had someone the other day said, our younger kids today, they don't have attention deficit disorder. They have nature deficit disorder. So where's the role in just getting outside and hitting the sun in your face, walking in the woods and taking your animals for a walk? Where does nature play a role in mental health for kids? Because with COVID and all the other things, it seems like we've just gotten away. And I can look out my window all day, and other than the two neighbor girls that are here, I don't see any other kids playing in yards, very rarely. So, do you guys see that as something that's a concern, or how important is nature for you guys?
I think it's just the evolution of society. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, but there's just so many other things for people to do now. And so yes, I did getting vitamin D, that's a very good thing. There's many benefits of being outside, and I think that should definitely be incorporated into the day. But I don't like hot weather. I hate being hot. So I don't really like being outside when it's really warm. I've been thinking a lot about getting like a sunlight lamp or just gives you some vitamin D inside. But vitamin D is the sun, or is it C?
C.
D is one of those. So I think that's a really hard thing to kind of not necessarily regulate, but just try your best to incorporate some stuff outside just because it can be beneficial, but I don't think it necessarily helps everybody. I think just now things are changing and kicking a can, sorry, that's industry isn't really a common thing anymore.
I'm kind of the opposite of my brother. I love being in warm weather. I'm constantly, especially in the summer, always in a pool every single day without fail. When it gets warm outside, I love to go read outside. I just love feeling the sun. And in my neighborhood, there's some children, and I always see them out playing, so.
In my opinion, I think it's a lot easier to be outside and be playing when you're young, because everything outside is catered to you. A playground is for children, it's not for teenagers. If you're a teenager and hanging out in the middle of summer at a playground, you usually get some pretty weird stares. People think you're doing illegal things. And then also, like, when you think about riding your bike, there isn't really a place to do that in most towns, because you have to go to a trail, and sometimes it's just awkward. So like a lot of things outside and like all the outside toys that like I used to play with are catered for children. So it's a lot harder to do it when it's not for you. I think if we as a society started doing more things for teenagers, like even in the winter, like building snowmen is fun, but as a teenager, most parents aren't gonna come outside and make a snowman with you because you're a teenager. It's just a lot of things as when you grow older, people think you don't really need to be outside and play as much.
I hate being hot. So I often like spend outside like during the fall and spring. And that's like a sensory reason for me. And I think some kids might like being on their iPad or phone is because the sensory needs, or like if this sun is like right on you, it can be overwhelming, or the cold and the shivering, but there's all these layers on you. Like finding what your kid needs sensory wise can also make them feel like safer to go outside and like feel what they need. Like my sister loves walking around barefoot, like in the grass, but I hate that. So that's for a while, like I didn't go outside, but like having options for different weather, like open stores.
Yeah, I also think not everyone has a forest in their backyard anymore. Like it's not, the nature that a lot of kids are seeking for doesn't really, I don't wanna say it doesn't exist, but it's a lot harder to find nowadays. Again, not to say that it doesn't exist. That's the big misconception. Nature is still there. It's not like it's gone. It's just that a lot of teenagers, when they look outside, they see the trash and they see a lot of the bad things that are in just everywhere. But when you're a lot younger, you don't see that. When you're really young, you don't see the trash. You look outside, you see, oh, look at that bug. You ignore everything else that's going on around it. And then, yeah, when you get older, it's sort of harder to get back into that. I still think it is very important to go outside though. I was very fortunate when I was younger to have just a forest to go back into, and you could just keep going and going for however long you really wanted to. And that was really all the, I don't know, imagination or anything that I got from video games, I got from outside. But again, not a lot of people have that.
anymore. It's hard to get.
I think as I've grown up, like, one thing that keeps me wanting to go outside is like my friends, and they always offer to do stuff with me outside, and we always like go on bike rides, or we'll just like hang out outside and like listen to music, or like drive around a lot. And so I think a lot of it is, as teenagers, we hang out with our friends a lot, and depending on what our friends want to do, we'll go outside or we'll stay inside and
All right, wonderful. So one kind of wrap up question, comment. Many of you mentioned the Green Bandana Club and being part of that, which I know is a great resource within high schools. Could you explain just a little bit about that, but also how can we connect kids to resources? So just kind of that leading places, where do kids get resources and how can we keep them connected to resources?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Green Bandana, we were, kind of the background on that, we were one of many chapters across the US that started somewhere in Wisconsin, I'm not exactly sure where, but I kind of explained this earlier, but we go through a few-hour training period where we get our Green Bandana, and Foundation 2 helps us. We've taken other organizations from in the area and they help us kind of give their perspectives. But basically we go through that training period, and then once we've completed that, we get our Green Bandana. And so when you're in the hallway at school, you see someone with that, and so you know they're a safe person you can approach if you have anything you'd like to talk about. And I know specifically at Marion, there's a couple there's schools in the area, there's other ones. Marion, we have a very large group. We have about 90 plus people in our group and about 16 staff members at the high school involved, which is really awesome. But we like to try to do as many activities in our school or in our community as possible. Like recently we did a compliment with a KISS booth where we donated our proceeds to the Trevor Project, or we're in the middle of a hygiene drive right now for our Start School Right project. And we have a laid back lunch coming up where during our lunch periods, we have sports and rock painting and our school therapy talk all set up for people to kind of, it's the end of the school year, I know it's starting, kind of have a de-stressor. We also have our middle school group, Zoe is a very, very large part of that. And so actually, if you want to explain their Green Bandana a little bit.
So their Green Bandana is mainly focused on learning about it. They do a lot of activities too. I know that this year we did a lot of sidewalk talk, and they're getting ready to do presentations to each other because, in my opinion, children learn from children. It's a lot hard to connect, say, a 5th grader to a 30-year-old because in their minds, there's a millennium between them. They have no concept of time. They just know that you're old, they're not. So having someone like me who's a sophomore talk to 5th through 8th, they're a lot more likely to connect with me. And I know Sam was one of my Green Bandana kids at Vernon last year before they moved up. And like, it was huge to be able to connect because I know from my experience, like, when you think of someone in middle school as a high schooler, you're like, oh, they're a baby, they're a child. But being able to really understand that, I know when I was in 5th grade, not many people knew about it. It was kind of a foreign subject. But now you talk to 5th graders and they talk like they are high schoolers. They know about it and they want to learn. So really peers to peers is really important. Kind of your second half of your question, I get a lot of my resources from Green Bandana and just my high school in general. And I also just a lot of, again, social media has a lot of resources as well.
Backtrack to the Vernon one a little bit, just for some clarification. I know I'm not super involved in it, but I do know that for the Vernon Green Bandana, we don't focus too much on the preventative side of things, which is what the high school does, because they're younger, they don't really have that developed mindset yet. And so it's more of like a preparation for a high school one where that can be more the deeper thinking and deeper topics. So the middle schoolers, we don't tell them like, if someone comes up to you and they're thinking about, if they are having suicidal thoughts, that's not your job to talk to them about, like immediately go to an adult. And so that's definitely a big difference between the middle school and the high school group. But yeah, like Ash said, the Pyramid Net has offered me so many resources. And I think that's really great. It says in my bio, I'm going into social work. And so I've taken a lot of, I'm dual enrolled in Kirkwood, so I've taken a lot of human services classes. And that's also opened a lot of opportunities, a lot of windows for me to like learn about other things. I met Jenny at a panel that my professor put together for us, and it was awesome. I've seen her like 3 times.
Become the best friend.
I know, right? I see her everywhere I go. And so it's really, really great to have that professional, like my professor has all these connections, and so I'm able to meet people at Tanager, at ASAC, at Waypoint. So I think that's a really great, I think our area is a really nice community, especially for mental health. It's a very open area, and so I think there's a lot of connection between everybody, and that's been a really big thing for me.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you again for being here with us and being so open and being so honest and sharing your experiences. I don't know about you guys, but I feel honored to have this wonderful panel of youth in front of us. So we'll give you a big round of applause and thank you again so much.
Hi, smile. Oops, hold on. Okay, I think I got it.
Proud of you guys. Good job.
Can always do better, Roman. Can I grab this? All right, thanks. You're done. Okay. You better get up. This is just adults here. And good luck with talking health. Yeah, we fostered. Good job.
You can just leave them on that table together wherever.
And then the sister got adopted right after. It helped because my wife was there. Sorry, once you came back to the I don't want to give it up. Like, I don't want him to go back. I want him with his sister and the family was on the table. Yeah, so now that's
$5 for sure.
So when I go out of town, then we go with the sister. Yeah. I got to take it out. I know we made it, and you have to register with the we already had. So this is all like the name of the boss.
You got to give it up.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I know.
Right.
And now I'm going to be.
I know. Thanks, you too. Aim to ask you understand like higher level questions on what happens in your daily basis, why, and I understand like do you use it now? You haven't seen it yet, so it's kind of hard to say, but maybe even if what I did to you like about the app, looking at this maybe what would be some ideas that can spur you? And really important, like the bottom is like, do you have these your guys' insights today and basically what's going to go come up to the app. So we're going to come out and give this panel talk on the impact of the community, that's really influential in how this outcomes. So, any ideas or feedback that you want to share, you can see it's horrible. I don't think we should do that. You know, I think
Good luck with that.
So we have a booth out there. You guys can have it done. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks,
Yeah, she's here to watch.
Sorry, mom and mom have about conversation. I actually saw it and it's nice to talk to someone else. I mean, all
That's our Gen Z app now. Why open that? Whole house. And this is kind of my life's passion. I'm really excited. All right, thanks.
Who's the two?
Oh, yeah. Ryan right here. Thanks, this is Trey, Ryan. Hey, how are you? Hey.
Good to meet you. Good to meet you. So,
I'm gonna rant just a little bit. Okay. One more Fireside.
Yeah, she said she didn't have a screen, so I asked her about it, so.
No screen?
Like,
Were we supposed to have?
so I didn't know, so I asked.
good?
So it's just, you're just giving those two.
Just those two white
Yeah.
Okay. Look at these things. I was wondering if I could.
We are really gonna wing this, right? Are we really? Yeah. All right, well, it'll be good. It'll be good.
I got answers for everything. And then Emily will be done by.
Okay.
We have like an hour, right?
As much as we can.
Okay. Totally like not.
I'm trying to do my shit.
You can just say what you got.
I may just do that.
That's even better.
That'll probably be better.
Now I want to know about streaming. Is that right?
Yeah.
That one's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the results of it. So did you know if there was supposed to be?
She said there wasn't.
Okay, that's cool.
No.
And then I can just be in the crowd if you want, if people want to ask questions, I can just ask them.
Where's here?
It's unbelievable. He's a testimonial. Yeah, he was a team doctor that I was trying to do. That's where I actually really yeah, you gotta read. I don't know. I
said yes. So I'm doing breakfast. Yeah, so it's actually it says 2 hours. Well, I only have 2 trains on the sheet. Yeah, exactly. So why don't you just scoop me up here around 1:45? And we can follow the crush virtually to your eye, and just place the trucks and go to the airport. Does that work? That's great. And then we can figure out why and that's great. I know. My wheels are not spinning. It's like, they almost need but it's hard to do yeah, Keegan. One of them want to be on the data service. We've got Melissa.
Yeah.
We talked to Kenyon, but they should just put one of them.
I mean, well, you're a partner, so like, really the turns on the site and everything, I mean, it's an easy lift, all they need is just, they don't get wrong.
He runs projects. Oh, he's great. Testing. Okay. About 1 minute, we'll get started here. you shut one of the back doors back there?
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
think all of us, most 80% of us have work in about an hour.
All right,
so I
no
wish we
problem.
could say, but
Well,
I
understand.
wish you guys the best of luck with that.
Go to our booth, get a free shirt and a mug.
Okay,
Either
thank
one,
you.
just pick one or the other.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, so we have until 11:29, and obviously don't have to wait until about 12. 11:22. The next thing is at 12:30, so you can go until. We're gonna go ahead and get started. I want to again thank everybody. This has been an unbelievable day so far. We're not even half through it. I am so excited about the next 45 minutes to an hour. This conversation, we wanted to be, as Kenyon said, intentional. We want to be intentional in keeping this very informal. That was kind of our objective. When I invited Ryan to speak and he accepted, I was beyond overjoyed to get someone of his caliber here to Cedar Rapids and talk about these important issues. That's one thing I learned about our tour we did last summer, was there's so many similar stories out there with different solutions. And we talk a lot about pathways and each person's own journey and how important it is. And I met some unbelievable people, and I would have to say that Ryan's on my Mount Rushmore when it comes to people I've met that isn't just someone who talks the talk, but he walks the walk. And he has an unbelievable lived experience story. So I asked him to send me a bio, and I will refrain from reading all of this, but it's quite lengthy. But I'll just say this. Authentic and genuine are two words that come to mind with Ryan Hampton. And he's a resident of Las Vegas. And I'm so honored to have him here. And so what I'm gonna do is I'll start off with a couple questions. But again, let's give Ryan a big Iowa welcome, just a round of applause. And so I'm gonna start with kind of a softball question, just to break the ice here, but, and Ryan's not prepared for this question. So here you go, Ryan. So, this is a mental health conference, but my first question to you is, how is married life going?
Well, I was actually gonna open with a statement, and so I'm glad you brought that up as a question. It's great, so I'm an honorary Iowa family member, I guess you could say, because I married a Midwesterner, met a boy from Minneapolis, family lives in Iowa, fell in love, got married just 2 months ago. It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, it's like 8.5 years ago, like completely not in the cards for me, right? I was unhoused or AKA homeless, suicidal, massive substance use disorder issue, addicted to heroin on the streets of Los Angeles. So the fact that I got married 2 months ago is completely insane, but very well.
Well, I was really attracted to your story when I first talked to you, and you're an advocate, speaker, an author, media commentator. You did the Mobilize Recovery Tour, which is what now? We're going into our 5th year? Okay, and it's a tour around the United States in a really nice, it's not even a bus or an RV, it's like a house. And I had the opportunity to go to Arkansas, and I got to watch a couple presentations, one of them in Minnesota as well. And I think what I'll do is start off with my first question, Ryan. Before we dive into your books, which I want to talk about the book you have coming out next summer that we're really excited about. And you have a couple of books already. You have one here that you have available for people to buy and you can sign. But let's talk a little bit about you, about your story. You see my presentation a few times. I always start off with purpose becomes passion when it gets personal. And I know for you, Ryan, this is intimately personal. So why don't we talk a little bit about you, your background, and more importantly, your why. What's your passion in life?
So I didn't grow up thinking I was gonna be a heroin, and I'm gonna put it in air quotes, addict. That was not in the cards for me. I came from a good family, you know, my dad was a stockbroker, my mom was a school teacher, certainly had our share of trauma as a family growing up. But it just, you know, for all intents and purposes, I was a kid, or at least my parents thought I was a good kid. Things kind of came falling down like a ton of bricks on me though in my teens. My father ended up going to prison for securities fraud. Spent the better part of 3 years and some very formative years of my life behind bars. We had lost our house. My mom had to take on 3 or 4 jobs. And so from an early age, I'd say between 14 to 17, there was a lot going on in the household, right? And I was looking for things outside of myself to make myself feel better, which did not manifest themselves in the forms of drugs or alcohol all the time. For me, I was a weird kid. It was in politics, it was in government, it was in extracurricular sports, and I gravitated towards, you know, community organizing and politics and volunteer service because it was an opportunity for me to do something outside of my house and kind of gave me a home outside of my house and something that I could do where I wouldn't have to think and process all these things that were going on at home. So I would walk after school and go to like a state senator's office or a political campaign that was happening, because from 4 to, you know, 10 midnight, you know, they'd keep me there, you like stamps, you know, and it made me feel good about myself too. It gave me some sort of validation. So I guess you could say, and I was fairly good at it. I guess you could say, like, if there was a first addiction I had, it was that. But when I turned 18 years old, I also was going through a identity crisis. I knew I felt a little bit differently than some of my other male peers, I guess you could say. And it was not, look, I applaud the youth who were up here on the stage earlier, because in 1997, you know, 1998, when I was that age, no way. Very unsafe place for someone like me at the time, and so I was closeted and dealing with this. And I can remember with all these other things going on at home, there are a few moments that I can remember where I remember where I was, who I was with, what time of day it was when I had my first drink and drug. But I remember every single, you know, intricate detail of that scenario. And I was 18 years old, had my first drink, smoked my first joint, and pretty much partied for the rest of my high school career and going into college. I didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. The reason I didn't think there was anything wrong with it is because all my peers were doing it as well. The only difference between me and my peers was that when they graduated college, they went on to become lawyers and doctors and, you know, buying houses. And, you know, within a couple of years, I was essentially living in a box, you know, on a street corner somewhere. But when I went to college, I wanted to get as far away from Miami, Florida, which was where I was from, as I could. And I went to Washington, D.C. I was pretty good at my job. I took a job at the junior level job at the White House, stayed in Washington, D.C. after the Clinton administration, took another job at the Democratic National, a pretty senior level job at the DNC. And the whole world came crumbling down on me in summer of 2003. I had been partying with friends normally, but I ended up going on a hiking trip one Sunday morning with one of my roommates and had a really steep fall, split my kneecap, split my ankle, ended up in an urgent care physician's office. And the doctor said, you're gonna need to go get this, you know, x-ray, you're gonna need MRIs, you're gonna need to see a specialist. But in the meantime, here's a prescription help for the pain. And it was Dilaudid. And I didn't know what the lauded was at the time, but I really, really liked it. Spoiler alert, I never got the other work done that I needed, but I did keep going back for another prescription and another prescription and another prescription. Now, here we are in 2023, and we know, all the warning signs and the public service announcements that are out there, right? But back in 2003, I used to keep my bottle on my desk at work. I used to have coworkers that would come by and ask if they could have one during lunch. I mean, it was very accepted. The nexus of this, though, for me was shortly after that injury, my father passed away. And we had never really rekindled our relationship. And my mom asked me to come back to South Florida. If you know anything about kind of the origins of the modern day overdose crisis, you've probably heard of the Oxycontin Express, you've probably heard of the pill mills in South Florida, the pill pipeline that went down from Kentucky to South Florida. Well, where my mom lived was right in the center of that, in Broward County, Florida. And I went back home, went to see my primary care, told my primary care I had all this pain, and I was taking this prescription. Primary care said, I don't do that type of medicine, you can go see a pain specialist. And that's when I walked into the office of Dr. Leah. I wrote about her extensively in my first book, American Fix. And she said, all this, all these pills you were taking, this hydromorphone, Dilaudid, not good for your liver, right? Like you're taking, 6 of them a day, not good for your liver. There's a new medication on the market. It's incredibly effective. It is not addictive. Less than 1% of people who take it. I'm sure you know where this is going. You only have to take it twice a day. It helps. I remember her telling me, it doesn't just help with your pain. It helps with your energy level. It helps with your depression. And it's called Oxycontin. And I said, great. Give me the Oxycontin. And my journey into full-blown addiction, or what we call substance use disorder, was not protracted from that moment. It was within 2 years. I had lost my apartment. It was within 2.5 years, I believe. I was unemployable, lost my health insurance, destroyed relationships with my family, had my first attempted treatment in 2006, graduated to full-blown IV use by 2007, and multiple overdoses and nearly losing my life. But thank God I did get some help. In 2014. It's been quite a journey. But my work in advocacy is not necessarily guided by my own experience as it is watching those that I love who have fallen not just victim to drug overdose and all the societal problems, but really the system that has failed every single one of us, right? I mean, that's, I'll tell a really brief story and then we can move to the next question. But when I got sober in 2014, I was living in a recovery residence. I wanted nothing, I didn't even know advocacy, mental health, or addiction advocacy existed. I had a friend, Nick, who came home one night and he was using again. And he knew he was going to be kicked out of this house that we were living in, the sober living. And Nick said, look, I'm using heroin again. I'm afraid to tell my parents because they want nothing to do with it already. I'm afraid to tell my job because I'm going to lose my job. I have no health insurance. I have no money. I know they're not going to let me stay here tonight because I'm using it again, but I want to get help. Where do I go? And the last 12-step meeting, which is a popular thing in our community, was like at 8 p.m. We were having this conversation around 9 p.m. And we decided, well, Nick, why don't you go to the hospital? Like, why don't you go to the community hospital in Pasadena, one of the best hospitals in Southern California hospital system, has like a $1 billion endowment, right? They will get you some help. They have supposedly a mental health clinic. And the rules in our house were, as long as somebody got medically cleared, if they had a recurrence of use or a relapse, they could come back to the house after 2 days. So we said, okay, great, you'll have a roof over your head, see a doctor, stay there for 2 days, come back, we'll do what we do as peers, and get you back on your feet. So Nick went on his way that night to the hospital at 11 p.m. at night, and that was the last time I saw him. He went into that hospital, he waited, he told the triage nurse, that he was afraid of what was gonna happen if they didn't take him in. And they told him there was nothing they could do for him. And they sent him on his way with a white piece of paper with a bunch of 800 hotlines that he'd call the next day if he was quote unquote willing to get help. And on his way walking back to the sober living that night, he used one more time. He overdosed and he died, and we found his body 3 blocks from our house, slumped over on a sidewalk. And when the owner of the house was trying to process this with all of us at our Saturday morning meeting, he said, pointing his finger and said, I told you guys when you moved in here, when you get into recovery, you need to buy a nice suit because you're gonna go to a lot of funerals. And you need to know that sometimes people have to die so that others can recover. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That is the most insane thing I have ever heard in my life. And those are popular cliches in the recovery community still today. And I get a lot of pushback when I say how just ridiculous those statements are, right? But that's how we had been kind of programmed to accept these catastrophic losses that no, it was not the hospital's problem or the hospital's fault or the system's fault that it failed my friend Nick when he was actively seeking help. Like if he had a heart attack, right? Would we be like, no, go call these 800 numbers? No, it was his fault because he used again, right? And it killed him. And so that was kind of my moment of change when I said, something's not right here. Like we're being told to shoulder all of this burden and that there's no help on the other end for us when we ask. And that's when I took that first trip in 2016.
Yeah, when I first met Ryan, I didn't know his involvement with his relentless pursuit of big pharma until I read his first book and had a chance to talk to him. But Ryan was literally on the front lines of this crisis. And I'd like to have you spend a moment about how you got involved as pretty new into the advocacy scene to be so quickly thrust into the national spotlight. And what a responsibility you had, man. I mean, you literally had the fate of so many people in the palm of your hands because you were trying to bring down Purdue Pharmaceuticals and you were actively involved in that. So let's talk about that a little bit, how you got involved and how was that? I mean, you had to have tremendous ups and downs, still do probably.
Yeah, it was tremendous ups and downs. Just briefly on how I got involved, like after my friend Nick died, summer of 2016, it started much the same way your journey has into this work of advocacy. My best friend Garrett and I felt so helpless. And the only thing we knew how to do was we started a GoFundMe, raised a couple $1,000s, rented a 35-foot RV, much like the one you have out there, left Los Angeles.
By the way,
on YouTube, what's it called again?
Facing Addiction Across America. Yeah.
You gotta watch it. Facing Addiction Across America. It's like 9 minute segments or something. Other than the musical score, I have to tease you about that. It's tremendous story where his advocacy started.
Yeah, and we traveled across the country for a little bit over 30 days and went out and met with providers. We went inside jails. We went to, had tabletop conversations with family members, met with policy folks, went onto the streets and spent time with, people who were unhoused currently and people using drugs and found that our frustration translated all across the United States, except that, our population was really not platformed and given as much voice as some of the other forces that we're talking about, addiction, recovery, overdose, and mental health. And so we got back from from that trip and said, you know, we need to do something with this and call it the Voices Project. And it was really an effort to allow others to tell their stories, right? It was just a blog. And it kind of went viral overnight with several thousand submissions and all these people bravely like speaking up and telling their stories for the first time. And that kind of, you know, when you do something like that, you don't realize sometimes your impact that you're having. It's hard to see the impact for some time, but as soon as we saw the impact, we knew we needed to do something with it, which is when we started exploring what are some of the legislative fixes that could happen, right? We saw just like this really broken system when it came to recovery housing. We saw that, you know, the Surgeon General that year published a report that said that if you can get someone into sustained recovery for up to 5 years, right? You can get someone into recovery for 5 years, they have an 85% chance of maintaining that recovery for the rest of their lives. Yet all the systems we had built, whether it's treatment, housing, healthcare supports, counseling, all dealt with addiction in acute crisis phase, right? Like month to month at best. Like you would be lucky if you found 90 days of care somewhere, right? But how do we create a 5-year continuum that supports the data that says we can get people help and also keep them alive? And through that journey also stumbled upon the pharmaceutical companies, right? Like I didn't know when I was getting prescribed Oxycontin for the first time, I had never heard of Purdue Pharma. When I got sober in 2015, 2016, I didn't know who the Sackler family was. I knew what Purdue was because it had been on the side of my pill bottles. But when I really started to dive into just the complexities of it, I was angry, you know? And one of the, you probably heard of, some of you may have heard of Nan Golden. She's got a great documentary out, All the Beauty and the Bloodshed on HBO Max. Nan and I partnered up early on. We held several direct actions in different locations across the country. I hosted a huge protest in front of Purdue Pharma in 2017 with over 500 family members and people who have been impacted. And that led to we got into this opioid litigation mess, but led to being appointed by the Department of Justice on a few different committees that helped negotiate the settlement on behalf of victims. And nothing has made me more angry than to have, I had always thought that, you know, the pharmaceutical companies were really the enemies and everybody else was fighting the good fight, meaning, you know, nonprofits and NGOs and advocates and family members and states and governments and counties and, you know, the lawyers all fighting the good fight. But when there's billions of dollars on the table, your allies look a lot different than what they did before, you know. And sadly, I think some of the outcomes of the opioid litigation law sounds like a lot of money, and we all put a lot of work into it. I don't think it's going to make the dent that everyone was hoping for originally.
Have you been following the money trail? I mean, I know.
You can't. It's hard.
That was a setup question.
Yeah.
Either we talk about how much money was in the settlement originally?
So when our hopes were really raised, because we heard that there were going to be lawsuits coming, and they could be bigger than the tobacco lawsuits. Our community back in 2017, 2018 was being promised that it could be as much as $400 to $500 billion. It's a lot of money, right? Like $500 billion. I mean, the tobacco lawsuits were somewhere around $200 billion. And we were saying it could be twice that much money. So we went hook, line, and sinker all the way in, because we thought, you know, this could be, you know, this is game-changing money. Like this could completely reinvent how, you know, care delivery is provided in our communities. It could like reinvent, you know, our treatment system and rebuild our treatment system and provide housing, you know, expand medication-assisted treatment. It could do, you know, harm reduction services on every corner. I mean, just the sky was the limit. But at the end of the day, it ended up being, you know, significantly watered down to a little bit less than $28 billion, spread across 50 states over 18 years, 18-year payout timelines, of which, and this does not get enough airtime, but nearly 40% of it being paid out to lawyers. Like, if there's a real winner in this story, a breadwinner in this story, it's the plaintiff's attorneys, and it's the attorneys that, supposedly were the heroes of this story. I can tell you, one of the guys, I write about him in Unsettled, and I got myself in a lot of hot water over that book, by the way. Like, threatened with $1 billion lawsuit, no joke. One of the chief lawyers has an $18 million yacht. It's right now ported in South Carolina. His name is Joe Rice, and the name of the yacht is Rice Quarters. Now, this guy was the one who was leading the fight for the counties and the municipalities, and has been covered as some sort of hero, right? These same lawyers that represented counties and municipalities also fought against victims being able to receive any monetary compensation themselves. So my bone to pick was, look, maybe $27-28 billion spread out over 18 years in 50 states, each state getting a couple $1 million a year. Maybe that's not gonna make as much impact, but I'll tell you what will make a lot of impact is, and what I felt, first and foremost, where money should be going, is the peoples whose lives were destroyed by these medications and by these companies should have been receiving direct payouts, right? You lost your kid to an overdose from one of these products, you should be getting a check from that pharmaceutical company the same way that you'd be getting a check from a company if there was some sort of chemical spill that killed one of your family members, right? But because this was addiction, right? Because this was overdose, they didn't want to touch that, right? The states said that they bore the cost of the overdose crisis and the Medicaid costs that they had to put out. They wanted Medicaid reimbursement dollars and the law enforcement dollars they had to spend and the criminal justice dollars. They wanted reimbursements for all of that before a single penny went to victims, which is insane. But it just shows you, we think we've come so far in destigmatizing this issue. I think we have much further to go.
Is it something? Okay. So I was sitting here thinking of a couple things, and since I have full-blown attention deficit, I forgot most of what I was thinking about. Ryan has attention.
That's where we get along.
Our conversations are hilarious.
By the time this will be talking about fishing in 10 minutes.
He comes up here and goes, "Are you ready?" I go, "I don't know what we're doing here. We'll figure something out." So your first book was 2 years in recovery, which is, I didn't know that. That's astounding. It's called American Fix. You talk a little bit about the motivation behind a lot of what you do, but what did you learn in writing your first book? And do you mind setting up a little bit about the next book you have coming next summer? So let's talk a little bit about Ryan as the author, and then, inspiration, and what did you learn? Like I said, writing a book is I have one book, and it may be the only book I ever write, because it was very tough to do, to put all your heart and soul into something like that, but you walk away learning a lot. So again, what's the genesis maybe behind that book and the new one coming out, and what have you learned most about writing a book?
So the books, so I'll just tell you how the first one started. The books have been an outlet for me, right? A huge outlet for me. American Fix, I didn't even think was gonna get published. There was so much going on in my mind and so much rage, and there were so many people and stories out there that needed to be told that were, I felt being suppressed. And writing just is a very therapeutic outlet for me, right? It's very powerful too. Like what you put into writing, like the one thing that I've learned long-term from both books and going into the third one is you never know the reach of your words, right? And it's hard to see it sometimes, particularly so you have to be very intentional about what you put out there in the world. The way American Fix, I share really quick, came together was after I got back from that trip in 2016 and met all these great people around the country and was just really charged up, I wanted to learn more about what I could do as an advocate. I wanted to know, what is it that I could do in my community? How can I get involved? I want to learn more about the overdose crisis. I want to learn more about the recovery movement. I want to learn more about people in recovery and the allies that support them. And I went to a Vroman's bookstore in Pasadena, California, a week after I got back from that trip, went into the social science section, went into the political history section, biography section, looking for every piece of media I could on the overdose crisis. And I found a lot of books. Found a lot of books written by journalists, their opinions on us. I found a lot of books by celebrities sharing their own recovery journey, but I couldn't necessarily find the book that looked at this issue through an activist lens. And I got home and told my best friend, roommate at the time, Garrett, I said, went to the bookstore, spent 3 hours, couldn't find the book that I'm looking for. Maybe I'll go on Amazon, see if there's something else out there. And he was like, why don't you write it? And I'm like, that's crazy, but I love crazy. Right. So, what would I write about? He's like, well, we just went on this trip, and you've got your own story, your own experience, but also just the collective hundreds of years of experience of people that we met on this trip. Why don't you write about them? And I thought it was a noble idea, but I had no idea how to write a book. So I went on to Google, true story, and I said, how do you write a book? And Google said the first thing you need to do is find an agent and write a book proposal. And so I wrote a 3-page book proposal, this idea, went and called maybe 50 different agents and got meetings with them, found one whose father died of alcoholism and said, this is important to me, let me take this proposal. And she's like, let's send it out to the 5 big publishing houses. And I said, you know what, if my recovery's taught me anything, it's just put it out there in the world and like leave it. If it happens, it happens. Send it to the 5 publishing houses. In about 2.5 weeks after it was out there, 3 of the publishing houses got back to us. 2 of those houses, Random House being one of them, said they loved the idea of this book, very timely, but they wanted me to change my entire narrative and idea. They wanted to hear more of the stories of, shooting heroin on the street corner, and like my story, what it was like to go from like working in the White House to hustling, and I was like, that's not what I want to write about, because those are the types of stories, like, while they're necessary, they don't really move the ball forward in terms of like movement building, I wanted to write this movement building narrative, and I turned those 2 offers down because of that. And I thought, maybe I'm gonna need to self-publish, or maybe the book's not just for me. And about a month into it, after I turned those 2 offers down, I got a call from St. Martin's Press McMillan, a guy named Kevin Riley. And he's like, look, I wanna set up a meeting with you with the whole editorial team here. And I was like, well, I'm happy to do it, but I'm not. Like, either it's publishing this book or the one that I wrote the proposal for, or I'm gonna do this different route. He's like, no, man. He's like, I love the direction of this book. He's like, my brother just died of an overdose 6 weeks ago. He's like, this is the type of media we have out there. And they gave me 8 months to write it, and I wrote it, published it, became a bestseller, and it was, 8 months, and then if unsettled, it was, working the case, and I wrote it secretly while I was negotiating the settlement, because I saw, like, if a lot of this stuff didn't get out into the public eye, and by the way, all the proceeds from those books are donated to nonprofits all across the country. I don't take a penny off of them. And the new one coming out next year, 2024, is on fentanyl, because I feel that, fentanyl is as devastating as it is, it is crippling our communities. There's a knee-jerk reaction that's happening policy-wise and in several states across the country that is taking us back 20, 30 years in terms of drug policy that's going to be very hard to repair. And more people will be harmed than helped. So
I'll ask you something that you ask people all week. I think once a week or maybe every day, I don't remember, but you post this question all the time. Yeah. I want to ask you the same question now. What are you most grateful for? And also, Ryan, what are you most optimistic for in this, let's just say, mental health space overall? And then if you want to be specific with opioids and overdose and all that, that's fine.
I'm most grateful for my community. I'm most grateful that I was someone who for, almost 10 years, not a single person let me take my phone call. I didn't have someone, when I needed something, emotionally, would reach out, there was nobody there on the other end. I'm grateful that today I have a very robust community and I keep my feet on the ground with that. And I know that everything else in this life for me could go away. I could lose the books, the advocacy, a job, all those things are very secondary, even beyond secondary, financial security, all that stuff is, out the window if I don't have my community. I always know that my community has my back. And when I say my community, I mean, probably 7 or 8 people in my life who are the fabric of my life today, right? That's what I'm most grateful for. What I'm most hopeful for is I see more and more people, and I do put mental health. Look, I think that one of the things that irks me so much in public policy in states and in the federal government, and even getting down to the county and community level, is that people will say, mental health over here, and overdose and addiction and substance use disorder over here, and sometimes you'll see them paired together, right? But you can't address one without addressing the other, right? And, co-occurring is really a term that needs to make its way more into the national discourse, because for most people who do suffer from a substance use disorder, or folks who have been victim to fatal overdoses, they also had a predisposition to some sort of mental health condition. And folks with mental health challenges, mental health disorders are also at a higher propensity of having severe substance use disorder, but we address them in 2 complete different silos. Back to your question, what am I most hopeful about today is I am seeing more and more people get politically active on this issue. I have felt that for too long, the policies that have been driving really the outcomes for addiction and mental health recovery have been too uninformed with people with lived experience. If we do the math, and also way too little that is offered in terms of support federally, state, and locally, when we know that this is an outsized problem, both addiction and mental health challenges. If you just do the numbers, I'm just going to use the addiction numbers. 1 in 3 American households impacted by addiction. For 40 million Americans had qualified for a severe substance use disorder since 2020, right? Overdose numbers that are 107,000, actually 108,000 as of this week with fentanyl. We talked about the deaths of despair number being in the 800s, right, per day. If you include alcohol in those numbers, you're out. We also don't talk about alcohol enough. We talk about all the noise around fentanyl right now, right? Alcohol kills 3 times the amount. 3 times the amount of people die from alcohol poisoning, alcohol-related deaths than do of fentanyl every single year, right? These numbers, if this was anything else, right? Not to take away from it, but if it were COVID, we saw what we did with COVID, right? We had daily press conferences when the numbers hit 50,000 deaths in the United States. We had FEMA knocking on doors, right? Providing information on mitigating COVID transmission and what to do, where to get vaccines. We had a vaccine within record time. We had every single pharmacy, within 6 weeks of the vaccine being available, being able to dispense it or administer it somehow. These were, this was a true public health response. Trillions of dollars. We didn't even have enough money in the bank, right? We had to print more money and go into debt, right? Trillions of dollars overnight authorized. But with addiction and mental health, we're just nowhere near that level. That's because not enough people have gotten, I believe, involved politically on this issue. And I see more and more people voting using addiction and mental health as a voting issue, right? Particularly in the last 2 years of the midterm election, addiction, overdose, mental health, like these are things that we need to get our candidates talking about, right? Because the more that our candidates see that people who care about this issue are voting for candidates based on this issue, the more response we're gonna get from them, right? Because they're in it, you know, they're in it for your vote, right? And they're gonna do what makes their constituency vote for them. And it is very bipartisan across the lines, you know. I come from Democratic and blue roots, I'm very open about that, but I'll tell you, I have seen catastrophic mental health and drug policy coming from the Democrats. I've seen catastrophic, awful Republican policy. I've also seen good policy come from both sides. It's very in the middle. And it's still very value driven by some of these folks, right? And it can be informed by your lived experience. So the more of us that get involved and organize around this issue, I think the quicker we'll have solutions.
Well, listen, obviously you can see how passionate Ryan is and why I wanted him to get here to Cedar Rapids to meet the great advocates here locally, but we're pretty much done. What I want to do is give Ryan a chance to answer questions because, like I said, coming in from Vegas, he just got off the plane from where was it? I can't remember. Los Angeles. I asked him last night at dinner, do you know what state you're in, Ryan? He's like, no. But I want to have the opportunity for people to ask him questions while they're here and take advantage of him coming to Cedar Rapids. So before we wrap it up, what are some questions you guys have for Ryan?
Anything, I'll answer anything.
I got one.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Emily's right behind you with the mic.
First of all, thank you, very informative, very nice to hear you speak. I'm Abby, I'm a director at a mental health and substance use 24/7 walk-in facility in Iowa City, yeah. So coming up next week, I'm meeting with our county attorney's office about opioid settlement funds. So I am now going to be picking up your book over here and figuring out. So I was really excited when I heard about this. I'm really excited about the crisis care we provide, but also wanting to embed ourselves more in the community and advocate for longer term care, just like what you're talking about, not just the crisis stage. But hearing some of the things that you said, I'm thinking more about my meeting next week and some ideas that I had in my head what we were gonna do with some of these dollars. Because again, like I said, it's more money than I'm used to having to work with. So just curious what some of your ideas are. I know, again, I'll figure out more once I read your book, but how it didn't quite end up like how you would envision. But since we do have the money and there is some opportunity there, just curious what some of your thoughts are on that.
Sure. I mean, well, first thing on the money, I would say is for the litigation dollars, get as much as you can, right? Make it as sustainable as you can. But I also feel that, you know, litigation dollars, opioid litigation dollars just is the whole pie because it is, we know that we need somewhere along the lines of 10 to 15 billion dollars. 20 billion, 25 billion, even some experts say per year, right? If we're gonna have any shot at curbing, substantially curbing overdose numbers. I feel that, you know, sometimes the policymakers want us to be so excited about, you know, these couple $100,000 or maybe $2 or $3 million that we might get in a year. And, you know, hey, look at me, you know, policymaker, we made these dollars happen. Yes, we're super grateful for that. But these services that they're funding with litigation dollars should be funded already, right? Meaning like, as an American taxpayer, as a taxpayer of my citizen, as a citizen taxpayer in my state in Nevada, those are services that should be provided with it. We need more revenue streams than just litigation dollars. On your question regarding what are some of the things that we should be doing, so I don't know the landscape of what's already available here in this state. I'm hoping to see some of that tomorrow. But I do believe like a community needs assessment needs to be done. Probably up front, like what is it that your county or your city has and what it doesn't have. Housing is a huge thing, right? Like I think sometimes we say, you know, people are always referred to, well, we need more beds. I'm like, yeah, well, we do need more beds, but people need beds, period. You know, because if you put someone in treatment and then they come out of treatment and they have no place to go after that, they're gonna end up dead or back in treatment. You know, we need long-term, stable, safe housing for people in and seeking recovery, right? I'm a big believer in harm reduction services to help get people, you know, to treatment. Or if harm reduction is the goal for some people, which it is, and it's not to go to treatment, then we should be providing them harm reduction no matter what, you know? Like the goal is for people not to die of a preventable overdose, and we know overdose is preventable, right? I'm at peer centers, peer drop-in centers, recovery community organizations, job training, you know, for people who need it. I mean, the list goes on, and equitable, on-demand, you know, culturally competent treatment for folks, you know, which means a variety of different things depending on who you are. I personally am a 12-stepper. I'm an abstinence-based recovery. I started out in medication-assisted treatment, but, you know, my friend Jeff's experience here is different than mine, and, you know, some say, hey, there's 10 pathways of recovery, there's 15 pathways of recovery. I throw that all out the window. I say there's as many pathways to recovery as there are people in recovery, because nobody does it exactly the same. But I'm hoping to see some of this more up and close tomorrow while visiting some of the centers. But I'd say a very open examination and needs assessment of your area is important. And I also feel that the transparency around the dollars, I don't know what the bucket is that's available in your county, but if you want to look at a good model, there's something called an AROP. It's how Arkansas has been distributing their litigation dollars. They actually have an open application process so that any community-based provider can apply to receive funding, and they've been doling it out, and, you know, several $100,000 here, several $100,000 there. One of the things that has frustrated me with the litigation is it has been kind of a closed process, and it's like a, you know, who you know type thing. Like if you're in the know or you've been receiving funding already, they bring you in. I mean, I'm not saying that's how it is here, but that's how it is even in my state of Nevada. I'm a big believer in opening that process up, because there are a lot of community-based providers that are doing great work that, you know, maybe $1 million, you know, there's not much that they can do with because they're small, but man, give them $100,000, they could probably go out there and save 20 people tomorrow, you know?
Yeah. We have about 3 minutes left, so I think there's one more question. We'll wrap it up with this last question.
My name is Colin. I'm a volunteer with the Crush organization here in Cedar Rapids. Myself, I am a recovering alcoholic. I have been going to AA, but for a long time, it wasn't for myself. But it's funny you brought that up in AA, because, you know, that book was written in 1940. They were still putting cocaine in Coca-Cola back then. I brought that up. I said, you know, we need some new open-minded ideas, because obviously it's not getting better. It sounds like it's getting worse, especially with the fentanyl along with the other drugs. And then alcohol is still killing more people every year. So yeah, with how the world is today, we've got to come up with some new ideas, in my opinion. And I like what you said, is that every person has their own path. There's not a set rules of you have to do this, you do this, you do this, this will happen, this will happen. That's not how it works. Everyone has their own path. But what, you know, according to the numbers, we need to look at some other avenues.
Well, I'll close on this, if that's okay. So Alcoholics Anonymous, 12-step fellowships, Alcoholics Anonymous, 12, Narcotics Anonymous, 12-step groups are very successful and have, you know, I'm a member of one, big fan of it if it works for you. But I think there's a misconception out there that it is the number one way people that they find long-term recovery or long-term sobriety. That's actually false. 12-step is probably in the lower 20 to 25 percentile of groups that people find recovery through. The number 1 and number 2 is one being what we call natural recovery. It's people who don't subscribe to any type of organized recovery process. They once had a problem with alcohol and drugs, and they have since resolved it through whatever means. Self-help, family, community support systems, mental health counseling, substance use counseling, and I've never walked into a 12-step meeting. The second one before 12 steps is faith. Faith-based has been huge for folks. So, but the vast majority of people, we've talked about this. I mean, that's kind of the category you fall into is natural recovery.
Yeah, just found a way to self-motivate and, like I said, losing a son and a wife to this stuff, that's my class. Seeing their gravesite, that's my 12 steps. So everyone's got their own way. Let's give Ryan a huge round of applause. I do want to say, as a selfless plug, in this room, and 12:30 is NARCAN training, so I'm really suggesting that, but my son will also be on the LGBTQ mental health panel in room 125, so I'm excited to see that as well. So 12:30 we start back up, so thanks again, and again, very honored for Ryan's participation. Thank you.
And we can take a quick picture of us, it's all over the place. I always like you too. It's so much better. Isn't that great?
No doubt in my mind, you like.
Thanks, brother. Awesome. All right, I'll be back. Up and out. Like a shark, always keep moving.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
So just wanted to say hi. So now I have a face.
Yes.
Thanks.
Recovery residences? Oh, good. That's what, I mean, so people ask me like, so what did it for you, right? Well, I mean, I've been treated almost 8 times. I wasn't treated the same way. I was being so 18 months.
You know, to have that resource and like.
Very cool.
And do that, you know, like.
Sober living is
Just don't have it, which is crazy. Are you ready?
Which is crazy.
I guess so. Yes, I will be there. Oh, well, I'm gonna be there for a little bit tomorrow. That'll be great. Looking forward to it.
There you are.
I like to walk around and use my hands, I tell stories, crazy stories.
Yeah, I mean, like, so this is gonna be a separate one, but I actually think that even, and I was complicit in it, we've always been in the game of like, let's blame the pharmaceutical companies, which we all.
I start with it, but there's just not
the families and the choices really are public health
just going upstairs for overnight.
Like, it's so messed up.
That's not
Drug policies are so messed up, and we're always looking for a state. Really, I talk about this on the level, like, I think the ultimate point lies on the federal and state governments. I think our policies and our drug policies have, I mean, because you look at around, why do you do this? Outside the United States, right? Like, these are places.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Not at all.
My roommate and I, we actually just had this conversation.
what's the cheapest for days?
Yes.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah.
Like you just.
Right.
And.
Yeah.
Oh,
man. Yeah. Totally. Oh my gosh, I love that. Thank you so much.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
That's exciting, I'm loving it.
Okay, good. You call me anytime, same with you too. If you ever don't have an awesome experience, let me know.
Okay.
Because we're still pretty new, 2 years old, and we have different companies. Nuances and everyone else is different.
Yeah.
So, just let me know, because I like to be on top of stuff.
We need to shake up that project.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna, so Jen was telling me, about Brian here, because I'm like, I knew which one to Capitol and that meeting. And I just went, I did a day in the hill like a month ago, because the best I could, but I'm like, I'm not super great at this, like I need some advice. And that's, anyone I talk to, whether it be HHS, because we have these monthly accessories, if I talk to you,
Yes, how do you start that?
and I'm like, how do you start it? How do I do it effectively? It's like, I just kind of did this stuff. And it worked out okay. Fentanyl test strips was the thing I talked about, where I came up from addicts. So this year I kind of set the stage for, sure if I get some more political. It was really hard. It was during the week with all the and there was a lot of sadness. It was tough, and I needed to talk to all the parties. It's very, bipartisan issue.
Good for you that you got us there, because David, how do you get, because I know him, I've known her for quite a while.
Yeah.
But to even get in front of her.
Hard.
It's like, okay, there's.
Well, I didn't get in front of her, but. I gotta
Any person
They help, so it was good. Thank you. Exactly. So I'm like, thank you, God. You still need all this now.
Yes.
Well, and I just left my
Where'd you put your stuff?
Mine was in the table, but
Okay.
I think if you put it under
Okay.
here.
Okay.
And it needs to be every community, and it needs to be in the small communities, it needs to be in the cities. And like, for us up here in Cedar Rapids, to send someone 40 minutes, there's a long road between here, and there's a lot of establishments between here and there. Whether they get there or not, and it depends on the person taking them down there, and it depends on them whether they want people. Well, we do.
We don't want that many barriers.
Yeah. So we applied for a grant, $75,000 for transportation. We were having to show you. It's like, okay, we're not asking for the motor, these roads start supporting themselves, but there's that gap when they're coming out of jail. So wherever they're coming from, they have zero. Nothing, they have no insurance, they have nothing. And then just that, other states are doing it. We talked to a lot of states. Give us a gap run. We'll get them on their feet at that point, when we start being employable.
I can't wait to, I'm coming down for a visit at the end of June with Woody. Okay, I can think for a second. So I'm excited to see it. I just, those are the options. I love talking about Guidance Center, but all the other stuff too.
You didn't have that. We were so excited, and Bobby Wolf was on my board.
Oh, okay.
And so she said, okay, you gotta get with this guidance. You gotta get with these guys. So we were so excited. I know, they was going to cover.
For the.
Down and the board down, and you get them in there, they're not.
Well, I'm hoping that, so we're hoping $100 at least for we see a lot of people who are on also. So I'm hoping, when I'm going to come through next week, I finagle.
Yeah, just record something.
Now, that does mean that somehow, somewhere, in the university, they didn't do it before, or something.
Oh, okay.
If they haven't made sort or not.
Oh, she's gonna get you a slide.
You get what I'm saying? So, I think it's something like that.
Told me today
Yeah.
that they're covering opiates and stimulants, which now falls under the stimulants.
I'll hang out, because we, Matt is another item.
And I'm thinking
Matt is like, okay.
Somebody just said that, because there's, it can't be, you know, why are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Well, that was the one thing right there that I said, like, alcohol and never really see the wrong thing, struggling, dying, jail.
and they're scared, they're trying to get on the street. The one of the girls that came into us, and I think tried to get in the guidelines, because she's not that. Lived in a truck with her boyfriend, she'd probably come in there, and 4 days later, she was dead. She's been like, I mean.
Yeah, I met her, okay, she came, I didn't, yeah, she did, she was still in tears, it was awful, here, so, awful to hear.
They would have died.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Lots of work to do, yeah, nice to see you, nice
Oh,
to see you, yeah.
This is like fuel.
I know, right?
I'm a big coffee.
She's not just talking, I'm just ready to go, so, write some grants.
No, we're horrible.
You have all my stuff, right?
I know we do.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, great.
Yeah, I have a family. Is this all about this lady? I forget why I couldn't do it, but something happened.
Is this the floor back there?
Yep, okay.
I wanted to hear the same message from people talking to them, that makes sense. Thank you so much. You have that.
Yeah.
And by the way, too,
She did not want to be put on medication.
yeah.
You know, she had so much experience with it, and so she kind of fought that, but what we're seeing is just.
Over here.
They don't have enough space for that, we can't do it. I'm not sure because I think that they were the one way talking about. So how was your? Longer than I thought.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. She's working out.
She were able to.
She's working out. I mean, she's very good.
I was getting some text messages from her. Yeah. From MM. Yeah. It's like, this is.
Time's supposed to start. You're a haven. That's what you are. You are a haven. I know, you know what?
What are we doing?
Should we take a picture in front of the screen and then we might, sounds good to me. I'm done. Just doing this right now.
Hi.
You take out my chins. Thank you. So, let's get. See? So when this is done.
Hi. Hello. How are you? Fine, how are you?
Good.
Are you here for the NARCAN? Sure. Am I early? No.
I mean, someone else says, no one's in there yet, so they didn't come in.
Oh, yeah.
You might want to go tell people that you're actually starting. I just heard someone say, no one's in there. So maybe more people are interested.
Maybe they didn't like me eating my lunch. Well, the other one, with it getting over late, I don't know that they want people all the time to eat, so many. Well, they really have a good time to eat.
No, I mean, rolled right one in, because I kept looking at the agenda, and I'm like, well, what am I supposed to eat? And then I'm like, okay, finished up at 12:20, it's supposed to be 12:30, I'm like, well, I'm gonna go eat real quick.
Yeah. So you were able to get your lunch and?
I had ordered a lunch, so, yeah. Yeah, otherwise I'd still be driving.
Yeah.
This is Christina.
Myself.
How's your day? Yes, what does that say?
Certified prevention specialist.
Ah, very good stuff here.
I was
There's always so many acronyms.
I know.
I'm the CEO, people have like, I'm like, I'm the CPA. Certified professional.
Organizer? Okay. What the people in crisis? Okay, that's usually when they call me when they're just. Yeah.
I think we can.
Get started, okay?
We'll have a small group so we can make it very interactive.
We can all move up to the front table. Does that have to do that? No? It's up to you. Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Oh, yeah, whatever's fine.
I'm gonna trip.
I don't even know what it is.
I'm just gonna ask a smart question.
Yep.
You can.
Perfect.
To the one I've already trained.
Do you wanna come sit in the box?
I just listened to the.
I'm fine with it. And then I sat right in front of her.
Lord.
Okay, so I'm Cassandra. I am the Deputy Director at Area Substance Abuse Council, or ASAC for short. Christina, do you want to introduce yourself?
My name is Christina Skiles. I am the Certified Prevention Specialist with Area Substance Abuse Council. I work in Clinton and Jackson counties.
Okay, so what we're going to talk about in the second half of the presentation today is the,
I can do it for you. It takes a village.
well, I can
Now try.
No.
There you go.
There you go. Okay. So Christina is going to, in the second half of our presentation, provide the naloxone training. But really, when we talk about substance use and saving lives through substance use, it really starts before that with treatment. So naloxone is great in the midst of an overdose, and Christina will talk specifically about opioids and how to reverse those effects. But what we need to talk about first is a little bit about substance use in general and treatment options to save lives that way.
Oh, did it work good?
So I'm just going to share just very basic information, so about substances in general. So I think to really understand what we're looking at in terms of substance use disorder treatment, we have to really understand all of the substances that one can use in the midst of their disorder. So when we talk about some of these substances, a lot of times it's not just one substance that someone is using. A lot of times it's what we call polysubstance use. So even when patients are coming to us for treatment and they're sharing, this is the substance that I'm struggling with, whether it's an opioid use disorder, in the midst of that, then when we do a urinalysis, there may be the presence of more substances than they even know that they're using. And so that's why it's really important for us to just know what common substances there are and what people are using. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is just what we're seeing in Iowa in general. So a lot of what we're seeing is a higher potency of substances that are coming. So fentanyl, I know we hear a lot about fentanyl, we talk a lot about fentanyl, but fentanyl is extremely lethal. So someone who is ingesting fentanyl and they know that they're ingesting fentanyl, don't always know the potency of that substance. When fentanyl is mixed in with another opioid, for instance, heroin, that then even makes that more potent, and the risk of death by overdose makes that even higher. THC or marijuana, we're seeing those potencies increase, so both in the flower, and flower is when THC gets to us in the traditional marijuana form, so that green flower. But there's also edibles, there's waxes, there's oils, and the potency of the amount of THC within all of those substances is really hard to gauge. This really becomes important when we are looking at co-occurring disorders as well, because with marijuana use, for someone to then suffer from hallucinations or disorders, mental health disorders, they are anywhere from 3 to 5 times more likely to develop psychotic symptoms if they're using THC at high amounts. Methamphetamine in Iowa is more pure. It's more pure than it's ever been. A lot of times we are hearing now that it's almost 100% pure. And so that's what we refer to as ice. If you ever hear about ice, that's a very pure form of methamphetamine, and that's what a lot of people in Iowa are using because that's what's being sold. Nicotine in vapes. So anybody who goes to a gas station now will see advertisement for vapes. They're easily accessible. They come in little cartridges. And so the amount of nicotine within that vape is typically higher than a traditional cigarette. And then when we're talking about alcohol, if you have a traditional can of beer, you know exactly how much alcohol is within that can of beer. But now with craft beers, they have higher rates of alcohol content within those beers. And so someone who is having 1 beer a day, 2 beers a day, or in a sitting, they have much higher rates of alcohol within them. And so it's hard to know how that's going to affect their body when drinking those alcohols. We talk a little bit about polysubstance mixtures. So heroin and fentanyl really go hand in hand. We see that very frequently. People not knowing that fentanyl is in heroin. Sometimes they do. And the reason that fentanyl is put in heroin is to make the high stronger, sometimes to make it last longer, but it also makes it that much more dangerous. Then we talk about xylazine. How many people have heard of xylazine? The discussion surrounding xylazine. So xylazine, they're seeing a lot of it on the East Coast. It is an animal tranquilizer that is being added usually to opioids. It has to be attached to an opioid in order to be ingested. There's a lot of unknowns about xylazine. It causes a lot of body sores, and things of that nature. We are seeing it in Iowa, not at high rates yet, but we know it's likely very underreported, because there's just not great ways to test for it yet. The routes of consumption, so smoking, oral use, IV use, but then vaping within, those vape pens we talked about can have a variety of substances, marijuana, heroin, not just nicotine. And so it's a very dangerous way to ingest because a lot of times you don't know what you're using based on whatever cartridges it is within those vapes. And then we talked a little bit about the form of the substances, so the CBD, the wax, the edibles, and then the synthetics of cannabis that are being made. So I want to talk a little bit about substance misuse just in Iowa. So on the left, you'll see in order of substance of choice, I guess, for Iowans. It goes alcohol, marijuana, methamphetamine, heroin, and then cocaine. At ASAC, we serve 7 counties in Iowa, and so these are our numbers from last year, individuals who received treatment. So alcohol, nearly 40% of all of our patients reported alcohol use and struggles with alcohol use. Methamphetamine is second, and what's actually interesting about this, and when we look at how Iowa ranks in terms of substance use, is Iowa actually ranks 8th in treatment for methamphetamine, which I thought was interesting. And then marijuana, heroin, and cocaine. So just to kind of give an example of here in Lynn County and our other counties that ASAC serves, this is what our patients come to treatment for. Alcohol-related deaths, and for anyone who was in Ryan's talk just before this, he talked a lot about alcohol. Alcohol should absolutely be included in all substance use discussions. It's the most abused substance that we have, and alcohol kills people. So there was over 108,000 deaths in 2021, and you can kind of see how that's grown throughout the pandemic. It just continues to grow even following the pandemic. So 108,000 deaths that are alcohol related in the US alone. When we look at that in terms of Iowans, because we know that in Iowa, that's number 1 here, there were 760 alcohol-related deaths in 2020, and that was a 27% increase from 2018. So not only is it our number 1 substance that occurs, but it's killing our Iowans at a rate of 760 people. And then there was a record high of over 34,000 emergency room related visits in relation to alcohol alone, whether it was injuries or any contributing factor to an emergency room visit. And since the pandemic, 60% of Iowans report a higher use of alcohol, and 45% of them cite stress, especially women. There was a lot of data suggesting women with higher rates of alcohol use specifically related to stress. And if you look at how much money alcohol sales are making Iowa, you will see that there's a correlation with that as well. So this is just a brief snapshot. I'm not going to read every single one, but just showing how Iowa ranks with other states in terms of drug use. So when staying in line with our alcohol discussions, Iowa ranks 8th in all states in binge drinking. So it just is a pretty staggering number, and 5th in pain reliever misuse. So the other thing that was interesting to me when we start talking about substance-related deaths through overdose, Iowa ranks fairly low in terms of, we're number 48, but we are number either 4 or 8, I would need to look, but in fastest rising deaths due to opioids. So even though we're 48th, we are the quickly rising in terms of how many deaths that we have. So in US drug-involved deaths, and Ryan talked a little bit about this, we have now hit over 107,000 deaths. 107,000, did I say that right? Yes. Deaths in Iowa, so, or in the US. So you can see that it went up 20,000, and then in between 2020 and 2021, it was still 15,000 more, so that number continues decline in the US. For Iowa, we have a drug overdose reporting symptoms, so it goes through toxicology reports, death certificates, medical examiner investigations. So this includes all of the deaths that are drug involved. It does not involve alcohol or tobacco. Those numbers are separate. So there were 398 overdose deaths in Iowa in 2021. 60% of those had opioids, 44% were methamphetamine, and it included alcohol in this as well, because I'm not good at math and I can see that it's over 100, but it's over 100 because so many people who died related to drug-involved deaths had more than one substance reported in their body. So again, going back to that polysubstance use is very dangerous. So when we talk about substance misuse, it's the start of the conversation is how do you recognize it in someone? And Christina will talk a little bit about with opioid use in the moment when someone may be having an overdose, what that physically looks like. But when we're looking at someone who might be struggling with substance use, the things that we'll talk with them about or their family about is if they have that feeling that they have to use that substance daily or several times a day, and having those intense urges for the substance that they can't really block out. That's all they think about. It's consuming, needing more of that substance every day to get the same effect and in larger amounts. So that use just continues to grow, and then spending money on that substance that they may not have. And then we start to see things like stealing or activities to get that substance that they may not have ever considered doing before. But if they have, if they're battling with substance misuse, it might be something that they just find themselves doing. And then missing work obligations, maybe not seeing family or friends in the same manner that they would before because they're so focused on obtaining the substance, using the substance, and continuing to use it despite knowing that it's affecting their life. And the other thing that we start to see along with how they're obtaining the substances, maybe driving, doing other risky activities that they normally wouldn't do, but they do it when they're under the influence. And then failing in their attempts to stop. So maybe recognizing, this is affecting my life, I'm starting to have problems and I can't stop doing them. Or if I stop using, then I start to experience some of those withdrawal symptoms, getting shaky, there's just a lot of different things that they can experience as a result to stopping. So one of the conversations we have to have is how do we help? When somebody's in the midst of that substance misuse and we think they have a problem with substance use, how do we help them? And the very first thing that we can do is educate ourselves. What does it look like? What are they experiencing? What are we seeing? And then talk with them. Have a conversation to say, I'm worried about you. This is what I'm seeing. Is there something happening? And create that safe space for them to say, yes, I think I do, and I think I need help. And creating that open dialogue, that safe space, and then encouraging them to seek help from a substance use provider. Find a substance use provider, give them the phone number, help them call, do it together. If they don't want to make that phone call, share with them, if you do decide to call this number, they can help, and just encourage them to take that next step. And then contact that provider for treatment. And I think one of the biggest barriers we hear to people reaching out for treatment is they don't know what to expect. They're scared, they're anxious, they're worried, and they don't know what that phone call is gonna look like. What's gonna happen once I call? And so I think it can be helpful for us to know this is what treatment looks like. This is what happens after that first phone call when somebody calls and says, I think that I'm struggling. I think that I might have a problem. The very first thing that will happen is an evaluation. They'll come in and meet with a counselor and have a thorough evaluation. And we do tell people this appointment might be long. It might be longer than your normal appointment. You're gonna be asked a lot of questions so that that person can really understand what does your substance use look like and what's driving it. Is there trauma? Is there a place that some of these things are originating from so that they can get whole person treatment? So it includes a psychosocial assessment, asking a lot of information about their substance use history. What are you using? How often? A lot of times, like we talked about, there's more than one substance, and then having that urinalysis to see what's present in their body so we know what we need to work with them on. A lot of counselors, most, use what we call the ASAM criteria, so the American Society of Addiction Medicine identifies 6 dimensions to evaluate someone's substance use, from what their withdrawal symptoms may look like to their motivation. Are they ready? They call it readiness to change. Is somebody in there saying, yes, I want help now, I need help, I realize I have a problem, or I don't really think I have a problem, but my probation officer made me come. Just assessing that, because then that helps us know, where do we start with this individual? How do we get them help? So based on that evaluation, the counselor will then make a recommendation for treatment. And there's different levels to treatment based on what that person shared in their evaluation. So it could be outpatient treatment, where they come to 1 or 2 groups per week with other individuals struggling with the same thing, in addition to talking one-on-one with a counselor. It could be intensive outpatient treatment. That's 9 hours a week of treatment. Typically, it's 3 days a week for 3 hours at a time in a group setting, talking through substance use, your triggers, coping skills, and working in that group environment. Partial hospitalization is 20 hours a week of treatment. Some people are in a residential setting during this treatment, where they then receive 20 hours of group and education throughout the week. Some people go home afterwards, so they come in every day, they do their 20 hours of treatment a week, but they're still staying at home. Halfway treatment is in a residential location, so they're in a structured environment, and it's 5 hours of treatment per week. Usually halfway treatment occurs after residential treatment to help someone ease back in to being in the community, working towards getting home, and moving towards that outpatient treatment goal. Residential treatment is what some people refer to as inpatient treatment or rehab. This is when someone goes to a facility, typically for at least a month, where they are in programming 50 hours a week, groups, talking with people, education, and they are then staying on site at that facility for residential treatment. So that is the treatment end of things. And of course, Christina, in anticipation,
So nervous, I got choked up.
she's really gonna share with us that other side of how you can save a life in the midst of an opioid overdose. What does that look like? What is that person experiencing? And how can we save them?
Okay,
So,
we ready for me?
yes.
I think I'm ready for me.
You want the clicker?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
it's this way, I learned.
Appreciate it. So it can be a little hard to understand when I say I'm a prevention specialist. When you go into prevention and then they're like, you're gonna be the NARCAN trainer. I'm like, doesn't that come afterwards? But no, I'm trying to prevent a death. I'm trying to save a life and prevent somebody from losing anybody. I know all of us here probably have something that has impacted our life, been in the position. There's a reason. And a lot of people think that I talk to out and about, they're like, it's not my realm. It's not my backyard. It's not my circus, not my monkeys. I don't care. And then it is. And then it's too late. So we have to take those preventative measures to learn how to save a life. We did start to talk about opioids earlier in substances, and in a lot of our trainings, you have to understand one to understand the other. We can't sit here and preach harm reduction or stigma or anything else without understanding the science of addiction. Why that is there, why the addiction starts. And it's not a straight line. Addiction is not a straight line to, I have an issue, I need fixed, to it's fixed. It doesn't happen like that. It is a roller coaster and it's individualized, just like everybody. All kids have this learning, individualized learning. The substance use is the same way. Everything is individualized. Everybody's body is made up differently and things happen differently. There are ACEs, there are triggers, there are factors, there are variables, all of them. So with opioids, because I'm gonna say, and a lot of people don't understand, naloxone is an opioid antagonist. It reverses an opioid overdose. I'm not saying that if you know that there was methamphetamine, not to use it, because it's not gonna hurt. It could be an opioid involved, polysubstance abuse, and xylazines. I mean, I first learned working with the police department in Clinton when they're like, we have 2 confirmed cases of xylazine. Now it's 3. And I'm like, what? What is that? So I look it up. So I gotta check this out. And on the CDC website, it said animals, large animals like deer. My son's larger than a deer. I mean, these are tranquilizers that are used for animals, large animals, but now they're mixing it with opioids. And it has to be attached to that opioid, like Cassandra said. So with that, xylazine itself, NARCAN will not touch it. However, it's attached to that opioid. Do it anyway. It's not gonna hurt a person. I have funny stories that are terrible to tell, but I do have stories where I have witnessed people ingest NARCAN. Nothing happened. They were not under the influence, just happened to be an accident. One of the ladies I was training, she wanted to sniff it, and she did. Nothing happened to her. She was just fine. She just wanted to check it out. Okay, well, you are now my story. I'm gonna tell everybody, because I have police officers who are like, how do we know? Now, how do we know that's really not gonna hurt anybody? I was like, let me tell you about this little lady who sprayed it in her hand and sniffed it. So, and I've given my children NARCAN training because, I mean, they're in their 20s, they're in their early 20s, they're out and about, they're in the industries, blue collar, whatever. And my youngest, or my middle one, says, why are you training the police department in healthcare, Mom? Don't they already know? He's like, why aren't you training like the people at Walmart? Everyone. So now I'm like, I will tell anybody who will listen to me how to do this. Anyway, because we all have to work together. We're all on the same train, just different cars. We all have to work hand in hand together to save a life. So as I said before, with opioids, and let's just talk about opioids. I started that a minute ago. We have our prescription opioids. So on one hand, when my mother was going through everything, she liked her back pain medicine and had to hide it. I always had my kit. This is my personal kit. I keep on me all the time. I always had this on me. I never knew if I was gonna walk into my mom's home and she found her Percocet. I never knew. My nephew, he passed from fentanyl poisoning. I told my brother, wasn't a circus, wasn't his monkeys. Now it is. Have it on you, I don't care. I've run to cars before, and my husband's like, where's your mother going? Cody's like, she's gonna save someone's life. And never know. But I will also advise you have to make sure you're safe too before you administer NARCAN. But I always have my kit on me because you never know when you're gonna run into someone who needs you. So with that, we have heroin, illicitly manufactured fentanyl, and that is the big one. And I tell kids, look at a penny. It's Abraham Lincoln's ear. That's enough to take a life. And you don't know. Go home and count out 7 grains of salt on your table. Tell me how easy that is for you to do. And then that is how much will cause you to overdose and possibly die. And so it takes them by surprise. So what is naloxone? When I say naloxone and I say NARCAN, so it can be a little confusing. Naloxone is the opioid antagonist. It reverses an opioid overdose. NARCAN is a name brand. That is the type that has the open prescription in Iowa and will possibly at some point be over the counter. Well, it was passed, but it's gonna take some time. So that is the nasal spray. And it is only one, there's only one dose in each one. Your box has 2, and I'll tell you why, you'll learn. But there's only 1 dose, so don't print, because once it's done, it's done. Okay, so it's a prescription medication that reverses the opioid overdose. It has no effects on a person who has not used opioids. Clinton office, we've run down the stairs before. It was alcohol. I mean, we could have administered, but it would have done nothing for them. Wouldn't have helped them, wouldn't have hurt them, nothing. It's very safe and easy to administer, and it can be used on children and pregnant women. I just advise, and I will tell them over and over and over again, get 911 on the phone first. Start telling them what you're doing. Have them as your backup. Takes effect in 1 to 3 minutes and lasts 30 to 90. And I wish I would have underlined this, lasts 30 to 90. So if you know someone that's going to the hospital and they have had NARCAN and they're going to the hospital, most hospitals you'll be like, all right, you're good now, go on. But when they get to the parking lot, order a Jimmy John's sandwich and go back in, because they're gonna overdose again. So, and it cannot be used to get high, but it is important to remember it takes effect quickly, but it doesn't last as long as an opioid does. So what happens is we have our opioid receptors. Here's your opioid receptor. The opioid is on top of your receptor. The NARCAN comes in, pops it off, covers it up for 30 to 90 minutes. That opioid's still hanging out, still waiting, and then it's gonna cover it up again. So, naloxone must be stored in the sunlight. I keep mine in a little kit. I don't keep it in my car. I have a lot of sheriff's deputies that have them in their cars, and I'm like, no, take them, put them on your person, keep them with you, don't leave them in your car. Generally safe to store in emergency vehicles as long as you're not in Iowa and it's somewhere in the morning, winter time. Expires 18 months to 3 years, and it comes with directions and everything in the package. So there are different kinds. I asked my son one time, you can tell I covered up the ASAP thing with this. I asked my youngest son one time, I'm like, what is NARCAN? He's like, don't you just stab it in your leg? I was like, oh, don't do that. So I'm thinking about the nasal one, but he actually knew about this one. This is an auto-injector. This is one of the brands, the Expo. The naloxone with a syringe, typically used by your EMS at your hospitals. And then this is the one that has the open prescription you can get at your pharmacy, your local pharmacy, or Naloxone Iowa that we'll talk about soon. And that one up there is Cloxato. Cloxato is an 8 milligram. They're recommending using that one more for your fentanyls, your carfentanil, stuff like that. So like I mentioned Naloxone Iowa, you can go to your local pharmacy. And I can tell you everyone in Clinton and Jackson does except for Wagner's. However, I get to put my information in there and they work with me very well, so it's okay. But one day we'll get them on board. And I know that Cedar, the local pharmacy here, Cedar, okay, they do, and Walmart, Walgreens, all of them. But you can go on, and I have done it myself. Naloxone Iowa, /telenaloxone, this is how I got this. Not this box, but the inside kit, the inside stuff. And I went on there, and I made an appointment with them, and I talked to a pharmacist face to face. And they gave me the same instruction as I'm giving now, and talked to me, and then it was in my mailbox in about 4 days. So it's easy to do, just pay attention to if you do order it, that you're not getting your mail at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's August 10th, and it's 107 degrees outside, and you're not getting your mail until 8 o'clock that night, so then it's just worthless. But still, just pay attention to when it's coming. And you can purchase naloxone at any pharmacy, like I mentioned before, without a prescription. You can just go to them and simply tell them, I want to save a life. I want to help out. So we're going to talk about the signs. Now there's a difference between influence and overdose. With the influence, you're going to notice they're slightly sluggish. I mean, it's down. It's respiratory distress. It's
slow breathing, but when you get to the part where they're like very slow and no breathing, or a deep snore and that death gurgle, that death rattle, won't wake up, and no matter what kind of pain. The sternal rub, nothing like that, won't react to screaming, yelling. They have very pale, clean skin, blue lips and fingernails. So you know, we gotta take action now. So get 911 on the phone. We've been asked this question numbers of times. When someone's sitting in a chair, let's say they overdosed and they're sitting in a chair, is it okay to administer NARCAN then? Do your best to get them flat. Do your best to get them on the ground. Lay the person on his or her back, if possible. Enter the open airway by lifting the chin. Give oxygen support or bag support, and I advise that you have one of the face masks. Do not have, that I don't have in my box, because I gave it to somebody else, but I advise, we have some on the ASAC table out there. Please stop by and grab one. I advise having that face mask. Make sure you're safe. Pause. You already have 911 on. Ventilation should last 1 second and be given every 5 seconds. Watch for the chest to rise and fall. If you suspect opioids or any overdose, give the naloxone. Give 1 dose in 1 nostril. My biggest tip is to, the hand you write with, use that nostril first. I'm right-handed, I would do the right nostril first. It'll either hurt or it won't help. It won't hurt them. It'll either help or it won't hurt them, that's what I meant to say. So it also works if the person's not breathing. Because like I mentioned before, an opioid overdose is respiratory distress. That's when the body is shutting down and your lungs are not working. It will absorb in the mucous membranes if someone is not breathing, however. So you would simply peel the back. This is one right here. Simply peel the back, put your finger on the plunger, like so, and insert it in the nostril where the fingers are hitting the nostril and plunge. And it's 1 dose, do not cry. It can take up to 3 minutes for effect. Continue the respiratory support. Watch to see if they start to breathe and become responsive. After 2 to 3 minutes, if they do not start to respond, this is why I say use your right hand. Get the other one using the other nostril. There could be a blockage in this side. I had a patient one time tell me, I was in a group talking with him, and he said, I had methamphetamines stuck in my nostril that had fentanyl in it, and it kept draining. And when they NARCAN'd, they couldn't get through, so they used the other side. And you could, maybe your nostril doesn't work, like mine today. Continue the respiratory support until the person begins to breathe on their own or EMS arrives. And once you start to get that reaction from them and that they're starting to breathe, it is best to put them in a recovery position. They could vomit. You don't want them to take that back in. They need to have their knee over so they don't roll on their face. And they need to put, like fall asleep like a baby, like that. So withdrawal symptoms can be mild to strong. This is where we need to take in our, and it's gonna be hard. Your adrenaline's gonna be running and you're gonna be worried about what's going on too. But for their best interest, you have to remain calm and calmly explain what's going on. Calmly explain to them you are there to help them, you're not there to hurt them. Stay with them until EMS arrives. Don't ditch. The Good Samaritan law is a whole other situation, but we'll talk about that. But there is a Good Samaritan law and you're protected. Encourage follow-up medical monitoring. A lot of people will not want to go to the hospital. And we find that in our rural counties. They're like, no, I don't want to go to the hospital. You already gave me NARCAN, I'm good, I'm fine, I don't want to go. No, they probably will overdose again. And it's important to tell them that. While they're confused and anxious, it says they're really violent and combative. Not always the case. And then way too many people that say this is not the case. They are in complete psychological distress. They're scared. They don't know what happened to them. I don't know if you've ever woke up out of surgery and you're like, what is going on? Where am I? and you're like, oh, I gotta get up, and you got IVs and everything all over you. This is pretty much like, oh, what's going on? They're gonna be scared, they're gonna be in psychological distress. Your presence is gonna be a surprise, they're gonna be shocked to see you. Holding them down, not a good idea. Let the people who get paid to do that stuff do that. The EMS, the first responders, till they get there, but if they're not there, calmly talking to them and explaining what's going on is the best thing. Effective de-escalation techniques will be useful, calmly explaining, like I said. So we're gonna review. Check for breathing and responsiveness. Contact EMS. Get them on the phone, tell them what you're doing. Start respiratory support, give them naloxone. Monitor for response, breathing remains absent. Continue respiratory support after 2 to 3 minutes. Give the second dose in the other nostril. Continue respiratory support, get positive response. Stay with them and support until EMS takes over. For this, when I give it to the agency, I'm like, we need to, agencies and other businesses, follow your protocol. For anybody in personal life and whatnot, if you can't get someone there, ambulance there, it is best to take them in your car. If the person isn't fully awake, walking, call 911 or take them to the ER. If not seeking medical care, stay with the person until after the naloxone is fully worn off, at least 3 hours. Like I said, 30 to 90 minutes, gonna overdose again. Get more naloxone. Watch for the return of the overdose. Refer the closest treatment provider and inquire about MAC. Which is ASAP. Any questions? No? I do have NARCAN vouchers that I can sign off for you, and you can take them to the pharmacy and have that filled if you would be interested. Okay, thank you all. Do you have any questions? Well done. Ready? Did you know that I have any one of the NARCAN doctor? I do. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Just take that out. Yes. Yes.
Oh, you mean that?
Yeah. She's had 90 surgeries. She has. I'm sorry.
Hey, Charles. It is my name on my. Yeah. Okay.
Yours,
You want yours?
Did you eat? Yeah, yours probably one.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it in.
Well, you can go out there.
Yeah, actually doing a great job. I worry about. And I would never read that, I just always, yeah, some of those kids, they only have one session. Yeah. And then Jenny's in there. Yes. Actually have, prescriber who will, if first considerable substance, they actually recommend send you phosphorus. And it means that I have DIA and okay, so there you go, thank you, you just take it to them at, Cedar. Oh, well, take it because. Yeah. That was shy. Yeah. Sometimes you think, I'll show you things at it. Yeah. But it didn't happen. Oh, I see. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We have reports of 8 times, I don't know. So what are the cases? Thank you. That vape is disposed of on the ground, and it it's like an disposal. Yeah, there are so many variables, it's that's what you said. Yes. Oh, so that's the worst, that's my bottom and my line. What is your name? Rebecca. So. Yes, Okay.
And there you are.
Thank you. The Q or the CR. Okay, yes. Wonderful. Thank you.
The CR here. Maybe, you talk about it without work, or is that here?
I know, we're probably gonna love it from this side of town. Yeah, I'm on the northwest side, so I'm sorry. Okay.
I think I got through there. This is the one that I was thinking. Is it on your, is it mine?
Yeah, that's it.
I was
Really funny class. It was in a meeting. When you mentioned it, and I'm like, wait, what's in my home? I don't know.
Oh, he came from the area and.
So you're saying that so it's really, if you go up to downtown, it's not far.
Oh, yeah.
You can take out a video.
Wow. I've been here for a whole week every day.
Poor mom. She first got there, I'm like, oh, well, let's see if we can get you in here.
I think my pharmacy and.
It's only available in Cornwall.
Only the CR one, but if you do go to any other pharmacies and do, it's mostly open by script, so you can just tell them that you would like.
I know, hey, I got this, and I don't know if I agree, but I like that.
I'm from north of Duke, and I've been here for over a week, babysitting grandchildren, and I'm not even home after this. And that's just saying, I'm just anxious to go home.
Just want to make another stop somewhere.
I do understand that. I'm getting to have my grandbaby tonight, who's only 3 months old, and I'm so excited about it. My husband,
I was
has
just
this little
impressed
walker, and it's like a Ford F-150
Oh, yeah.
truck and whatnot, and like, he's 3 months old, so you know what I mean? He says, well, I was walking around the world.
You know what I mean?
But we're super excited to have him tonight.
My original goal was 6 months.
That's plenty of my Saturday nights, rocking baby cups.
The two I've done was for 12. I've been here since last Saturday morning. So I'm like, yeah. And this retired friend just back there.
You're very tired. I'm very tired.
I get up at 6:30 in the morning. I go 6:30, my soccer games were 45 degrees last Monday. I mean, this has been a rough week.
But, it's a lot at once, we're not used to that.
Oh, goodness.
And then of course, I don't go to sleep when I go to sleep because I'm used to it.
And then after this other.
But I think, yeah, I'll forward it. You figure it out, it's like.
It says it's 8 miles. 14 minutes.
Well, you did a great job. Well, thank you. Thank you.
I very much appreciate it.
It's not you have it, you're not, not have to worry about it. I enjoyed it. Otherwise, I would
Grab my bag.
Now, when I go back. Oh, I got 3 months. Wow.
So you can just spend that time back.
I'll be back.
I know that we offer like.
This is a trip I make off, so I might just go on to the city of my next trip. Because in the meantime, my mom's home, and they don't take it out, but the next, I like options. Thank you.
So I have a
Everybody in.
question, you said.
So strange.
I have a question. Yes. Open prescription, how many can you have at a time? Do they keep track of how many you have?
They do put it on the PMP, and at one point it was 5. Now they're like, if you need more than just go ahead and let them
Okay,
know.
yeah.
But it was 5 a year at one point.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm just thinking, like, trying to get my kids to go, would you go get one? No, but if I just got it for them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then just because it's not like, I mean, my kids are 29, 23, I doubt that. I mean, they may come into contact, but I'm like, it's an easy thing for them to have. But to give them one more thing to do between everything that's going on, I can just hand it to them and say, here, you have this. You
Yes,
know?
absolutely.
Keep it in case you
And
need it.
they put it on your name. I was in the Iowa City Hospital and they mentioned that, this is on your record. I was like, I work in prevention.
I wanted to know because I want to save a life.
Right, yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
yeah, it's on there.
Well, but that's the whole purpose of why it's an open.
Yes.
Right. This, yes, because you can't abuse it, it doesn't do anything to you, so it's not like,
Yeah, so it will be under your name, but you know what? We know why.
Exactly.
And so, who cares? No worries.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, all right, wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
I just think that it's sad to think that they, I mean, maybe they need to ask that just to make sure that there isn't anything else going on. But then once they figure that out, they should be like, good job.
It is free for them, I'm gonna go to it. But I have a whole back and forth with Heidi, because we do the same thing with Heidi, and they'll give me, I'll go buy it, and I'll get the vouchers, and then I'll go down the park and, train people, but, yeah, because I was like, you have leftover samples, but take it. Yeah. And he's like, oh, he's like, because people are gonna come in and get it. I'm like, I'm on it.
The whole purpose is like, here, go get it.
Yes, yeah.
We need them more apt to get it.
When do those those vouchers expire? Will we be able to use them?
Do we resonate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we
can use these in 3 years from now.
I just saw that.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. Oh, sorry. So they, anytime they do.
Got it, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Kristen's like,
hey, we gotta put this through for the mental health.
well, and I did think
request a
for
virtual
grant. I don't know how many I ever get, either I was struggling. But, oh, yeah,
Yeah, I want some. We're gonna start our gardening on staff in the park again. And that's when they went really well. I mean, last week in information, we're like, oh, we actually have a lot of people come in, which was really good because the last couple weeks we kind of just sat there waiting for people to come in. And then there was one event where we had 5 police officers and 6 firemen and then 2 of us from an agency, and we're like, this is not, because they were just turning off the lights. It was intimidating. They're like, oh, I'm gonna go in there. Because I'm like, this has to stop. It can't come as a herd effect. It doesn't work like that. But last week we had a lot of people coming in and things like it, warming up and up to the party. Yeah. And I love being in the park and training about it as well, because they're the first thing I want people to see.
Are we ever allowed to have grant funds cover food?
like, so,
We do that.
like 4 patients.
No.
Sometimes they'll usually do it if it's like needed for a training. So they go to the NPN or whatever, obviously they're whatever.
But it's not,
It's not.
you can't. I just know
Like
that
the
that
dark team will grill.
Sure, but last year they were asking for people to help fund that.
Can I tell you something that I thought about it, like.
Yeah.
That May is usually when we do residential. I forgot. So it was not.
I didn't even remember that.
Because we always do our own, mental health funds. We have like a self-care thing for our staff. So, you want her right here?
No, I'm
Sorry.
I just don't know that that's something.
No, I don't.
Do you guys wanna go look at the sound workshop?
Yeah, I'll tell you around.
Okay, no, you're fine.
I
I'm totally fine waiting.
Oh, he just texted. I'll be there.
Okay, no worries. I'm gonna go out and see Sarah.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm totally fine. No, you're fine. Mike is at Walmart shopping right now. He's probably gonna buy another truck.
Hey Molly, do you have the one for writing?
No.
Okay. I don't.
And then next week I'm gonna come in, mental person at Cedar. I have to be that way. And then I was at, I just got done with the house. No, it's just in the community. I think one of the reasons why we could stay out of the limited impacts. And so I didn't want to hear. And I was also small. And so it was hard to put that 6th grade distance in most of the offices. And so, and I didn't want to work with that. And I didn't want my clients to, and I know so much. So I stayed on telehealth and stuff. And then,
Taylor. You guys are
oh, I know, we had to call because.
didn't see how loud I was thinking I should get irritated, but I don't know if this one of those things I was talking about, it only matters. No one brings it to matter. Didn't sit, that was just.
And that's when you go fast on the team now, I think there's about a certain person. That's great. You don't have to drive in. To come in for hours and maybe there's at least. It's been a good chance to run some good success. It gave us time. And we were in we had a director of success. So really much to go to. Really need this. So come and meet that. It was really good. It would be nice to like little breakout to put them in there. Yeah, I think it was that. I think the couples that I saw really good. I mean, the biggest stressor that I could see is really was the couple of them. They couldn't take a they care what happened. And so but yet their employers continue to like you work from home, but now you have to still do for 40 hours. Right, and so they're trying to take care of the kids, doing our sessions, interactive sessions all the time, but it was what we did. And I told them about the relationship, I said, you guys don't realize in my lifetime, in history, and marriage issues, family issues, and I think it's just like this was not. Yeah, it makes but I think the ones that work for I don't hear this such an thing, I just been so hard to react. I would enjoy it. So, we just started with it, you started to set up? Yeah. And then did ASAC people, being the sponsors and financiers and stuff? I didn't know, because he talked about traveling. I didn't know wrong, but part of it.
Guess I should sit here. You guys like the front row? I like that. I like that.
So are you going to look at some recovery centers tomorrow?
Yeah, we're gonna go to Crush. Ryan and I are, and then we're gonna pop over to ASAC, because there's a wing there that's named after my son, Seth Room. They have a wing there for higher risk kids that can come in, so, and that's all he has time to for tomorrow, because he flies out, I gotta get him at the airport.
Yeah, so come and see us. They
don't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, next year, I want to try to get more time to take advantage of him coming to town. It's a big deal to get him here.
I'm gonna start in a few minutes, so just kind of waiting for some last minute stragglers.
That's what I was thinking. That's a little scary. Hopefully, let's just pray that we're all busy. Yeah. We have more issues with that. That's when things kind of scary. Testing. It's not out yet. Oh, is that what they said? Yeah. I forget what one we said it was coming out, but that's July. They are structural. Yeah, it was like that. What is that?
So I want to go ahead and get started. Thanks again for coming to the Expo. I'm Jeff Johnston. I'm the founder of Breakout, which is our app that we're launching in July. My goal today is to introduce you to the concept and talk about why we think this is important. and I'll give you a little backdrop on the idea and the genesis behind it. So for those of you that have followed our story, the Living Undeterred story, if you saw me speak this morning, our oldest son, Seth, was poisoned by fentanyl. He was a 2012 graduate of Prairie High School, and he died at the age of 23. And that set me in motion on this incredible journey of mental health advocacy. And I wrote a book. The book is out there for sale. The proceeds go to my nonprofit, which is who's sponsoring this event, the Living Undeterred Project. And I thought it was important to, as I like to tell my two boys when their brother died, lean into it to learn from it. Lean into it to learn from it. So instead of repressing and regressing, pushing memories back and trying to avoid things, I just said, you know what, I'm gonna lean into death. I'm gonna lean into advocacy. I'm gonna lean into addiction. And I wanna try to be the best advocate that I can be. And in doing so, it helps me with my therapy. I don't go to a therapist. I don't go to 12 steps. My advocacy is my therapy. And so with that, I also did a podcast. I'm in year 3 of my podcast. It's called Living Undeterred, surprisingly. And I meet some unbelievable people around the country. It's every Friday we post. So if you go to Living Undeterred, you can subscribe and sign up for our podcast. It's a great way for me to meet people like Ryan Hampton. He's been on my podcast. Kenyon's been on my podcast. I really enjoy the advocacy part of what I do. I also did a tour last summer. So last summer, again, when you have full-blown attention deficit, you don't sit still very well. So I do what all people do that have attention deficit. I went out and bought a brand new 34-foot Hurricane Thor RV and thought I'd drive around the United States for 95 days and talk to people. That's what I did. So I took my 2 boys and a documentary guy, and we're gonna have a documentary next summer we're putting together. And the goal of the tour wasn't to go around and talk about Jeff Johnston. That's what a narcissist would do. This was to talk about me with the intent of allowing people to be vulnerable. And one of the great things about sharing your story is it gives people permission to share their stories. And I found very quickly, 95 days going around the United States, that my story was just my story. But you have a story, you have a story, you have a story, we all have a story, and it's important that we share them. So that's an important part of the advocacy. I also bought an hour of time on WMT Radio, my own hour. I have 2 sponsors, and it's called the Living Undeterred Mental Health Hour. So most of what you see has been funded by myself. We don't get a lot of financial support. I don't know if it's the stigma with mental health or there's enough nonprofits out there chasing your money, but you know, my goal is to each year just keep getting better, keep focusing on saving lives. And so this whole idea came about because I didn't want to go write another book. I didn't want to do another podcast. I am doing another tour. We have 3 mini tours this summer starting in July going around. I think we've got 17 states roughly lined up to do another event. But the idea behind Brighton came up because I was very frustrated with Gen Z's struggles they're having with primarily social media. That was a big problem. And everything I looked at in Generation Z, by the way, is basically age 12 to age 26, okay? And I was really struggling with how can we take the one thing that's their biggest enemy, and for a lot of adults too, is cell phones. We just simply are paralyzed with being on our phones. And we aren't overly attentive with what's going on around us, having conversations with our kids and our parents and developing those relationships because we're constantly on our phone. So I thought, how can we take the cell phone and actually turn it into an ally? Make it a partner in this mental health mission that we're all on. And so the idea of Brighton was to take and give young adults the opportunity to build their own one-page mental wellness plan. And you may say, 1 page? How's an app 1 page? Well, I want to take the complexities of mental health and I want to simplify them, make them as simple as we can. The last thing kids need today is another label, another diagnosis, more reasons why they're screwed up, right? That's not what they want to hear. They want to sleep better. They want to have healthier relationships. They want to quit the addictions that maybe they have with whatever it is. And I think as adults, we need to provide them the opportunities for them to do that. So I want to step you through our presentation here. And again, this is pretty informal and intimate. So if you have questions, I have to think everyone in here has an affinity towards the younger generation. Who doesn't want to help kids, right? And that's what my calling is. And I originally was what I would call a mad dad. When Seth died from fentanyl, I just wanted to go out and eradicate fentanyl. I wanted to go down to Mexico and fight the drug cartel. I wasn't going to do that myself. I was going to take a lot of people with me, but I would literally wanted to go down to be Rambo, just go fight the Mexican drug cartels that are shipping these fentanyl pills across the border, and go to China and eradicate the precursor chemicals that the Chinese are selling to the Mexican drug cartels that are ending up in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in Adderall pills that are fake Adderall full of fentanyl. That was what I was. I was a mad, angry dad, and I was a supply side advocate. I wanted tougher laws for the drug lords. I wanted to change everything to focus on the supply side. But then it dawned on me pretty quick, what about the demand side? And if we just got the demand off the table, would the drugs go away? I'm being very wishful thinking here, but the reason why we have these things is because there's a demand. And the demand is coming from us. And so I thought to myself, why don't we develop a way that we can focus on the demand with the kids, still keep the supply side going. We still need to reduce the amount of drugs on the streets and have tough laws to keep people from selling the illicit drugs. But at the same time, you can take all the fentanyl off the planet and deaths aren't going to stop. The drug dealers know this, and that's why they're moving on to things stronger than fentanyl. The people that are addicted will find ways to reduce the pain in their life. If they can't get fentanyl, they'll get something else. And that's how it works. That's not people want to hear, but that's how it works. The reason I know this is with the opioid crisis that Ryan talked about with Purdue Pharmaceutical and the OxyContin, they cut Oxy prescriptions down 50% after the big Purdue scandal was revealed. What do you think happened to deaths? Deaths went up 100%, with half the OxyContin on the market. So there is not a linear relationship with all these. Just taking something off the streets doesn't mean 100% of the time you're going to have a relationship that's beneficial. In this case, half the Oxy, deaths still went up. And you know why? Because the people that needed the pain relief went to the streets and got it, and that's where we have the problem, or one of the problems. So I'm going to talk a little bit about where this idea came from. So I'm a financial advisor. I did own Premier Investments of Iowa. I just sold it literally as we're speaking. I don't want to set up IRAs and invest money for people anymore. That doesn't excite me. Helping kids stay alive, that excites me. And that's what I'm going to do the rest of my life. And so I took an idea in the financial services industry called diversification. So if you were in my office and you gave me your 401k to invest, I wouldn't just go take it and put it all in cryptocurrency or gold or something. What I would do is, like most financial advisors, we would do a financial plan, and then we would suggest a diversified portfolio, right? You guys have heard that phrase. So you'd have stocks and bonds and real estate, maybe some gold, maybe some crypto. But what happens is you keep your investments across asset classes, and what that does is it diversifies your risk. So if stocks don't do very well, then maybe your other investments will. Why don't we approach mental health the same way? Why don't we diversify our mental health? It just kind of dawned on me this summer when I was in an RV. It's like, I could take my 33 career as a successful advisor, and I could translate this into mental health pretty easily by coming up with 3 asset classes. So our asset classes, our asset classes are health, wealth, and purpose. Those are our 3 asset classes: health, wealth, and purpose. So I could get kids to self-assess and autonomously build a mental health portfolio, diversifying their mental health into 3 asset classes. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. I don't have any guarantee this is going to help, but I tell you what we're doing isn't working. Someone asked me the other day, well, Jeff, where's your proof that this Bright Map's going to work? I don't have any, but I'm doing something, because what we're doing isn't working. If you don't believe me, find a statistic in teen mental health 5 years ago that's gotten better. And someone laughed. I mean, you have to look really hard. Sure, there may be something, but 8 out of 10 of them are bad, and they're getting worse. So somebody's got to draw a line in the sand, and that's what we decided to do at Bright, is be that line in the sand. So those are our asset classes: health, wealth, and purpose. And I'll talk about these in a minute, but one I'm going to hit before I go on The health is obvious, obviously health's a big deal, but the wealth one, people are always surprised. Well, Jeff, you're talking to Gen Z kids. Why wealth? Well, wealth is huge. Wealth is huge. 67% of American adults live paycheck to paycheck. Did you know that? Almost 70% of American adults live paycheck to paycheck. And about 80% of American adults cannot get their hands on $1,000 if they had to by the end of the day today. And we're asking our kids to get their financial guidance from home when the statistics say that home is a financial disaster. I've been doing this 32 years. Your home may not be, but I know statistically 7 out of 10 Americans are paycheck to paycheck. And we're asking our kids to get their financial wisdom and their guidance from their parents that are broke, and a lot of times are on drinking alcohol or doing drugs, or their marriage isn't happy. It's not the best place to learn a healthy relationship about money. So that's why wealth is important to me, okay, for the kids. Purpose is obviously a big one. That generation, Gen Z, is a lost generation. It doesn't have to be. I think they're the most fascinating generation ever. And I'm overly optimistic that we can write this shit to them very quickly here. And we better, because they're a large generation. So here's the problem. Gen Z is the most anxious, depressed generation of all time. And I know if there's Gen Zers in the audience, they're probably going, well, yeah, whatever, you boomer, you boomer, sure, we're messed up, but so are you guys. That's not what this is about. It's this important statistic because, as Kenyon said in his talk, we're the most abundant we've ever been as humans. You don't have to leave your chair. You can check your stock portfolio. You can text thousands of people. You can see what the weather is in India right now. You can see what the stock market is in India right now. We have the most abundance, yet I think we're the most disconnected we've ever been in human civilization, which is tragic and unfortunate, because as technology grows, you think we're going to get happier? I don't see it happening. Artificial intelligence and all this stuff coming, that's exciting. But what about human mental health, mental wellness? How are we going to get us in a better place where we have less suicides and we have less overdoses and less alcohol problems? 825 Americans die every single day. 825 Americans every single day. So Gen Z is the most financially illiterate generation. If someone says, Jeff, that illiterate's a strong word, maybe you should put in something else. No. Why would you want me to sugarcoat this? I'm not worried about cancel culture because I use the word illiterate. That generation is challenged right now with money. And I say that in a lot of ways. A lot of college kids graduating from college this year don't have credit cards. Because, they were told by, say, Dave Ramsey, or told by their parents, don't have a credit card. And then they get to go buy their first car. And guess what? They don't have a credit score. Big problem. Big problem. We need to change that. We need to start talking when kids are 16 and 17 about a good credit score. Why it's important. Why debt can be your friend. Not all debt is bad. Okay? Little things we can do to help that generation. 50% of all lifetime illness begins by the age of 14. Half of all lifetime illness, folks, by the age of 14. Think about that. 14 shows up again. The age of first use for drugs and alcohol in the US is 14. So we have 14 as a pretty pivotal age. It's the age of first use, and it's the age where, this isn't working? Okay, is that better? Okay, thank you, sir. It's the age of first use, and it's the age where mental health problems start, about 13 or 14. But we spend so much time as a society on treatment and putting out fires. I used to tell my son Ian as a college golfer about prevention. Ian was struggling in one golf tournament, hitting the ball on the sand trap. He was about 12 years old. And I said, Ian, man, do you know how to be a great sand trap player? And he said, I gotta practice more, Dad. I gotta open the club face more. I gotta open my stance, all these little, I said, no. This is what my dad told me. The best way to be the best sand trap player is don't go in the bunker in the first place. You never have to worry about hitting on the sand if you don't go in. You don't have to ever worry about putting drugs and alcohol if you don't start.
Sounds easy and rhetorical, but at that age of 14, that is pivotal. It's pivotal that we can inject and we can intervene prior to the intervention as I had last time there. So there's 825 Americans per day die of overdose, suicide, alcohol. That's the deaths of despair. You know, this last summer when I toured the country, it was 800. Now it's 825 per day. When is this bubble gonna burst? When are we gonna start? Next year I wanna come up here and have that number be 700. But I don't think it's gonna be 700. I think it's gonna be higher than 825. So we all have some skin in the game. Because if you haven't got a call yet, you will. Somebody you care about. Okay? Fentanyl's changed the landscape completely. When I was in high school, we just drank beer, and I went to Solon High School, so I just joked, you know, we got drunk and tipped over cows, you know. This was cow pie high out here in Prairie, you know. But my drinking started at 16, 17 years old, and my mom and dad didn't know, but maybe they did, they just didn't tell me, but I drank a lot, all through college, you know, 5-6 days a week. I started my investment company drinking 5-6 days a week. I was a functional alcoholic. So I can certainly relate to the same challenges that kids had when we had back in the 70s and 80s versus what they have today. So again, we need to intervene prior to the intervention. So our solution is we want to use technology and research to introduce the personal wellness portfolio. So I trademarked that term because I think if we can show kids that mental health is like building an investment portfolio, not only am I helping them really diversify their mental health, but I'm subconsciously introducing them to the idea of diversification through this app, which ultimately help them when they start their 401k or they open up a Roth IRA or they inherit money from their parents that passed away. Kids are gonna have to know about these things eventually. Why not kind of kill two birds with one stone? Talk about mental health diversification, then they can relate that to their money eventually. Our big thing is we want these kids to do this themselves. If you sit your kids down and say, my dad used to say this all the time. He's like, he never told us don't touch the stove because he knew that we would do it. So telling your kids, don't do drugs and don't have sex and don't do these things, that's an antiquated way to approach youth today. We're not encouraging them to do it by all means. But I think the key is how we can pivot as adults to get kids to self-assess and autonomously do this on their own, right? I could give a kid the best book on any topic, and if I tell them to read it, and it comes from me, the chances of them reading it are what? Right, it's got a better chance coming from Kenyon or you, because you're not dad or mom, my kids. And if I did the same thing to your kids, they'd probably listen to me. I used to take Ian to Elmcrest for golf lessons with Larry Gladson, paid a lot of money for Larry to help Ian. And I'd sit there and watch for an hour, and I get in my car and I go, I just paid $100, and I tell you this every day. But it came from Larry. It didn't come from Dad. There's a lesson there as a parent. Okay? So we think one of the key things about Brighton is this is going to be coming from kids to kids. Our advocates, our support system, our ambassadors are going to be kids. And I say kids, I mean 23, 24 and younger. That's a huge, huge thing in how you move the needle, is not have the story come from me, but have it come from their peers. Why do you think peer-to-peer recovery centers work so well? Why do you think they're just sweeping the country? There's 4 in Iowa, 1 in Cedar Rapids. We're going to see Ryan and I are going over to Crush tomorrow. There should be 1 in every block. Rod tells me they're full all the time. There's only 1 in Cedar Rapids. Okay? Focusing on those 3 optimal segments of mental health, and then we want to simplify this so it's friendly, it's engaging, and it's ultimately on one page. I'll show you how we're going to do that in a minute. So more demographics. Gen Z, now this is awesome. I don't know how many Gen Zers are in this room, but this is awesome. Gen Z is the first generation of all time to list their #1 New Year's resolution as mental health. Isn't that great? So we can sit here as a boomer, and I can be critical of Gen Z, but there's some really good things that's in their favor. And one of them, and the first generation of all time to say, we understand what mental health is, we understand mental wellness. And the second thing is even better, 37, so they're getting treatment. 37% increase in the number of Gen Zers seeking mental health. Not only are they waving the white flag, but they understand they have a problem, which my generation never did. I was born in '66. So I found out last night I'm in the last year of the boomers. So when my sons say to me, okay, boomer, you know, they can say that to me because I technically am one. But the fact that these kids, more than any generation, are acknowledging that they need help, and the fact they're actually getting help, don't you think as adults we need to have things and the systems and processes to invest in this? Okay, I think we do. I think we do. They're reaching out. And they're, as you're gonna find out, they're a large generation. I'm gonna put up on the next slide here. But here comes money again, right? The big elephant in the room that no one talks about. Older Gen Z, 18 to 25, had financial insecurity as their #1 stressor. And I'll tell you what, I didn't know about this statistic until I started to write app research on Gen Z. But I will tell you, I've been to hundreds of webinars. I've been to hundreds of conferences on the internet. I've been to meetings. I've been to podcasts. I've heard TED Talks. I've yet to see a mental health advocate talk about a healthy relationship with money with young adults. It's not talked about. But it's their #1 stressor for older Gen Z, and they're the largest generation of all time to be this financially challenged. Where are the adults in designing the programs to help these kids have a better relationship with money? Do you think kids are gonna learn a healthy relationship with money seeing a YouTuber on TikTok flashing $100 bills riding a Lamborghini and they're 18? Hell no. They're gonna feel like a loser. Like, why aren't I that kid? I'm working at, McDonald's. And there's this kid with 3 million followers on YouTube driving a Lamborghini. So they're learning what I call unhealthy relationships about money. Envy and greed. Those are unhealthy emotional traits towards money. Okay? Here's the competitors to our app, and I don't really think we have, and I'm not saying this to be arrogant, but all these are good apps. Calm's one of the biggest apps out there. Well, Ron James was an early investor in Calm. Okay? Breathe, Healthy Minds, Peloton, FitBody, BetterHelp. We're not competing against these. None of these people, not one of them out there have one thing that talks about a healthy relationship with money. So in and of itself right there, I'm not in competition with any of these people. Okay? I don't even think Brighton is an app. I think Brighton's a lifestyle. We'll talk about that in a minute. Competitive advantages. We think Brighton's going to be the first app to embrace financial wellness specifically for Gen Z while incorporating health and purpose. And purpose is a big one. It's a really big one. Health was easy. When I was coming up with like the 3 pillars, health was pretty easy. Purpose came second, and the wealth was last. I really struggled with that one. But here's the purpose. Think about this. You're a college senior. Well, let me take it back. You're a high school senior or a freshman early in college, just say. And you get up in the morning, and here's what you're thinking. And I'm going to graduate with $100,000 of student debt. There aren't really any good jobs in my major. And inflation's the highest it's ever been. Mom and dad fight about money all the time. And I can't even go to my Christmas dinners anymore because grandpa and dad argue about Biden and Trump. I can't even be in the same room when adults start talking about politics. It's nauseating. The anger and the hatred, and the plastics are in the ocean and the Great Barrier Reef is nothing anymore. It's not even much of a reef anymore. Okay? And world hunger, climate change. Why the hell am I going to college? There's nothing for me out there. And that's the mindset of a lot of kids today.
A lot of them aren't.
Pardon?
I said a lot of them aren't going to college.
I know, we know that. And that's not necessarily bad. College probably isn't as important as it was, but you know what? I'm old school. College was more about getting smarter. The social aspects, the interactions, the peer-to-peer stuff. Yeah, there's a lot more to college than just studying for a calculus test. But that's sad to think that generation is so defeated, and we have the most abundance we've ever had, ever. We need to do something. We need to start giving them hope and inspiration. abundance over fear and scarcity all day long. Okay? Here's another thing I thought was important. We were designing this app. One of the things that was very tempting was to make this very clinically based. Cognitive behavioral theory, all this evidence-based stuff that all the therapists and all the smart people with long initials behind their name have that most people can't understand. And we were thinking about, okay, being clinical is great, but I got on an app, I won't say the name of the app, and I downloaded it on my phone to see what it would do. And I lied about my age, I put my son's birthday in. I wanted to see what they would say. I filled out a 35 questionnaire, 35 questions. It's ridiculous, too long. And when I was done, they sent me, I think it was an email. Hey, Jeff, thanks for taking our quiz. Guess what? You're screwed up. And we have the solution. So they told me I had a 92 on a scale of attention deficit. And for $150, they could eradicate this demon on my back. And I went, I already know I have attention deficit. You don't have to tell me. I'm not paying someone to tell me that. And quite honestly, I love attention deficit. Why would I pay you to take something away from you that's one of my biggest superpowers that I have? And we need to be telling our kids that, by the way. Attention deficit is not a disorder. It is what you tell your kids it is. My dad told me it was a superpower. My dad's a doctor. My dad's here right in the back. He told me it's a superpower. He said, little Jeffy, Superman and Batman, they get in trouble once in a while with superpowers, right? So will you. So I looked out the window in 5th grade, feeling sorry for all the kids that weren't legs shaking and hyper and sweating and all that stuff. That's what I was doing, and I thought it was a superpower. In reality, I had a disorder there. We gotta stop telling our kids this. You and I can sit around all day and call these things disorders, but kids don't need to hear that. Anyone have a problem with that? I apologize, but that's the way I look at this right now. We need to be more optimistic, more supportive, more loving, more caring, less labels and less stigma with kids. Empower them to wake up in the morning excited about being alive. Because that's just evaporated over the last decade. But we got time. Generation Alpha is coming up behind them. So there's another generation after Generation Z. And we have time to right the ship. I'm confident of that. So Emily, our managing director, came up with this phrase, credible yet less clinical. And I just really like that. We want to be credible. I want people to look at this and say, Jeff, this was built by some smart people. Yeah, other than you, but it was built by some smart people. But we don't want the kids to see all this clinical word salad, mumbo jumbo crap. They just want to sleep better, have better relationships, and be more optimistic. That's all they want. And I think we can provide that to them in something like Break. And then the lived experiences of our board. We have a 4-person board. We have some advocates, some great ambassador programs we'll be announcing shortly. I'll tease one today in a few minutes, but overall, we just hope this thing really starts expanding, getting people that have some influence involved. And by the way, this is free to kids. We're not charging kids anything for this. So I can talk later individually if you're questioning like how we're monetizing this and so forth, and that's a fair question, but this isn't the place today. But every kid in Cedar Rapids Prairie can have this on their phone by July for free. Okay? That was one non-negotiable I had when we were designing this with our team. I wanted this free for kids. Okay? Market size, 1/3 of the world's population. So Gen Z is 70 million Americans, 1/3 of the world's population. It's a tidal wave coming. 1/3 of the world's population, 8 billion humans, is Gen Z. We don't have time to put our head in the sands. We need to have the systems and processes invested in these kids to give them the best chance to right this ship, to have some more, have a lot more hope and optimism. They have 4 times the purchasing power. So, Gen Z is going to be going into the marketplace pretty quickly here. They're going to be able to buy, pay for shoes out there that even selling, get the designer clothes, do all that stuff, get their first car. And the reason is a lot of them are getting out of the college and they're working bartending and waiting tables. They're going into the workforce. So, and then 95% of Gen Zers have smartphones. So it's not too difficult to design an app and be concerned that kids aren't gonna use it. Most kids today have access to a smartphone. So again, advantages, we think we're the first, let's see, I think I already played that one out backwards, sorry. Real quickly, I'm not gonna hit this too hard, but Kenyon, Chris, and Keegan Murray have been family friends forever, and they are gonna be helping us eventually partner together. Kenyon is here, so I wanna give Kenyon a round of applause, so embarrass him a little bit here. Kenyon shared his story today, we were talking about the impact of intentions, and our family roots go back a long, long ways with my dad and Kenyon specifically, and I'll throw John Street under the bus as well. Pretty much family with us, John. But the fact that we can get influential Gen Zers to be on board, to want to make a difference, is very encouraging. Because what better place for a young, influential Gen Zer to invest their time in mental health? And talk about leaving a legacy. Most things aren't, but getting kids to have more hope and optimism will. And so we're really proud to have partnerships. We see a lot more of these coming as we go, corporations, things like that. That's our plan. I'm not sure, Emily, I can't do this, right? The prototype on the computer here. We rehearsed this, by the way. I'm kidding, we didn't. But this is our prototype, and we have a landing page. I'll put it at the end. You can actually put your email in, and what'll happen is you'll just get notifications when we go live and we have other launches, so you can be involved. We are also taking some, we're getting some data today at our booth. We've got like 50 or 60 people to fill out the form. For us to refine this and at each phase to get it more impactful, we have to get lots of input. So we're telling kids to look this over, tell us what they don't like, tell us what we need to do to make it better, and we can keep refining this so in a year, 2, 3, 4 years, we can look back and we can say, wow, this is something to be real proud of, because this is my legacy. And there's a little bit more to tell you about the story. Originally, this app was named iLuminate, and the LUM in iLuminate stands for Living Undeterred Mindset. And I met with my software designers out of Washington, D.C. that we hired to build this. And they said, Jeff, we don't like Illuminate. It's just kind of clinical. So I'm sitting in my office, and we're having a team meeting. Emily's on the call, and there's like 4 other designers, software designers on the call. And we're going back and forth. We had this long list going of these just names. And that's a tough thing, naming a company or naming an app or naming a podcast. You kind of sit around going, geez, I got one chance to do this. And as I'm looking around my office, I look over at my wall, and I'm not kidding you, there's something taped on the wall that gives me the hair to stand up on my arm, how amazing this is converging together. But when Seth died, I'll finish that story in a second, and if I forget, can you remind me where I was when I forgot? But when Seth died at the age of 23, his daughter was born 3 weeks later. And her name is Brighton. And she's 6. And every time I pick her up, I say, Brighton, you brighten my life. I say, where's your daddy? And she says, he's in my heart. Yeah. And I go get a bottle of Seth's cologne and I spray it on her hands. And she spreads it all over her face, and then I send her to school. I'm kidding. No, but I'm teaching her at 6 to lean into this. They don't need to hide talking about your dad, it's important. So this project is named after him. Now, it's not spelled the same. Brighton is with an O. We took the O out. So I'll go back to the story. I'm sitting in my office. We're talking about naming the app. And the only piece of paper on my wall is a picture. It says, it's an ice cream cone color by a 6-year-old. And it says Brighton. And I'll tell you, I knew right there. I just said, Brighton. And Emily's like, what, Brighton, what do you mean? And that's what we came up with. And that's the inspiration behind not just the name, but not even the inspiration behind this whole project. And I may go broke, I may die, but I'm not gonna run out of passion. That will not happen. So that's the backdrop behind the Brighton app. I don't have a lot more to show you with specifics of how it works, but we think it's going to be something that over time kids are really going to embrace, and it becomes part of their lifestyle. A daily routine Kenyon talked about, real important. having a routine and executing, having goals, things like that. And then we think this app is gonna be a safe place for kids to go. And so, I'm gonna skip over that real quick. So that's our team. Emily's in the back, she flew in from Las Vegas. So I'm grateful for her to be here. And then Carson is with us as well. I'm getting a lot of input from Molly Norlaken. She's been awesome. You guys know me, you have to know Molly because she runs everything at Premier Investments for the last decade. So Molly's been so great in helping us design this as well. But that is what we have for you for Brighton. What I'm gonna do is, oh, I guess I don't have a landing page up there. Anyway, it's not up there. But we do have a landing page. It is www.brightenyourlife.com. So, and Brighton spelled B-R-I-G-H-T-N. So it's www, oh, there it's right below the big Brighton. Brightenyourlife.com. That's our landing page. Just put your email on there. And then as we have updates, we'll get those out to you. But we're super, super excited. And does anybody have any questions on anything about the app or Gen Z or teen mental health or anything you want me to cover? Yeah.
Well, I know you were talking about peer-to-peer contact and how that betters mental health for people a lot. So I kind of have two things. One, do you have a way for people to kind of almost anonymously almost talk to people and engage in that way? But it could even be like people that you're close to, you know?
Yeah.
And then the other thing too is making it not so clinical so everybody can really connect and find something that betters themselves within that. But getting that advertisement out in the first place to people who may not be so in the door towards bettering their mental health and bettering their self.
Your first question, I'll go to first, and I'll forget the second one, so remind me. I'm already forgetting the first one. So, the social media aspect of this app is a hot potato for us, the first meetings we had, because one of the problems with teen mental health is the social media aspect. So, do I design an app and just get right back into kids going back and they have TikTok and Instagram and Snapchat, all that for that. They don't need another app to communicate with each other. So we were fairly intentional in the early stages of this app to not have the ability for them to talk to each other. That's can change. As investors come in and we grow and we get more ideas, there's a pretty good chance that our third stage of this will have the ability to do that. But we didn't want that coming out of the gate. We just put it right back into some of the problems that we're trying to avoid. We want the app to be so low anxiety, so just something that's not that big a deal for them. It almost becomes memory, that, you know, like muscle memory in a way. So the social media thing was a big deal. What we do have is something called the Brighten Up wall. And what we're doing is allowing young adults to download a picture of themselves if they want, or their dog, or whatever they're gonna do, and then do a one-paragraph, first-person comment on how Brighton helped them, or how mental health has helped them. So we have 6 sample ones on our prototype, and we have one athlete, we have one person that was in like school activities, and they got to college and they couldn't find the same things, so they were struggling. But the Brighten Up wall is simply there for kids to go to see success stories of other kids. But not to compare, like, we're not gonna have things on there like, hey, I'm Jeff, I'm from Iowa, I got a 4-point, I'm the smartest kid in my class, I'm going to Harvard, I'm an all-American football player, you know, that's Jeff. You know, that's just gonna cause kids to feel like crap. The more they hear how great other kids are doing and they're not, the kids that aren't, you know, super competitive, a lot of kids take that as a way to get better, but most kids don't. And so we didn't want to put kids in a position where they're comparing themselves with other kids' success stories like that. But what the Brighten Wall does do is allow kids to tell, in a paragraph, some personal things that they've improved their life on by using the app. And we figure if we can get 5 kids on that to start, and then 10, then 100, what a great place to go. If you're having a tough day, you don't want to go to TikTok or Instagram, go to Brighton, click on a random story, and get some inspiration of some kid in your situation that actually improved their life. So that's what we're hopeful we can do on this app. I don't have any other questions for you, but I will answer any if somebody has any observations or comments or questions for me. Yeah.
Did you, when you did the app, did you look for keywords that Generation G likes, or Z likes to use?
You know, that's a good question. We did do a lot of research on Gen Z as a whole, and I think we're learning as we go. Words not, even the term Gen Z, we're being advised not to use, because Gen Zers don't like to be called Gen Zers any better than Boomers like to be called Boomers. So that's a good question. This is gonna be learning on the fly. We're gonna build the airplane in the air. And that's how this app's gonna go down, but we are very sensitive to what Gen Z is viewing and their terminology and so forth. So I think, sir, as the app builds out, I think we're gonna learn a lot on what we think as adults is the way to say things, and then what actually Gen Z says. And, you know, we're gonna learn during our data testing. Yeah, you have another part of that?
Yeah, you mentioned how they're not gonna be able to communicate with this app, but can you share your plan to help us support accountability?
Yeah, when you say plan, I'd have to kind of put aside and just describe to you what exactly that is. It's a little bit different maybe what you're thinking, but yeah, I think ultimately, right now, like, I think what you are maybe saying is, could you send the results of my plan to my doctor maybe, or something like that?
To your family.
Yeah, we don't have that ability yet, but everything's on the table for the next phases. We need to get to, as they say, our advisors saying, go to market with the most viable product, like the skinny version, just to get it out there and then get feedback. Because you may come to market and people may say, this is terrible. 45 days ago, we had no idea what ChatGPT and artificial intelligence was gonna happen, right? So our software designers actually put ChatGPT and the artificial intelligence in our app just in the last month. That's how fast things move today. So when I started the app in November, we never had any discussions about artificial intelligence. And now just a few months later, it's in our app. So yeah, by the time we even go to market, there could be a whole other new thing about Gen Z we don't even understand, and we're gonna have to say, oh geez, and that's one of the problems with launching these things is it's a work in progress type thing. There really is never a finished app version, ever. And we're finding that out kind of the hard way, so yeah.
Do you have a group of your target market that you're working with to help mold and create this app as you go along, or are you just gonna put it out there and wait for feedback and then change as you need to? I mean, are you working with someone in your target market?
That is what we want to be doing, definitely. We have a number of kids that have signed up, I say kids, young adults, that signed up on our landing page. That's gonna be our first line of sending out surveys and data and stuff. So every time we do an event like this, I'm trying to get information, but yeah, we could get a school to step up and say, hey, since this is free, you can go ahead for 30 days, use the app in our school system and you can collect data on it. Yeah, we're out there trying to figure out ways the best way for us to get the best information.
Have you thought about adding some mentor remarks to your advisory board as you're actually discussing a lot of this?
No, to be honest with you, we have an advisory board, but not like a specific type of advisory board like that. Ours is more, our initial advisory board was just, what are we doing? We didn't have the app even close to being ready to launch, but yeah, I think if you have suggestions, I'm really open to.
I would think my experience is that if you can get, with anything, if you can get the people who are going to be involved in utilizing the system to be involved in the creation of it, it's going to be much easier to sell and it's going to be more palatable and more effective for the target.
Yeah, our advisory board does that, but it's not an advisory board just for that reason. So we have 4-person, Ryan Hampton is actually on my advisory board. So that's been a great addition. I've got 3 other really good, one's a clinician, actually a practicing therapist down in South Carolina. So our advisory board, that's one of their jobs, but it's not something that we have somebody specifically designed to deal with. But if you've got some suggestions for me, I'm open to anything. Any other questions? Yeah.
Just, I did a quick Google search and keywords that came up for them were best, cheap, and how to. So you could say it's the best app, you know.
It's cheap.
It'll teach you how to.
I love it. We're gonna have to hire you, sir. So I like that. That's great. And see, that's what's great about a startup company, we can just be creative. I mean, something like that can actually work. Any other questions? Any questions at all? Yeah.
One of the things I was asking Emily, what is the youngest age? She said at 13, they can sign up and up. So I think that's really important for many of us that work with families and with children. That is something that we could also use to empower, to help those kids and educate those parents as well as those children. They have somewhere else to go to share it.
That's a great idea. The hardest challenge, so I did have a group meeting with all these parents, right? Problem is the next step, when the parents explain it to the kids, that's when the kids tune them out. As I said earlier, if you walk in and talk to my kids and show an app, they're much more likely to utilize it. But if I do it, then they're gonna take it a lot differently. And so if we can educate the parents, but we want the message to come from the kids to the kids. So ultimately, our marketing system is to feed this into the school systems and let the kids promote this amongst themselves. Social proof, peer-to-peer is proven in many, many situations to be the quickest way to get ideas through is through peers. And so it's great if I'm talking in front of a group of students or parents even, but I think a lot of kids are more likely to utilize something that's coming from their kids. Yeah.
How do you want to start advertising to the sides of population that don't necessarily think about bettering mental health very much, or think it's as important as supporters do?
It's that you get one domino to fall, you get one person that's pretty influential to help act this, and then a friend of them jumps in, and maybe they got a different area, and pretty soon you can be pretty much in most areas of say behavioral issues or challenges or organizations. But I think the initial goal with any startup is to get 5 people to use it, then get 50, then get 100, and then refine it, get data, keep making better versions. And then by then you just keep growing and growing. But you're just not gonna overnight all of a sudden get in 50 high schools.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I heard her say 13 is kind of your entering age. You say young adult. What's the top age of that young adult?
For me, Gen Z into 26. But we don't have the top age on the app. Yeah, Gen Z is like 12 to 26, 12 to 24, depends on what search you're looking on Google, but that's basically the range. And then,
When you look at your three clients who are out of
Yeah.
purpose, I know a lot of adults way over the age of 26 that just get benefit.
we're working on the adult version of the app. That was one thing we realized in doing this, but here's the thing. I think financially and all that stuff, I'm better off doing that. My heart's with the kids. That's where this is, and all that stuff and the other stuff's probably better from a business model and all that. Investors like that more. I want to get to the kids first, then we'll work on the adults later. That's where my heart is. But no, I'd love to have the Brighton type idea on an adult app like this. I think it would work today, right now.
Well, I think your kids version is already going to work on adults. That's not my.
I didn't think about that.
I work with a lot of adults that literally, I'm teaching them basic life skills.
Wow, yeah, I never thought about
And
that.
so I think you'll be surprised it will apply to, I've got 56-year-olds that I work with that, and I'm teaching them these basic things. They're still trying to figure out their purpose, their health, their wealth.
Yeah.
All the basic life skills, yeah.
Interesting. I like that. Thank you.
I work in healthcare, and when we provide written instructions for our patients, the written instructions are written at a 4th grade level. Because there's not as many people that can read and understand as we actually think there is.
Interesting.
Yeah, you even said in your mentionings before, you even said that, if an adult needed to go out and get $1,000, they're not able to go out and get $1,000.
Right.
Why not be able to use this as a 36-year-old and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I'm so naive about certain things and whatnot. Myself, I didn't learn this stuff in high school. I'm kind of waiting on
on the list here to download the app. And I'm like, yeah.
All right, I'll take this off, I'll start a new app tomorrow. No, I'm hearing you, my wheels are, I can see Emily back there going, don't give Jeff any more ideas. Isn't that what you just said probably, Emily? Yeah. So I love this. Oh, she said it, Sarah said it, not me, okay. No, I love it, trust me,
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having your target market, but I guess I hate to see you to limit that. Because
Yeah.
a lot of things in marketing and things like that, lots of experiences, you think you have your target market and you focus on that, then you realize when you start looking at numbers, you're like, that's not really my target market.
Right.
It's maybe broad and looks like that, with
Yeah.
different market, subset of that market. So.
I learned in the
you
start.
gotta not to limit where you're.
I learned in the startup business, that's called a pivot. Yeah, we haven't kept the market yet, we've done 10 already, so it's just part of what you do. This thing evolves, and that's the beauty of anything like this, is it's not set in stone. So we do have to stop, we have breakout sessions at, or do we? What time is it? Yeah, so, thank you very much, and I'll be at the booth hanging out for a while, and again, if you go to that landing page, you'll get updates as we go through this, so thank you very much.
Hey, John, do you plan to do this type of expo every year?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering when, sorry. Do something like that before. Good point. You take it off. I want to get a picture of it.
All right, yes, so I guess we were talking earlier about what I was saying. To get that target market involved in because I think you'll be able to sell it across. It's what you're saying, this was developed and, nurture. I mean, whatever words you can come up with, find kids by the bigger age. If you're, because otherwise it's just the same thing. Us adults have pushed an idea and shipping it back. Here's a great idea that was developed and created, yes, that you need to, yeah, I think the more you can get, and I mean, I mean, just in this area, say, hey, actually, there's already a company called Big Project, Big Something, which are kind of leaders like you, that they take on projects, they could actually be your friends, that can sit and give you feedback.
Reach out to me.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, I just think that would be so beneficial, I think it would give you a step ahead, already coming into it, versus these kids are gonna go, yeah, all these moms and dads created this thing, and we need it, and.
That's what I mean, that's what the kids do.
Yes, that's exactly it.
What's that? Oh, sorry. Right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I do.
I just got a picture. Did Ryan, you see Ryan? I have not. Hey, Chelsea. Is there any water? Yeah.
Yeah, I can do it. How many feet?
Okay. I actually have four.
Got it.
I can help you. Sorry.
It's funny how our lives kind of cross over. Yeah.
I love that.
During your presentation, I was the same as I was in Chicago for the media. But part of something I like that. Yeah, you guys cannot shame people for this. Moral shaming. That's how. Yeah.
Who's that skinny guy?
This is your picture.
I don't think I. Where's that? All shirts on, these all hands dressed up. Look at this stuff. And then.
Yeah, here comes Rod.
Hey, mister, can we get you up on the stage? I don't know who that geriatric body is.
I never got rid of that.
The what?
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, Tracy.
What they all do.
You know what? I would love to share these things with like Yes, I'm very. You know what I have not done today? Are you getting it too? I think that would, I have more. That almost just.
So he's.
But it's good. So then.
Oh, yeah.
So, she had to be in the table. Okay. Oh, you know what?
How's it going, brother? Good. Trying to figure out how we're gonna do this. So I don't know if we need panel, so I don't know if you're gonna just be, I mean, so maybe we could just sit at the table or something, because there's really not enough people that have a, and.
I think a couple more.
Okay, okay.
I actually really appreciate that. Well, I need to move on.
I just don't think I mean, maybe have everyone, maybe you can Apollo, we get more.
Yeah,
closer.
absolutely.
I was just in the meeting the other day, too, and they were talking about this one panel at the mental health expo.
No way.
Oh, look at you.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, tell me about that. Rod, you took us in the white chairs like earlier, and then I will just.
Do you want us to move on?
I think we're okay. I think when it was way back there, it was different. This is okay.
We're trying.
Ryan got called on the Zoom meeting. So he said 20 minutes, so this will go for more than that, so. Okay.
We were kind of counting on Ryan to carry the ball.
Yeah. No, this is the fun thing about making up stuff on the fly. It'll be good.
So you tell Ryan and I tell Ryan and we'll compliment each other by.
I'll text you real quick. How long is it gonna be?
What front row seats in this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll take it.
I told Debbie it's just my
All right, little picture of me.
How's it going? It's good. Yeah.
Oh, you guys just
Got that yesterday.
Yeah.
Been in the works for.
Don't worry, I'm just gonna give you a
I
mind.
did one sitting yesterday.
Water glass.
Beers.
Testing.
Yeah, that one works.
You're gonna ask us questions.
I'll give you this one.
I don't, this is very informal, very informal, very informal.
I'm saying formal guy.
So it's work, okay, this is very informal, so, when I set this whole thing together, I was kind of intentional not making this like a lecture type format, so this is much more interactive, and being that this is a decent sized crowd to have a kind of intimate conversation about this. We'll have, Ryan and Rod talk about a couple things. I'm just gonna ask a few questions to start, and you guys can ask questions and do whatever. Ryan's gonna try to be down here. He feels terrible. He's been holed up in his room on a Zoom meeting for an hour. He said it's another 15 minutes, and he got sucked into it, so couldn't get off, because obviously Ryan is the center of attention of most Zoom meetings he's on. So, we'll just start until he shows up fine. If he doesn't, I think we'll do fine without him, so. This is a harm reduction panel, so I think one thing we probably should do is, after they introduce themselves, is maybe define on a playing field, what's harm reduction? What do we think that means before we go any further? Because everybody's got a different opinion on that. So, you guys want to just introduce yourself real quick, and then we'll dive into it.
Okay, so my name is Ron Courtney. Is this no?
Go closer, maybe. Is it on?
Is that better? It's not on.
Is that on?
There you go.
How's that?
Yeah.
There we go. All right, now, all right, so I am closer. So my name is Ron Courtney, and I'm the Executive Director of Crush Recovery Community Center here in Lynn County, which is the Lowell Pathways approach to recovery.
All right, you guys hear me? I'm Jeremy Maston. I'm the Director of Care Navigation and Recovery Services at ASAC. For those of you that don't know what ASAC is, we are substance use and gambling treatment provider. We also offer prevention services, various levels of care.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I guess the first question is, I talked a little bit about harm reduction, but I'm gonna ask Ron, how do you define harm reduction for a layperson maybe that's new to this?
You know, I think harm reduction, like you made a good point, is like there's varying levels of harm reduction. It goes everywhere from medically assisted treatment, maybe, less than that, up to the point where there are some places that are in syringe exchange and safe injection sites. So I think that harm reduction is really, what it is in the title. We just did a presentation on the recovery community center. We talked about our son's journey, who ultimately he passed away from fentanyl overdose in 2016 after 2 years of opioid dependence and disorder, and had substance use disorders for the majority of his life. But for me, if I think about harm reduction, this is what I said in the last lecture. It's like, so my son was injecting heroin, ultimately injecting fentanyl, which I'm still convinced that it's a Floyd thing, because I don't think he knew he was injecting fentanyl when he did. But if somebody could have told me that Chad could smoke weed and not inject fentanyl and the risk to go with that, I would say do it. That's kind of, for me, that's one form of harm reduction. That's the first example, but there's lots of other ways for harm reduction as far as medically assisted treatment. The idea that years ago I came to the conclusion that we use complete and full abstinence from substance use disorders, we're going to have pretty dismal results. I'm a person in long-term recovery, but I've been in recovery for like 39 years. So my path to recovery has been less than traditional. For me, total abstinence is the way to go. That's been my choice. That's the path that I have chosen is total abstinence. For the next person, it might not be that way. So I don't know if that is probably more explanation that didn't make a whole lot of sense. That's kind of where I'm at with that.
Yeah. My turn? Building off of what Rod said too, this idea of harm reduction, Kelly Riesler, our residential director, she always says, what we want to do is we want to keep people alive long enough that we can help them. And this idea, it sounds really simple. What's reduction? We want to reduce risk here. Really the end goal is that we can get an individual to a place that we can really work them towards an abstinence-based program. But sometimes that means meeting people where they're at. We talk in these rooms all the time about client-focused, client-centered approach, and really that's what harm reduction is we're meeting somebody right where they're at and, well, working with them on a program to keep them alive.
Sure, can I answer that a little bit?
Absolutely.
So I just heard this really amazing quote that I got from Aaron Foster, who's director of the Mental Health Access Center, at another training. And, you know, a lot of times we hear harm reductionists talk about meeting people where they're at. And, you know, I get that, I understand that. But the rest of what was said at this training, you know, we have a responsibility to meet people where they're at. We have a further responsibility not to leave them there. And so that was really key for me. And it's like harm reduction. So it's like harm reduction. Well, I'll go back to my own personal example with my son. You know, so he's safer for a period of time. You know, the hope would be that we're going to move towards total abstinence at some point, because it's still, there's a variety, you know, even with, particularly like with weed, people don't even know what all is in weed. So, yeah, so I just thought I'd share that, because I just heard that this week, and I really like it, because they just throw around a lot to meet people where they're at. Other questions after?
Now, my next question is, recovery community centers and how they're just popping up all over the country, and that's awesome. We could probably have one on every street. How important is the peer-to-peer network? I mean, I have, you know, my opinion and stuff, but I'm curious if you think about the key that it's peer-to-peer. And that's something we talked about earlier with the app I have coming out. We're really focused on peer-to-peer. It seems to me that works well. So what's your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, of course, I'm gonna have my personal bias here, because I think peer recovery coaching, peer support specialists, and I guess just real quickly, peer recovery coaches obviously around, or maybe not so obviously, are around substance use disorders. Peer support specialists are like, for mental health support. But there are people with lived experience, and that's a huge piece of this, like with peer-to-peer support, is people with lived experience. So, I just a couple things on top of my head. One of the things that's going to help to break down is the stigma. If somebody comes into our recovery community center that is all people that have been impacted by substance use disorder one way or another, or are in recovery themselves, you know, they come in, it's like, there is no judgment. You know, I can't judge you, there's no stigma, because I've lived that. Years ago, I went to work in a WI program at a treatment agency in Iowa City, and people there interviewed me and said, this is kind of a quote, said, "Rod, do you think you can work with these people?" I don't like these games, things, but with these people, but that was the question. And my answer was, I've lived with them. I think I could work with them. You know, it was key, because you bring a genuineness, and people with substance abuse disorders have a very keen eye for anything, it's genuineness. If somebody comes into a recovery community center and they feel that genuineness, it's acceptance, it's non-judgment. And I talk a lot about that first couple of minutes somebody comes to the center is going to be key as to whether or not they decide to go finish out their journey in recovery. So, yeah, I really feel that peer-to-peer support, peer people with experience are the experts. We're not clinicians. We know we're not clinicians. I'm a social worker. I just have a bachelor's degree, so I'm not licensed. I have that 30 years of experience. But we understand the importance of clinicians. It's not like we're anti-type, oh, you don't need clinicians. Of course we need clinicians. We need mental health professionals. We need, you know, substance abuse professionals. But we want to work alongside of these agencies. Somebody asked me at another meeting yesterday, are you going to work with them or against them? So absolutely not. You know, we're not here to work against anybody. So there's no competition. We don't have any competition. So I just kind of sum that. But I really think that peer recovery coaching is going to prove itself out. And I think it's going to become kind of one of the mainstays in the emphasis on this in the recovery world. You know, what happens after you get out of treatment. Treatment that sets the foundation, that's an important key. But really, where the rubber meets the road is in that recovery piece and how can we support them there. So,
Yeah, I just want to add on what Rod said, and I've heard Rod say it before, that how does it go about the opposite, addiction is connection. So, I sat in a meeting earlier this week with the state, and they were talking about a statewide project that ASAC's involved in. And some of the results that we were expecting to hear, maybe if somebody's homeless, they're more likely to relapse. What we find out actually is that lack of community and social connections are what are causing more people to relapse. So we can get individuals connected to the peers, people that understand them, that can walk through the hurdles that they're experiencing in early recovery or even sustained recovery. That's essential.
Jim, can I make a suggestion?
I don't even have a question for you, so.
That'll work out well. I got a table full of peer recovery coaches sitting right down here. And they're all just dying to share their story, I'm sure.
Me?
Yes. So can you stand up just for a second? This is Courtney Ham. She's an employee at obviously a person in long-term recovery. She's our volunteer coordinator and is a peer recovery coach and works with us on a day-to-day basis. I really think, I just got to understand that, our peer recovery coaches are the experts. So here's your chance to shine, Courtney.
Oh, Lord.
She just loves it when I do this too. When she got there, she wasn't introvert. No, she was never an introvert. Don't F word.
Okay,
Peer recovery coaching, the importance of peer recovery coaching, the impact of being a peer recovery coach has had on you and your entire recovery.
Okay. So like Rod said, I'm Courtney. I chose to enter recovery for the last time. In 2020, when I found I was pregnant with my son. Then, and even up until like a year ago, I had no respect for people in a professional position because I felt like, how can you tell me how to get better when you've never had your shoes muddy? And I was so wrong, and I apologize, and I'm making amends to all the clinicians I have felt that way too. But as an addict, when you come into recovery, you're really scared, you're intimidated. You have a lot of things done at you, and I'm not that person. You can't do stuff at me, but you can do stuff with me and for me, and I will walk alongside you, and I'll respect you a lot more.
She'll thank me later.
Oh, I was taken. So when it came to learning how to be a peer and what it took for me to respect myself to become a peer was knowing my journey wasn't easy, and I know everyone's story is unique, and that's what kind of is really cool about peers, because you can match each other up. Someone who struggles with alcohol, I have no idea how to help, but I can find somebody who does, and they can walk that path with them. I have no idea what it's like to use heroin, but I'd love somebody who's used heroin and passed away from heroin. So at my job, I get the beauty of matching these people up perfectly to where no one struggles. No one struggles so much differently, and they kind of like go together. God, I'm so lost.
You're doing great. What's a couple of questions you ask for recovery or a guest when they come in? At least a thought.
How can I help you with your recovery today is one of those questions, and then we like to use our menu. Is that another good analogy? So when you walk into our recovery center, you have a huge menu. You want to do some AA, maybe you want to throw some AA in there, then you want to do smart recovery, and we're there to cater your specific needs to that person, to make it customizable, personal, and more successful. Can you take the mic now? Can you take the mic now?
Sorry, Jim, I didn't to run off with you.
That's fine. So I guess here's the question I have you guys, or anybody out here that has a comment. So a large amount of time is spent on the actual person that is in recovery or the person struggling with alcohol and drugs. Do we need to have more education or services for those people that are in the collateral damage, as they say, the people that are trying to work with the ones that are having these issues? Because seems like there's not much emphasis on trying to, it's like talking to somebody married to an alcoholic, there's all the times on the alcoholic, but no one's really worried about the person that's married to him, so. You follow my question?
Yeah, I think so. So, some of the, I adhere to the idea that I really know that addiction, I think we're trying to change terminology up on that, is a disease. So it's a disease, it's a disease of the brain. And along with that, just like any other type of disease, if somebody in the family has another serious illness, the whole family feels the effects of that. Because now we're spending more time in the ER, we're spending more time at the hospital, we're going to doctor's appointments. So if you have someone that you care about that has a substance use disorder, you're going to have the impact of that. And sometimes it goes much further into behavioral type things. I mean, we're talking, domestic violence, we're talking other very serious kind of social ills along that. And people don't always know, because you don't know what you don't know. And what we've been able to provide along with that, as far as, going for the recovery community, is we now do like a family and friend support group, which was actually where Debbie and I started after Chad passed away, was just to find people with life experience, life experiences, and they have that connection. So as parents, what this all started with was really like the family friend support group at that time. It's become an all recoveries group because that's just what it has grown into. We would sit in a circle. I like to do things in a circle. So we sit in a circle, and we had people that were looking for recovery. We had people that were in recovery. We had people that had been in recovery, now they're looking to get back. I mean, just again, we had substance abuse professionals, we had treatment providers, we had just this variety of people. We had cops, which sit in a circle, and it's what I done to collective wisdom. So there was a parent that could be sitting across from one of AZAC's patients. And the parent is struggling, this was actually our topic last week, they're struggling with boundaries. How do I set boundaries with my loved one? And Debbie hasn't had a lot of conversations, so, it's very different for a mother to set boundaries with a child than it is for her to set boundaries with me. How do I do that? It seems counterintuitive for a mother to say, what, you can't have money, you can't do this, you're gonna have to figure out your own way. And then to have somebody that's just, at this particular example, was in treatment, say, if my parents had to set boundaries with me, I wouldn't be here today. Because parents really struggle with these things. So we provide quite a bit of that. Again, it's on an informal lived experience basis. Parents will contact Deb and I on a regular, they'll call, they'll come in, they'll just sit with us, because sometimes people just want to know that, the chaos that goes alongside of substance use disorders. It's like, yeah, it sucks, it's supposed to. I mean, it's kind of where it's at. So, but I think that the more family involvement we can have, the better. I don't want to take, I worked as a probation control officer for about 20 years in this community, and I always count on the family. Because if somebody came in my office, I've known them for about 30 minutes. Who really knows this individual? The mom or the dad. And they could bring that experience. So I just think that that's just such an important piece of any regard. How do I support the person that I love? I think what you want to do.
So in the context of harm reduction, we think of the individual too, but as Rod alluded to, I mean, we're talking about families, we're talking about communities, and how do we reduce the harm that those individuals are facing too? And one passion of mine is always on the housing component. We've got individuals that come in, maybe they aren't at a place where they are, they want to quit using, they want to quit drinking completely, but we look at the families and communities. What if there's children involved? Actually, does anybody in here know what the cost of a homeless individual is on Lynn County in a year's time?
$60 a day. $60 a day for an inmate to be in Lynn County Jail every
So
day.
we're talking somebody that is literal homelessness, meaning they're living on the streets. What do you think the cost is that it costs our community?
Per year or?
Per year.
I have no idea. Boy, that's a tough one.
Question.
I think going to the hospital.
Yeah, so I mean, this is $100,000.
Yeah.
So it's a little lower than that, but still, it's between $50,000 to $60,000 a year is what and I believe that's, somebody could probably give more concise number there, but, I mean, this does affect everybody, and what we need to look at is providers and community organizations, individuals with loved ones that are affected by this stuff is, we'll go back to let's meet people where they're at and let's help them because they're humans and that's what life's all about.
Mr. Ryan coming up there.
Any questions, I guess, comments? I recognize you. I apologize to Ryan, he was not supposed to be on this panel, so
He wasn't?
he didn't know, so.
I didn't
know. It's all good, so.
It was a good thing I have a chance to present with you, you're
Well, now you're officially presenting.
I'll be, until the grandkids.
I've known for like a month that you were gonna.
That was my fault, I take one for that, so, no, you're good. Comments or observations?
Yeah.
What was it?
Here, let me grab it. So everything you said was spot on. The one thing, I just want to take like a quick survey. So how many people in here have ever worn sunscreen? Most everybody, okay. Who wears their seatbelt when they drive? Incredible. Anybody ever work on a construction site? You were a hard hat? Yeah, no? Well, okay, so it seems like everybody pretty much in here practices some form of harm reduction, right? I mean, because that's what it is. It's reducing harm. One thing that I'd like to add is I think that oftentimes the harm reduction, people call it a debate. I don't think it's a debate whatsoever. People need harm reduction to be able to enter and sustain recovery. If we can't keep people alive, there is no recovery for them at the end of the road. Harm reduction is a principle that's been around for a generation almost now. I mean, it was effective in curbing the HIV/AIDS crisis, and it really is an effective strategy for the overdose crisis. Sadly, it's become controversial and political when it really shouldn't. And I'll just share a quick story and the cost savings of it. So I'm in long-term recovery, 8.5 years now. Recovery advocate or folks. I do a lot with my community. I run 2 nonprofits, one local based, one national. I work with an RCO in Las Vegas. We probably service somewhere about 4,000 people with free services every single year. I'm married, I pay my taxes, I do all those good things, right? But there was once upon a time in the mid-2000s when I was injecting heroin. And this was back in the days when Florida criminalized the use of syringes. We didn't have access to clean syringes. We didn't have access to harm reduction peer workers. I can remember, and I also, didn't have a choice. Like I was beyond the thought of choice at this point in my life. I can remember walking up the street corner, seeing a needle, using it. Thank God I didn't get HIV, but I did get a host of other things, right? Came into recovery with all sorts of health problems. My liver was shot. It's lucky that I didn't die from some of the diseases that I did have. Now, when I entered recovery, right, which was in 2015, and I had some of my first doctor checkups, I was told that if I didn't do something with my liver and have the serious hepatitis I had, that I didn't have probably much time, maybe 10 years. I also did not have health insurance. So guess what happens when you don't have health insurance? You get Medicaid. Who pays for Medicaid? You all do, right? Your state does, taxpayers do. The cost of me not having access to clean syringes and harm reduction supports when I got into recovery, cost the government over $110,000 in Medicaid costs just to get rid of my hepatitis C, right? So if I know a lot of people look at harm reduction as like a moral issue, but I beg to you, don't look at it as a moral issue. And for those who do look at it that way and can't get past it, think of it as an economic savings in your pocketbook, right? It's $110,000 you're gonna go on elsewhere probably. There's a lot of, I think the recovery community, at least in my recovery community, in Southern Nevada, I mean, we are some of the biggest supporters around harm reduction principles because we see that folks who who work with harm reduction peers that go through syringe sites and other harm reduction services, they're 30 to 40 times more likely to accept some form of treatment. The reason for this being is that many of us, when we are in crisis, sometimes, we don't have the ability of going to a great RCO like rush, right? Like our parents' first inclination is to go into Google and look for help. And usually where Google leads you is to pay-per-clicks and like Malibu treatment centers. And I was through that rinse and dry spin cycle of treatment about a half dozen times, right? And it never ended up well for me. But if I always look at things through my own lens and the lens of those that I love that are challenged with these issues. Had I been met when I needed help and support on the streets of Miami or Los Angeles, wherever I was, with a peer worker, with clean syringes, with some compassion, with some food, there were plenty of times when I was hungry, without judgment, right? I would have created some trust with that person who was coming to me on some sort of level of trust. And I probably would have felt much more comfortable going to that person when I was ready to get help, as opposed to going to Google or some clinician, right? So really to just put a cap on all that, for me, what harm reduction means is it means radical love and it means radical acceptance for people who need our support right now. Shaming folks, judging folks, no matter how controversial, some of these methodologies may feel in comparison to what has been done, doesn't work. And if what we have been doing for the last 40 years was working, we wouldn't be where we're at today. So those are my thoughts and hopefully under 5 minutes.
Any questions for Ryan before you sit down? Yeah.
What do you think about the safe use sites? I've been seeing those trending and I'm interested.
Honestly, I mean, we have legislation in the state of Nevada right now to consider it as a pilot in Clark County. I don't think it's gonna get through the legislature this year. Just last week, the state of Pennsylvania passed a bill that bans safe use sites in the state from ever even being considered right now, and it'll probably be signed into law by Governor Josh Shapiro, who's a Democrat there, like I said earlier. Democrats and Republicans both are at fault on some bad policy here. I don't like to call them safe use sites, I call them overdose prevention sites. The reason is because, look, people are going to use drugs, period. That is not going to stop, right? People are going to use drugs. If someone is showing up to an overdose prevention site or a safe use site, they do not want to die. If someone is getting out of their hole or their house or wherever they may be, and they're showing up to an overdose prevention site, they don't want to die. And I think it's up to us and our communities to keep them as safe as possible. And overdose prevention sites, again, they have peers, they have clinicians, they have naloxone, they have fentanyl test strips. I would much rather my loved one, my child, my brother, my sister, whatever it may be, if they're going to use drugs, that they're using it in a supervised medical facility where there are trained peers and there are workers to make sure that they are not going to die. Not having overdose prevention sites is not going to stop the drug problem. It is not going to stop the overdose problem. That's just the evidence. And also where
So there's one overdose prevention center that's sanctioned in the United States, it's in New York, it's called On Point. I have folks check that out, it's called On Point New York City, it's run by a great person named Sam Rivera, he just was named as one of Time's 100 most influential thought leaders in the world for 2023 on the way he's run this program. It's now been in operation for about 18 months. They've seen several thousand patients, they have not had one overdose.
Wow. Enough said with that, that's powerful. Any other questions? Yeah.
I have a question, I don't know who it's for. So I work at the Child Protection Center, so I'm here today to make sure everybody knows about our CARE program, which is an acronym for Childhood Assessment, Referral, and Early Intervention. So children maybe are born positive with drugs in their system because mom was using during pregnancy. Sometimes kids are removed from their home by HHS because of parental drug use and they have a positive hair test or whatever. So I've got kids involved, right? I get it. I get all the stuff with the adults and loving them where they're at and that kind of thing. And most of the parents that we see are in treatment or they have gone through a recovery program or whatever. My question to you, and please be understanding if this is the exact wrong thing that we've been suggesting to parents who are off the quote hard thing, but they are still self-medicating with marijuana. And in Iowa, it's not legal. And HHS doesn't want parents, and nor do we want parents parenting while they're high. It's dangerous. So we approach that with parents by saying very kindly, and we're very non-judgmental, so don't get me wrong, and I need to know if this is the wrong thing to say. Have you considered or would you consider seeking medical treatment for that anxiety as opposed to using marijuana for that anxiety? Because our mindset from a medical perspective is we would sure rather have you on hydroxyzine to manage your anxiety than smoking pot, which is very not controlled. You don't know what you're gonna get. It could be, a really high THC level one day and not very much the next day, or, whatever. So, help. Is that an okay thing to say?
I can answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we were in California.
But we're not.
Okay. In Iowa, you know how much it costs to get your green card?
So you're talking about a
To
marijuana
legally
card.
smoke weed in
So
Iowa.
you can't smoke weed in Iowa with a medical THC card. It does not include smoking it.
But so then what?
So I'm just telling you, because that's also a really, really misunderstood thing. To get your marijuana card doesn't mean you can smoke it. I get it, it's super expensive.
It's not.
But you can smoke.
It's under $200 to get your.
Well, but the drugs are expensive, because you have to buy it from.
But you're worried about getting tainted drugs, and now we're getting drugs that aren't tainted. So that takes away the risk of you having tainted drugs.
Sure.
Okay,
I thought you were going a different direction, I'm sorry. I should just let you finish.
It's more of a observation. How do I say this? Parents who say we can't have good parenting if they're high or using drugs. But can they be a good parent if they drink?
No, our program includes that too. So if a person is an alcoholic and it's affecting their mood and their behaviors and that kind of thing, clearly,
So I think the core issue is the parenting, for me.
Right.
I mean, so it's like,
And
if you have someone who is endangering the child beyond just their use, like I'm talking about in their behaviors, abuse,
Right.
bad, unlivable conditions, things like that. I mean, there's certainly a lot of things to consider, but I think it's hard to make an across the board statement, which we've seen some states do around drug use, because I know a lot of parents and mothers in particular who have had their children ripped from their arms because of a positive THC test, and they're some of the best moms I know. And I think that's a shame.
And so I'm
It's
not
more traumatic for
DHS,
the
we don't
child
do the
too.
ripping away, I'm not
Right,
part
right.
of DHS.
Not saying you, I'm just saying I've
Yeah.
been in, I'm not saying this state in particular, but it's, I have seen that happen, and it is devastating for the
Sure.
family.
So, but what about my main question is suggesting to them that they get true mental health help. They're saying they have anxiety, they've never talked to a doctor about their anxiety. Is it offensive? Is it wrong? Is it okay? How should I word it? If from a medical perspective, we would sure rather they get professional help than self-medicate with any substance.
I think as somebody in mental health, as somebody in the medical field, getting mental health in the state of Iowa, good luck.
Yeah.
The wait list is at least 6 months long for a new patient.
Yeah.
At least.
So, and that's what my program is, our program is to help make those referrals so that they can get better access to the care that they need, so, right, and that's.
No, that's with a referral. And I work with you.
No, I get that, I mean, there's so many different, and that's why we are well-intentioned, we wanna help, we wanna love these people, we wanna protect their children, and I just need to know how to do it in a way that people who are experts in the substance use disorder, see that we can do that and word it and approach it.
Well, let's put a bow tie on that. I want to thank Jeremy and Ron and Ryan and for everyone coming to the expo here. This has been great. We have lots to work on for next year, trust me. This is, someone once told me, your first is your worst. But I think this was a great day, so, a little self-criticism. But anyway, thanks for coming. Thanks again, Ryan, Jeremy, Rob. Take care.
We didn't. We do work.
And you present the problem, and you figure this out. Because I don't have something, I think hard. I think she's right. And you go, this is incredible. I don't care, you know.
But marijuana is hard. The pure THC, the elements of marijuana that gives you high THC. So you're saying what's in those cards? Wax, pure THC, weed. Fluffy weed has lots of THC. Wax.
What they're telling me is that the reason you go to a dispensary is because the control how much the wax is.
You can go, it takes 45 minutes to get to the there's dispensaries all over Chicago, Illinois, Missouri just decriminalized it. Michigan, but I lived in Colorado, and that was one, and I believe he said he was from California. And so
This guy
that's
is Nevada.
Vegas, very.
Oh, sure.
Or in Vegas, but from my experience, I lived in Colorado I was a ski instructor. Weed was legal there, and then you're smoking joints in front of the police. It's decriminalized, okay? So that's just a couple, 12 hours from here. So what is the difference? What's the difference? Why is Iowa special and Colorado's not? Or why is Colorado special and Iowa's not? What is the difference?
Special, you mean like, why did they legalize it?
Apparently the experts in Colorado don't feel that it puts the children in harm to smoke weed.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I know, it's a.
Just like California and Florida.
Social issue. I just attended a meeting where somebody from California, from the drug enforcement agency or whatever, was saying that they've actually discovered a lot of problems that they really weren't anticipating.
Lately, but
yeah,
we've been decriminalized in Colorado for 25 years.
Right, so.
And California as well. And then more and more states have jumped on board. As far as the dispensaries, the state, you would never guess the state with the most, that makes the most revenue from the dispensaries. You
told me, I forget what it was though.
It's Oklahoma,
okay.
Somehow.
Okay.
You would think it would be Miami or
right,
Chicago
right.
or Las Vegas, but somehow it's Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But, again, Oklahoma's not that far away, and
yeah, I wanted
you're with Child Protective Services, so
no, I'm with the Child Protection Center where, Child Protective Services is DHS. I'm not DHS, don't work for them, don't partner with them. So, we are a service to the community at St. Luke's Child Protection Center.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
mostly what we deal with is children who have been abused, and exposure to drugs is one form of abuse in Iowa. But we see kids that have been beat up because the dad beats them up because they got into their last weed stash. That's sad.
But guess what? That was probably happening when you were a child too.
But that doesn't make it right.
No, it does not. That was a bad analogy, I guess.
So
it's.
I just want to protect the kids.
And
yeah.
I'm a father.
Yeah.
I'm very protective.
Sure.
Believe me.
Yeah.
So.
And nobody can argue that drugs affect the brain.
I've seen it.
So if
alcohol.
Yeah, no, you're right. Alcohol does too.
Alcohol kills more people in the US every year than.
Sure.
The guest speaker, said that. Ryan, or.
Sure, because.
The guy who flown in.
It hurts our whole body in ways.
It kills every organ in you. I've seen it, I've lived it, I've seen it with my own eyes before I touched it.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, what advice do you have for me? Everybody knows that marijuana stinks, and because it's around so much, I'm like super sensitive to all smells. So that Yankee smell, I'm like, I can't get rid of it.
The weed's getting better.
Yeah, and that's what I hear. But years ago, so I'm 54, when I was 20.
I'm 36.
When I was 20, so I have kids your age, well, not quite your age, but when I was 20, I worked at a restaurant, and that was in 1987. And there was a smoking and non-smoking section. In the year where I worked there, then it became everything non-smoking. And I started to think to myself, what if we had a marijuana and a non-marijuana section?
That's what my point was, like, would this be even would marijuana even be brought up if this was in California? If we were all sitting in California somewhere.
Well, it would for people like me that are concerned about what it's doing to the kids,
Mm-hmm.
So,
And, yeah.
because there's
but
a lot
that's-
of
and
people,
that's
just
like-
because
that's the
it's
thing.
legal in California doesn't mean everybody's
But
happy
we're all
about
US
that.
citizens, so why do you get to take your kids away here but not there?
Well, they don't
That-
take them away from
Well,
marijuana use
well,
here.
I don't know all
but-
the rules
Yeah.
about that, but you just like, it's, I've known people, thank God, I've never had to deal with, DHS or CPS. I mean, my alcoholism was bad, I lost my relationship, with the mom, and, they're 8 and 10 now, so.
Good for you, that
But-
you still have them in your life.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm fighting, the only thing I'm fighting for is time.
Sure,
Because-
more time,
Yeah, I don't want, I should be able to claim one of them. That's my personal thing,
Yeah.
but, because, 50-50, we were never married, so we just made our own, schedule.
Yeah.
My ex and I, and she, bartended, was in the restaurant and bar industry, managed, all of it, and so for like 4 years, I had 72 hours a week, and it was usually, so it was 50-50,
Yeah.
And I do construction, different types, landscaping, I did professional moving for almost 10 years, I still do it, I don't, but.
Well, thanks for chatting with me. It's super helpful, things like this, so that we can kind of learn from each other and talk about all the issues. My main point for bringing it up, we don't want to say the wrong thing to trigger somebody to get them mad at us or whatever, which I know we can't control all that, but the concern about trying to get parents proper medical care versus unregulated marijuana use is kind of where we're at, so.
And that's the gray area, because it's okay a couple hours away, but it's not okay here.
Right.
So that's where, that's,
For sure.
Yeah,
I got you. Well, thanks for chatting.
Yeah. Sorry if I.
So you're one of the peer-to-peers, or you're one of the groups here?
I am not certified.
Gotcha.
I'm going through
Good for you.
certification.
Nice. I'm gonna start making sure that more parents know about that, because boy, does that sound like a key.
What?
To the peer-to-peer, to have a peer that's been where you're at, gotten the mud on your boots, and you can walk alongside each other. I think that would be really helpful for some of the parents in our program.
I went to a youth what's the word, I guess,
Like a conference?
Youth conference, and it was high schoolers.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm not that much older than them, and social media got brought up.
Yeah.
And I explained, I've had Facebook since 2006. I said, and I have noted, and they talked about video game addiction, and
Pornography.
that didn't get brought up.
Didn't it really? Because that's what we're seeing.
And then, online gaming and like different reality of it.
Sure, and girls wanting to be perfect.
Or be, I see social media now, it's horrible,
It's
terrifying. I said, I've had it since 2006, right?
Sure.
When I graduated, and I've seen it slowly, how it consumes, people. I said, and that's the only social media I have is Facebook, I don't have anything else.
It's enough.
I'm so old school,
Yeah.
I'll, call me or text me.
Right. There's a movement called Wait Till 8 that it's encouraging parents. Oh, you didn't know that?
But it
The
just.
Cedar initiative.
It's kind of how.
I reacted to what you said, you reacted to what I said. Oh, good.
Yeah.
What we're doing in here, Carol, setting up our greasing. They're gonna be full ballroom. They're gonna be full ballroom.
I'm fine. How you doing? Mikey! Oh my God. I'm a witness that you assaulted Mr. Curtis. Wow, you need to respect it all. Yes.
It's amazing.
Hey, Kevin, did you work yesterday?
Yeah.
Like, do you know where all the staging is?
There's only 3 pieces right there. Are they in the hills? Where did we put them? I could put them in the basement. Where is it? Either in the hallway or in the basement. I think the basement.
Did I sit in this chair?
No. You're not special.
What is this one?
These nuts.
What was this one? Was this a podcast?
Yeah.
I missed out on a podcast?
Mm-hmm.
Was it actually?
No.
What was this?